Been a while, and we are back. And let's get into. Let me just pull up chat for really quick, and then we can get to it. But hopefully, you guys are having a good Saturday. Let's go ahead and get started. I don't remember where I left off, so we're just gonna go with the flow. We're gonna go as long as we can here. I am the bone of my sword, steals my body and fires my blood. I've created over 1,000 blades, unknown to death, not known to life. I've withstood pain to create many weapons, yet those hands will never hold anything. So as I pray, unlimited braid works. Let's go, boys. Let's go. Alright, I'm excited. I hope you guys are excited as well. When I came through, I was in a burning field. Guess it was a big fire. Familiar town that turned to ashes. It looks like the remains of a battlefield from a movie. That didn't last long either. Fire had died down by the time the sun rose. The tall wall of fame had shortened and most of the buildings had fallen. It felt strange being the only thing in that place that still had its original form. I was the only one still alive around here. I must have been really lucky, or my house was built in a very lucky spot. Don't know which it was, but the point is I was the only one left alive. I felt that since I survived I should live on. I started walking aimlessly, but because I thought it would be dangerous to just stay there. I wasn't really concerned about getting burned up like the people lying around me, probably because over and above not wanting to be like them, I had a stronger feeling in my mind. This must be Shiro, right, when she first... Still, I had no hope. I was already a wonder I was still alive, so I couldn't expect to be saved. I won't survive. Whatever happens, I won't be able to escape from this weird world. It was such an absolute hell, even such a small child could understand it. And I collapsed. Was it because there was no air, or was it because no function was left in my body? I mean, I collapsed and stared up at the clouded sky. Everything around me was burned down and I could see many shriveled people. The dark clouds loomed overhead, telling me it would rain soon. It's good. Fire will be put out once it rains. In the end, I sighed deeply and looked up at the sky. I say to myself that it hurts. I say on behalf of all the people who couldn't even say so. That was 10 years ago. The Junin Mai. After a while, I was miraculously saved. My body survived. But I think all the other things about me burned up and were reduced to ashes. If you take away a child's parents' home and all such things, there's nothing left for him. That's why there was only my body. I think it's a simple story. In other words, in order to let my body live, my heart died. What? What? Yume mitai na. I squinted my eyes at the white light. So bright, I think. It was just light entering my eyes when I woke up, but I'm not used to it. Probably didn't even understand what the bright light meant. When my eyes focused, I'm surprised. I'm lying on an unfamiliar bed in an unfamiliar room. I'm surprised, but the room is so white and clean that I feel safe. I look around. Is this Shiro's voice actor? He sounds like female. The room is big, there are many beds. A person is in each bed and everyone seems to be hurt. But nothing feels ill in this room. Everyone who's hurt is someone who was saved. I relax and let my eyes wander. Outside the window, the bright blue sky was unbelievably beautiful. After a few days, I finally understood. I could clearly remember what had happened in the past few days. Even so, I was no different from a newborn baby. Not just a metaphor, it was close to the truth. Anyway, it was a terrible fire. Had I been saved from it, I was in the hospital and my body wrapped in bandages. My parents were gone. I didn't get the situation, but I vaguely understood that I was alone. I think I understood quickly. Well, there was nothing but children in similar situations around me, so all I could do was absorb the fact. After that, that man came right when I was beginning to worry what would happen to me next. He came on the day my bandages were taken up and I was able to eat without help. Wrinkled coat and uncombed hair. The man, a bit younger than the doctor, felt more like a big brother than a father.
Konnichiwa. Kimi ga Shiro-kun da ne?
Shiro-kun da ne? Smile that seems to melt into the white sunlight. I think it was a suspicious voice, but a very kind voice.
率直に聞くけど、孤児院に預けられるのと、初めて会ったおじさんに引き取られるの、君はどっちがいいかな?
The man was saying he would adopt me. When I asked him if he was a relative of mine, he said he was just a stranger. He looked like an army level guy with no future. But it made no difference as I knew nothing about either one, him or the orphanage. So I decided to go with him.
そうか。よかった。なら早く身支度を済ませよう。新しい家に一日でも早く慣れなくっちゃいけないからね。
I quickly started packing my stuff. His packing wasn't very good even in the eyes of a child. And after making a big mess.
おっと、大切なことを言い忘れた。うちに来る前に一つだけ教えなくちゃいけないことがある。
一つだけ教えなくちゃいけない。He turns to me lightheartedly and says,
はじめに言っておくとね、僕は魔法使いなんだ。
魔法使いなんだ。He said it in a serious, exaggerated tone. Ah, so Shiro was adopted by Emiya Shiro was adopted by Kiritsugu Emiya. Interesting. So they weren't actually biological. I didn't actually realize that. Happened in an instant. Come to think of it now, I was really a child back then. Emiya, I automatically believed those words.
じいさんすごいな。
Oh, and he must be like super young at this point. He's like a baby, so that's why it sounds like a kid. As I said, so with bright eyes. Ji-san. Kiritsugu Emiya. I don't remember what I said back then. My father would always talk about that day. He'd remember and retell the story again and again. So for my father, Emiya Kiritsugu, that might have been the happiest day of his life. So, I guess it was strange for my father to tell me he was a sorcerer, but I was strange as well for admiring that. And thus I became an adopted son, and my last name became Emiya. Emiya Shiro. When I said my name, I was really proud of having the same last name as Kiritsugu. Emiya Kiritsugu. Yume mitai na. A story from my childhood. It was when I finally convinced my father to make me a student, so it must have been about 8 years ago. 8年前. When I was old enough to stay at home by myself, Kiritsugu started to leave the house on a regular basis. He would say in his normal tone that he would travel the world and actually act on those words. That's how it was after that. It was normal for him to leave the house empty for a month, and he sometimes wouldn't come home for half a year. The Emiya house is a big Japanese-style house, and Kiritsugu and I were the only ones living there. I was perplexed in this house at times. It was too big for a child. But still, I liked my life here. Emiya Kiritsugu would come home from his journeys and tell me lots of stories like a child. And the child who shared his last name would be at home waiting for those stories. I was always alone in the house, but that loneliness would all fade with the stories he brought back. The father who was always chasing his dreams like a kid. His attitude was astounding, but he always seemed dazzling to me. That might be why I wanted to be like him someday. But on top of that, looking at my ever-dreaming father, I felt like I should become reliable myself. One day. Oto kikoeru. Hear a heavy old rusty sound as the door opens. Light enters the dark shed. And now he's a normal voice. My mind waking up.
先輩、起きてますか？
Oh. He was a cold air and approaching footsteps. Sakura.
おはよう、さくら。
はい、おはようございます、先輩。
Sakura smiles and nods as if accustomed to the
先
situation.
輩、朝ですよ。まだ時間はありますけど、ここで眠っていたら藤村先生に怒られます。
そうだな。よく起こしに来てくれた。いつもすまない。
そんなことありません。先輩、いつも朝は早いですから。こんな風に起こしに来れるなんてたまにしかありません。
Sakura seems more upbeat than usual today, as if she's happy about something.
そうかな。結構さくらには起こされてるぞ、俺。けど、藤姉には叩き起こされるから、さくらの方が助かる。これに懲りずに次は頑張る。
I answer her with a sleepy head. I don't know what I'm saying in my mind, not fully awake.
はい、わかりました。でも、頑張ってもらわない方が嬉しいです、私。
Sakura's giggling. Yeah, I guess my head was still dozing and I said something weird.
ちょっと待ってくれ。すぐ起きるから。
Both outlaw air helps in situations like this. The chill works well to beat the sleepiness out of my head. In front of me is Mato Sakura, my junior at school. This place is a shed behind my house, and the time is 6 o'clock.
先輩、
ああ、目が覚めた。ごめんな、さくら。またやっちまった。朝の支度手伝わないといけないのに。
そんなのいいんです。先輩、夕べも遅かったんでしょ。なら朝はゆっくりしてください。朝食の支度は私がしておきますから。
Sakura says so in a happy tone. It's unusual. Sakura seems to be in a good mood this morning.
バカ、そういうわけにいくか。今起きるから一緒にキッチンに行こう。よし、準備完了。それじゃあ行こう、さくら。
準備完了。
いえ、その先輩。
なんだよ、他に何かあるのか。
いえ、そういうことではないんですけど、その先輩、家に戻る前に着替えた方がいいと思います。
I looked down at myself. I fell asleep while I was working, so I'm still wearing my overalls. Being my work clothes, they're pretty dirty. I can't imagine what Fujine would say to me if I went to the house like this.
まだ目が覚めてないみたいだ。なんか普段に増して抜けてるな、俺。
ええ、そうかもしれませんね。ですから朝食の支度は私に任せて、先輩はもう少しゆっくりしていてください。それにほら、ここを散らかしっぱなしにしていたら藤村先生に怒られるでしょ。
そうだな。それじゃあ着替えてから行くから、さくらは先に戻っていてくれ。
はい、お待ちしてますね、先輩。
Sakura leaves. Well, I have to change into my school uniform and clear up this mess. The shed is built on the edge of the yard, and just as it seems it's a warehouse where we put all our junk in. But for me, it's a place of treasures, so I've enjoyed messing with things since I was a kid. Father didn't allow me to go into the shed, but I always sneaked in here. As a result, it became my base. For me, Emiya Shiro, I guess you could call this place my real room. But the big Emiya household doesn't suit me, and I can only relax in this space full of junk.
そもそももったいないじゃないか。ガラクタって言ってもまだ使えるし。
Most of the things in here are appliances that can't be used anymore. Did I bring all the junk in here because I like the place, or did I come to like it here because of all of the junk? And anyway, since I was always sneaking in here, it became a hobby to fix the broken things. It's not like I get attached to things. I think it just annoys me not to use the things that can still be used. And just like that, I was fixing up this stove all last night.
完成は明日か。途中で寝るなんて集中力が足りない証拠だ。
I shake off the feeling of disappointment myself. I gather out the parts of the stove and put them on the shelf full of things waiting to be fixed. There are no spaces on the shelf full of things awaiting repair, and old VCR awaits after the stove. I guess I'll ignore the fact that Fujine broke both of them. Fujine. Changing my uniform. This place is like my room and it holds changes of clothes along with other things I need. It also has lots of blueprints and junk, a result of failures from when I do my training. There's also some kind of old design inscribed on the floor, like an altar or something.
さて、今日も一日頑張って精進しよう。
Having my hands in prayer to the chat, I head for the house. I emerge from the shed. The Emiya house is a Japanese-style house on the outskirts of town. My father wasn't much of a reflective person in town, but he somehow still had this huge house. That on its own is a mystery, but it also seems he didn't have any relatives in Japan. That's why the house became mine, the one else's when my father died. Though to be honest, I don't have that kind of management ability. Old man Fujimura is in charge of complicated things like inheritance and property taxes. Old man Fujimura is the big landlord in this neighborhood. According to father, the old man's like a Yakuza boss. But this is just prejudice. He's not like a Yakuza, he is a Yakuza boss. Nuts. Well, that's a problem in itself, but I prefer to ignore it. It's only true that he's energetic and scary, but he's actually not that bad person. It really helps me as he pays a lot when I tune out the motorcycle he likes to ride. Anyway, that's why I'm the only one living in this big house. It's been 5 years since father died. The days have passed quickly. I started thinking about how much I've grown in those 5 years. I've trained every day to be like Kiritsugu, but it's not that easy in reality. It's natural because I had no talent to begin with, but what can be said about having no improvement at all in 5 years? Somehow the present monster my goal is so far away that I'm not even at the starting line yet. No, I guess it won't do any good to rush. For now, I have to do what I can. Well then, right now I should. I'll go and help Sakura. I'll go and finish my daily routine. Ooh, do I want to gain Sakura points or do I want to finish daily routine? Guys, my first choice. I probably should help Sakura, but I kind of want to finish my daily routine. What do I do here? I feel like I should help Sakura. But I also want to finish my daily routine. Oh well. Just not that bad, right? Let's go help Sakura. What would I do in this situation? I mean, I would probably help Sakura. That's right, I have to go and help Sakura. I feel bad both for letting Majuna do all the work for Sakura coming here so early in the morning. True. I would feel bad. Not because I like her, but because... Too late, since breakfast has already been made. I smell the elegance and the breakfast befitting Sakura. Sakura has finished cooking and is opening the cupboards. I can see that all she has to do is set the table.
面目ない。せめて食器の用意ぐらいはやるから、さくらは座っててくれ。
もう来ちゃったんですか、先輩。
もうじゃないぞ。6時10分って言ったら朝飯を食ってる時間じゃないか。完全に寝坊だよ。
そんなことはないと思いますよ。先輩は部活をしていないんですから、この時間は十分に早起きです。
部活は関係ない。それを言ったら朝練があるさくらがうちに来てくれるのも問題じゃないか。
Japan schools like start really early, huh? Like they have clubs early in the morning before school? Like what? It's like exercise?
いえ、私は好きでしていることですから、部活のことは気にしないでください。
ああ、それは何度も聞いた。だから俺も部活に関係なく早起きしてるんだ。さくらが来てくれるなら、その時間には起きてないと失礼だろ。
I mean, waking up early is waking up before Sakura gets here, and sleeping is making Sakura prepare breakfast on her own like today. But this has only been a habit for about a year and a half or so.
ともかく、さくらは休んでろよ。あとは並べるだけなんだから、それぐらい俺にやらせてくれ。
Attend to Sakura and take out the dishes. Sakura is stubborn at times, and in situations like this, she won't rest until she's forced to.
なら、私もお手伝いします。お皿には私が盛りますから、先輩はお茶碗を出してください。
いや、だから全部こっちでやるからいいってば。
いけません。先輩はお家の主人なんですから、朝くらいはドーンと構えていてください。
ドーンと構えろって。さくら一人に働かせてのんびりしている主人なんて家主失格だぞ。いいから、さくらは今に言ってろって。
はい、ぜひ失格してください。これ、いつも美味しいご飯を食べさせてもらっているお返しなんです。だからできれば、先輩にはゆっくりしていてほしいです。
Sakura is definitely interesting.
I
mean, you can tell like she definitely likes me,
折
right?
半なんだから、さくらが気にすることじゃない。感謝なんて言ったら、俺がしたいぐらいだ。さくらが来てくれるようになってから、飯が豪勢になったからな。
やっぱり、先輩、分かってなかったんですね。先輩のお家のご飯が美味しいのは、そういうことじゃないんです。
そういうことじゃないってどういうことだ？
どういうことだ？
いえ、何でもありません。けど、責任取ってくださいね。私、先輩の家じゃないとご飯を美味しくいただけなくなっちゃったんですから。
何？
バカ、おかしなこと言うな。
確かに。
藤姉に聞かれたらどうするんだ。あの人には冗談なんて通じないんだから。
She obviously likes me.
そうですね。藤村先生に聞かれたら大変です。
まったくだ。あんまりおかしなこと言うな。
はい、言いません。言いませんからお手伝いしていいですよね、先輩。
Sakura looks at me naturally and calmly.
いいよ、好きにしろ。そんなにやりたきゃさくらに任せる。
はい、好きにします、私。
まったく、本当に最近言うこと聞かなくなったよな、さくら。
ですね。藤村先生に似てきたのかもしれません。
Sakura reaches out for the cupboard. Suki has smooth skin catch my eye. Blushes. How can I put this as troubling? She must be maturing as she seems really feminine these days. Her casual movement and the figure are so beautiful that I instinctively look away.
先輩、どうかしましたか？
いや、どうもしてない。どうもしてないから気にしないでくれ。
Individual novel content. Matsuku. Why am I feeling tense around my friend's sister? Well, Sakura is not like that. She's a good underclassman and a junior I need to take care of. First of all, the relationship between me and Mato Sakura is just that of a senpai and a junior. She's the sister of a close friend of mine, but she's a grade below me. We weren't that close. It all changed a year and a half ago into this cooperative kind of relationship. Sakura came to cook when I was injured, and after that, I think we just ended up like this. I think we ended up doing it until my injury healed, but some trivial thing came up to make her stay with it. Anyways, Sakura's a good cook and perfect at cleaning and doing the laundry. Yay! It's a big help to have her helping around here in the mornings, but it's been a bit troubling recently. Problem is not in Sakura but me. Thoughts. Actually, Sakura is beautiful. She's one of the best looking Perseers, and I'm sure there are lots of guys who want to date her. On top of that, she's been growing in certain places recently, and some of her casual gestures started to catch my eye. Growing in certain places. What? That's what I mean by a small problem. Maybe I'm just feeling guilty about being attracted to my friend's sister. Usually I'm fine, but when I'm caught off guard like just now I blushed, does this make me an unsuitable senpai? Breakfast is placed on the table. Perfect breakfast consisting of chicken salad, cooked salmon, cooked salmon, spinach, radish, and carrot miso soup and yam soup.
いただきます。
Itadakimasu. Sakura's in the talkative type, not versatile enough to talk while eating. Naturally, mealtimes are quiet. Usually it's louder, but today the loud person is. Must have been watching spy movies last night as she's eyeing us while hiding behind a newspaper.
藤村先生、ご飯時に新聞は見ない方がいいと思いますよ。
Fujine ignores Sakura's questions. He's acting well. Fujine always acts in suspicious ways during breakfast. Sakura was used to it as she continues to eat with no particular care. Sakura prefers to make Western foods. Ooh, okay. She learned to cook Japanese food after she started coming here to help. Fujine and I preferred Japanese, so Sakura learned to make Japanese food for our breakfast. Now she's so good, she almost surpassed me, her teacher. Salmon is especially good as it's cooked to perfection. Her miso soup is tasty, and she has some capacity even for making yam soup by grinding yams. Anyway, I think this is the first time she's made it.
悪い。さくら、醤油取って。
醤油取って。
はい。大変です先輩。先輩のお醤油は昨日で切れてます。
じゃあ藤根のでいいや。取って。
藤村先生、いいですか
Fujine nods. Her newspaper trembles.
はいどうぞ。とろろ汁に使うんですか？
ああ、とろろには醤油だろう、普通。
Put soy sauce on white yams. After stirring, I put it on rice and take a bite. Stickiness of the yam and taste of the soy sauce.
うわ、まずこれソースだぞ、ソース。しかもオイスター。
しかもオイスター。ソースオイスター。I almost throw it back up. Fujine throws the newspaper away.
どうだ。朝のうちにソースとお醤油のラベルを取り替えておく作戦なのだ。
Oh no. The female spy throws her out to show her happiness.
朝っぱらから何考えてんだあんたは。今年で25のくせにいつまでたっても藤姉は藤姉だな。
んだ、昨日の恨み思い知ったか。みんなと一緒になってお姉ちゃんをいじめるやつには当然の天罰ってところかしら。
天罰ってのは人為的なもんじゃないだろう。なんかおとなしいと思ったら昨日からこんなこと考えてやがったのか、この暇人。
It's actually quite funny.
そうだよ、おかげでこれから急いでテストの採点しなくちゃいけないんだから。そういうわけで急がないとやばいのだ。
Well, the voice acting is super on point, I want to say. It would be an after all, but
はい、ごちそうさま。朝ごはん今日も美味しかったよ、さくらちゃん。
お粗末様でした、先生。
それじゃあ先に行くわね。二人とも遅刻したら怒るわよ。
he runs off. Something wrong with the world in which that thing is a teacher. That thing.
先輩、
Probably that person, right? そのもの。
すまない。せっかくの朝食だっていうのに藤姉のやつろくに味わいもしないで。
いえ、そういうのではなくて、昨日藤村先生に何かしたんですか？食べ物に細工するなんて藤村先生にしてはやりすぎですから。
いや、それがさ、昨日ついあだ名で呼んじまった。
あらま。
それじゃあ仕方ありませんね。先輩、藤村先生に謝らなかったんでしょう。
めんぼくない。いつものことなんで忘れてた。
ダメですよ。藤村先生、先輩にあだ名を言われるのだけは嫌がるんですから。また泣かせちゃったんでしょう。
泣かした上にダットのごとく走り去らせた。おかげで昨日の英語は自習だった。
I was wanted to put an honor written on the paper, but I threw it away.
もう、それじゃあ今朝のは先輩が悪いです。
Fujina is like a big sister for Sakura, so she's basically on Fujina's side. It's going its own way, but I wish you consider my situation when I was dealing with Fujina 24/7. Fujina was originally an acquaintance of father, and she's been coming to my house a lot since I was adopted. That drew out even more after father died, and she's now almost a dependent, eating breakfast and dinner here. No, maybe that's why I was able to make it my own even after my father died. Fujina, Sakura, and I are now the residents of the Emiya household. I'm the only one who knows that my father was a magus. It's said that the magi must hide their identities. That's why I've been hiding the fact that I'm learning magic ever since I became my father's student. I say I'm learning, but I can't even cast a single magic spell properly. This kind of a skill wouldn't make me much difference whether I hide it or not, because it was how my father wanted things. I've trained secretly since then. Eat breakfast and prepare for school. Clean the dishes with Sakura while listening to the news on TV. Sakura is staring at a TV screen. Over the screen runs an exaggerated teletype reading. Gas leak accidents continue. Seems like there was a big accident in the neighboring town of Shinto. Although, happened in the building and business district. Seems the whole floor of people ran out of oxygen and fell unconscious. Oh wait. Interesting. They call it a gas leak, but this kind of accident is happening often recently. I feel like this is like the caster.
今のニュース気になるのか、さくら。
いえ、別に。ただ、事故がシントで起きているなら近いなって。先輩、シントの方でアルバイトしていますよね。
してるけど、別にそんな大きな店じゃないよ。今のニュースみたいな事故は起きないと思う。
Not a risk I can completely ignore. Gas leaks can happen in any building. On top of that, it hurts to think that hundreds of people are suffering. Instead, the accidents are happening often because of the defective construction work during the rapid development of Shinto. Whether that's true or not, I certainly don't want any more victims.
物騒な話だ。俺たちも気をつけないと。
あ、それならご心配なく先輩。ガスの元栓はいつも2回チェックしてますから安心です。
Very good. Sakura boasts with pride.
いや、そういう話でなくて。
Talked about before about how Sakura is a bit off too. That's true.
先輩、裏手の戸締まりはしました？
したよ。缶抜きかけたけど、問題あるか？
ありません。それじゃあ鍵かけますね。先輩、今日のお帰りは何時ですか？
少し遅くなると思う。さくらは？
私はいつも通りです。多分私の方が早いと思いますから、夕食の下準備は済ませておきますね。
うん、助かる。俺もできるだけ早く帰るよ。
He locked the gate. Sakura and Fujina also have keys to my house, and the rule is that the last person out locks up.
行こうか。急がないと朝練に間に合わない。
それじゃあ少しだけ急ぎましょうか、先輩。
I really want to visit one of these like traditional Japanese houses. Looks like it'd be really cool. They're also like kind of traditional Chinese type houses too, like with the rocks as the base, and then like the wood, and then like the roofs. We walked down to the town together. Passing the long wall and going down here, we reached the residential district. My house is on top of the hill, far away from the center of the town. Going down the hill takes us to the residential district, and beyond that, we reach the crossroads at the center of this town. From here, there are many roads, a big breach leading to the neighboring city, a hill road that leads to the Ryudo Temple, residential district on the other side of town, shopping district Sakura and I always use, and the school we're headed to right now. I'm guessing we will pick locations to go to at some point. Head for the school without stopping elsewhere. We don't talk much, just walk up the hill. Since it's still 7 o'clock, there aren't many others on the road. Other than us, all you can see are a few others heading to their morning practices.
それじゃあまたな。部活頑張れよ。
Part of Sakura at the school gate like usual. Sakura's in the archery club, so we have to park here in the mornings. But today Sakura doesn't go.
さくら、体の調子悪いのか？
いえ、そういうことじゃなくて、先輩、たまには道場の方に寄っていきませんか？
いや、別に道場に用はないぞ。それに今日は一斉に頼まれてるから生徒会室に行かないとまずい。
一斉。生徒会？
そうですよね。ごめんなさい。余計なことを言っちゃって。
Issei is the caster. Ryudo Issei, right? Yeah.
それじゃあ失礼します。晩ご飯楽しみにしていてくださいね。
晩ご飯. Sounds like she's ashamed of something. Wonder what it was all about. It'd be interesting if I could make a choice there.
一斉、いるか？
いるぞ。今朝は少し遅かったな、エミヤ。
Must have been studying as Issei looks up from the paper he's reading.
一斉だけか。他の連中はどうしたんだ？この時間なら登校しててもおかしくないだろ
いや、あいにくとうちのメンバーはビジネスライクだね。
ビジネスライクだね。
働く時間帯はきっかり決まっていて、早出と残業はしたくないのだそうだ。
それで生徒会長自らが雑用か。 ここはここで大変そうだな。
何？好きでしている苦労だ。エミヤに同情してもらうのは筋が違う。
いや、一斉に同情なんてしてないぞ。
うん。それはそれで無念だが、聞き流すとしよう。情が映っているということでは同じだからな。
Issei was organizing the papers reading at the big boss of the student council room. This guy trying his best to reform the lax student council has been a friend of mine since first year. His name is Ryudo Issei. Despite his old-fashioned name, he has elegant features and is really popular with the girls. Also, a student council press. You think he take it like a duck to water, but
うん。やはり朝は舌がしびれるほどの熱湯が良い。
he's just sipping tea at least, so he's not that firm. You can see Issei has a plain personality. He's easily misunderstood, but he doesn't involve himself in love affairs nor engage in normal student recreations. Because he's a successor of the Ryudo Temple up in the mountains. He's planning that idea, so there's a chance he'll shave his head when he graduates.
それで、今日は何をするんだ？
ああ、まあ、ともかく座って一服と言いたいのだが、時間がないな。移動がてら説明をするゆえ、いつもの道具を持ってついてきてくれ。率直に言うとな、うちの学校、金のバランスが極端なんだよ。
知ってる。運動系がひいきされてるもんで、他に予算がいかないんだろ？
うん。結果、文化系の部員は絶えず不遇の扱いでな。
Kinda makes sense because all the sports stuff need special equipment, right? And so the budget tends to be like a lot higher. Like you buy like archery bows and targets and stuff like that. Whereas if you have like I don't know Sudoku club, it just doesn't cost as much, right? So
今年から文化系に予算が行くよう尽力しているのだが、予算の流れが不鮮明でうまく回っていない。おかげで特に冬のストーブ不足に関しては打開策がまるでない。
うん。
そうか。マイナスドライバーくれ。一番大きいやつな。あと動線も。うん。これぐらいならなんとか。
動線？
動線。
これか。すまん。よくわからん。
よくわからん。
間違っていたら叱ってくれ。
当たってるからいいよ。で、ストーブ不足がどうしたって？ここ以外にも故障してんのがあんのか？
ある。第二視聴学室と美術部の暖房器具が怪しいそうだ。新品購入願いの嘆願書が刻一刻と増えている。
けど予算にそんな余裕はないと。やっぱり劣化してるだけだな。中がいかれてなくて助かった。
うん。治りそうか、エミヤ。
治るよ。こういう時古いやつは分かりやすくていい。配線系のショートだから新しいのに変えればとりあえず今年いっぱいは頑張ってくれる。
そうか。やるなエミヤ。お前が頼りになると極めて嬉しいぞ。
おかしな日本語使うね、一世。
おかしい日本語使うね。
ちょっと外に出ててくれ。
おかしく日本語使うね。That's funny.
うん。エミヤの邪魔はせん。
邪魔ません。He's like he's not going to do something delicate.
いや、デリケートといえばデリケートなんだけど。
デリケートなんだけど。Then I had an oil electric heater. Usually, even if you're used to fixing things, it's hard to figure out what's wrong with it just by looking at it. So the fact that I figured it out means what I'm doing is not ordinarily. Lock on my vision, look inside the heater with my sense of touch. In that moment, この瞬間 an image appears in my head.
電熱線が断線しかかってるのが2つと、電熱管はまだ持つな。電源コードの方は絶縁テープでなんとかなる。
Good, I can fix this with the tools I have. If the pipe were broken, it couldn't be fixed by an amateur. If that had been the case, I would have had to strengthen it in a very unamateurish way, but in this case, just looking at it will suffice. That is the magic Emiya Shiro learned from Kiritsugu. Today's
よし
on!
始めるか
Take the cover off and start to work. I already know where it's broken, so the rest is easy.
これだけは得意なんだけどな俺
A really good thing to be fixer-upper though. Right, Emiya Shiro has no talent for magic, so it doesn't make up for it. I think I'm quite skilled at visualizing structures like I did just now. In fact, when I first figured out structure and reproducing, my father looked surprised and said, "What a useless ability." I guess my strong point isn't a useful ability. When my father, it's already a waste of effort to perceive the structure with my eyes. For a real mage, there's no need to understand every corner of a structure like I just did. He said that the battle of the mages comes in reading the center and the core things instantaneously and changing it faster than anything else. So reading the structure is a wasted effort, as even if you do understand, all you can do is determine where magical energy could be more easily transmitted. So all in all, it turns out that my strong point is just in fixing things like this. I don't have to open up to look for damage. I can quickly search for broken parts and have the skills to repair them, most things can be fixed. Though that's only the case for simple things that can be fixed with amateur knowledge.
よし終わり次に行くか
Back away the conducting wire that I use and go out to the hallway with my screwdriver and wrench in hand.
伊勢修理終わったぞ
In the hallway, someone else apart from Issei, a girl. There you are. Osaka Rin. I'm a bit odoroita. The person talking to you says Tosaka Rin from class 2A. She's a lady who lives in a big mansion on top of the hill, a perfect honor student. Good looking, smart, athletic, and faultless. Perfect in every way. Intelligent, well-mannered, modest of her looks. People say she's an ideal woman. It hardly needs to be said that the guys at my school treat her like an idol. Though in Tosaka's case, she's so perfect that she's considered unreachable. It's commonly believed that only teachers and guys like Issei can even talk to her. To be honest, I'm a guy too, so I'm one of the Tosaka Rin's admirers. Thoughts. Tosaka looks at us as if she's in a bad mood. Seems like to be true, and she and Issei don't get along.
と悪い頼んだのはこっちなのにエミヤに任せっきりにしてしまった許せ
Wow, Issei's an amazing man talking like that, ignoring Tosaka.
そんなこと気にするなで次はどこだよあんまり時間ないぞ
ああ次は視聴覚室だ前から調子が悪かったそうなんだがこの度ついに天寿を全うされた
天寿を全うされた。
天寿全うしてたら直せないだろ買い直した方が早いぞ
そうなんだが一応見てくれると助かる俺から見れば臨終だがお前から見れば仮病かもしれん
This actually happened in the Tosaka prologue, right? Because she came to school and then saw me and Issei talking. Now we're seeing it from Shiro's perspective, where Issei and Tosaka both exist, but we're the ones talking.
そうかなら試そう
There's only about 30 minutes left until homeroom. I have to hurry if I'm going to fix it. I say something. Start from the AV room with Issei, but it's impolite to ignore her completely even when we've met like this. I turn back to Tosaka who was standing in the date.
朝早いんだな登坂
Asa, hayain da na, Tosaka. Such are the same age. And she just gives the two. I make an honest comment and then follow Issei. So from his point of view, like he was just trying to be polite. And then Tosaka, when she hears Asa hayain da na, she's just like, who is this piece of shit? That is funny. It's like Tosaka had an expression.
ギリギリ間に合ったかすまんなエミヤまた苦労をかけた頼み事をした上に遅刻させては友人失格だ
別に気にするな俺が遅刻する分には大したことじゃないだろま一星が遅刻するのは問題だけど
もっともだいや間に合ってよかった
They hit so you see it relieved. Exactly 8 o'clock. The first homeroom bell is rung, so Fujine should be here in about 5 minutes. I'm a bit out of breath since we ran here from the AV room. Hey, wait, I head to my seat.
朝から騒がしいね、エミヤ。部活を辞めてから何をしてるかと思えば、竜道の太鼓持ち？僕には関係ないけどさ、うちの評判を落とすようなことはしないでよね。君。なんていうか、節操ないからさ。
That's so nice, からさ。Mato Shinji, a friend of mine from middle school, is standing in front of my seat. As you can tell from his last name, he's Sakura's brother who's 1 year older than her.
よ、弓道部は落ち着いてるか、シンジ。
当然だろ。部外者に話してもしょうがないけど、目立ちたがり屋が一人減ったんで平和になったんだ。次の大会だっていいところまで行くさ。
そうか。三綴りも頑張ってるんだな。
Uzuri-san.
はあ？何見当違いなこと言ってんの？弓道部が記録を伸ばしてるのは僕がいるからに決まってるじゃんか。エミはさ、とっくに部外者なんだから、知ったような口を叩くと恥をかくよ。
部外者。
そうか。気をつけよう。もっとも弓道部に用はないから関わることはないけどな。
I put my back on the desk and pulled out the chair.
何それ？僕の弓道部には興味がないってこと？
This guy is not nice.
興味じゃなくて用だよ。部外者なんだからおいそれと道場に行くの変だろう。けど何かあったら言ってくれ。手伝えることがあったら手伝う。弦張りとか弓の直し、シンジは苦手だったろ。
Shinji は苦手なんだろ？
そう、サンキュー。何か雑用があったら声をかけるよ。ま、そんなことはないだろうけどさ。
ああ、それがいい。雑用を残しているようなやつは首相失格だからな。あんまり藤村先生を困らせるなよ。あの人、怒ると本気で怖いぞ。
本気で怖いぞ。
余計なお世話だ。ともかくお前はもう部外者なんだから、道場に近づくなよ。
近づくなよ。Shinji returns to the seat in his usual manner. He seemed even more irritated than usual today.
ふざけたやつだ。自分からエミヤを追い出しておいて、よくもあんな口が聞ける。
なんだ伊勢、いたのか。
なんだとはなんだ。気を利かして聞き耳を立てていた友人に向かって、なんと冷淡な男だお前は。
なんで気を利かすのさ。俺一斉に心配されるようなことをしてないぞ。
たわけ、心配もするわ。エミヤはカッとなりやすいからな。真珠に殴りかかれば皆は喝采を送るが、女どもからは非難の嵐だ。友人をそんな微妙な立場に置くのはよろしくない。
そっか。言われてみればそうだ。ありがとう伊勢。そんなことにはならないだろうけど、今の心配はありがたい。
ありがたい。
わかればよろしい。だが意外だったぞ。エミヤは怒りやすいくせにマトウには寛大なんだな。
ああ、あれはシンジの味だからな。付き合いが長いと慣れてくる。
そんなものか。
そんなものです。ほら、納得したら席に戻れよ。そろそろ藤村先生がすっ飛んでくるぞ。
飛んでくるぞ。
あの方は飛んでくるというより浮いてくるという感じだかな。
浮いてくる。Homeroom bell rings. Homeroom teacher usually would come 5 minutes early, but our homeroom teacher isn't like that. For class 2C, homeroom starts 1 minute after the bell rings, right when we hear.
遅刻遅刻遅刻遅刻遅刻。
Fujine runs into the classroom.
よーし間に合った。みんなおはうわ。
Wham! Fujine falls over with a terrible sound. Classroom is filled with silence in contrast to the clamor from a second ago. Sudden change of atmosphere. Just as you expect from Fujine, her nickname of human jet coaster isn't just for show. That really was a bad hit. Fujine is still on the ground, having hit her head on the platform. You can't see her expression of her head facing the ground, so he gives you a bad mental image.
おい、前の席のやつ、先生起こしてやれよ。
先生を起こしてよ。
やだよ。
近づいた途端パクって食べられたら怖いもん。
ミミックじゃあるまいし、さすがに藤村でもそこまでやらねえだろ。
ミミックはあるまいし。
あんたね、そう言うんなら自分で起こしてあげなさいよ。
うわ、俺パス。こういうの苦手。
俺、パス。
私だって苦手よ。だいたいなんで女の子にやらせるわけ？男子やりなさいよね、男子。
And she. Front row is getting noisy. As we're in the middle rows, we can't tell what sort of state Fujin is in. We can't tell, so we all stand up to the door.
ちょっと先生動いてないぞ。気絶してんじゃないのか？
So the problem would be how to get her to the nurse's office. Everyone here is a warrior who has been a Fujin for the past year. All they want to get out of the habit of taking their teachers to the nurse's office.
藤村先生、大丈夫ですか？
A very famous woman calls out to her. Fujin doesn't even twitch. Sense of worry runs through the room.
まずいって今の転び方。こう頭から直角に教団に突っ込んだじゃないか。あれで無傷だったら藤村無敵っぽいって。いっそのこと野球部にスカウトするのはどうだろう。やめろよな、そういう脅しは。タイガーが顧問になった日には俺たち甲子園行っちまうぞ。
藤村先生、藤村先生、ダメ。
ダメ。
なんか反応ないよ。
反応はないよ。
おい、お前目の前なんだから起こしてやれよ。やだよ俺。もし死んでたら殺されかねねえ。
でもだからってほっといたら後が怖いと思うし。
でも誰も近づきたくないと。
近づき。
仕方ねえな。こうなったらあれしかないか。
うん。あれだね。
あれだね。
せーの。
せーの。All our hearts become one. Well, not Shinji yet because we were too scared.
せーの。
起きろ、タイガー。
Yo, Taiga. Never say at the same time, it's only as loud as a whisper. Taiga part is especially quiet. But still, a twitch. The silent Fuji never reacts.
お、動いた。効き目ありだぞみんな。
Uh oh.
よし、続けろ。ガコロートンの刑じゃ。
Everyone must be stressed from the impending exams. Even though they shouldn't, they repeat Fujine's nickname while waving their arms.
起きろタイガー。朝だぞ。
先生、起きないと
タイガー。
負けるなタイガー。立ち上がれタイガー。よし起きろ先生。それでこそタイガーだぜ。
タイガー、タイガー、タイガー、タイガー、タイガー、タイガー。
I thought it was gonna loop.
ガータイガーって言うな。
Explosion. A roar of lightning. She stands bravely as if the fall has done nothing at all.
みんな何してるの？ダメよ、ホームルーム中に席を立っちゃ。ほらほら、始めるから座りなさい。
We just put everyone in a usual manner. I think all memories from the moment she entered the classroom have let her hit.
おい、タイガー覚えてないみたいだぞ。ラッキー。朝からついてるな、俺たち。いや、ついてるっていうのかな、こういうの。
Everyone turns to their seat chatting.
今誰か先生のことバカにしなかった？
え、してないっすよ。気のせいじゃないっすか。
気のせいじゃないか？
そっか、ならよし。じゃあ今朝のホームルームを始めるから、みんなおとなしく聞くように。
Bring us house homeroom story. That's in between the announcements so we don't get through it very fast.
そういうわけだから、みんなも下校時刻を守るように。門限は6時だから、部活の子たちも長居しちゃダメよ。
6時って言ったらすぐじゃんか。タイガ先生、それって運動系は免除されないの？
されません。それと後藤くん、先生のことは藤村先生って言わなくちゃダメなんだから、次に名前で呼んだら怒るからね。
はーい、以後注意します。
Not showing his hands or listening to her. How stupid of him. You know, I got mad when she said she will. It makes no difference. She's a student, she's a teacher. Doesn't realize she will give me a final warning.
それじゃあ今日のホームルームはここまで。みんな3次元目の英語で会おうね。
A homeroom teacher is like form teacher, right? Homeroom, form class, form advisory, tutor group. A brief administrative period. Assigned to a student in primary or secondary school. Is there a homeroom in... Ah, okay. So they make announcements and they recite the Pledge of Allegiance. Interesting. In Japan, homeroom is generally part of students' lives. Homeroom teachers acting as a substitute parent in many ways. Students usually have homeroom teacher and fellow students during their entire life. Oh, the same homeroom and fellow students. Students are invited to take on classroom homeroom, including cleaning, day duty, and the organization of competitive events between homeroom classes. Students also often eat lunch in their homeroom. The teachers usually travel to the students' homeroom rather than students going to a classroom dedicated to this particular subject. The depth of lessons often suffers. Teachers must carry all materials needed for multiple classes. Therefore, you actually end up taking lecture styles. Students simply taking notes in preparation for testing. Homeroom. I think it's because like when Japan lost the war and then like the US sort of took over a lot of the administration, they probably adapted the homeroom concept from the US. Interesting. Oh, I see ISA is open lobby vibing. The teacher responsible for class 2C, Fujimura Taiga. Her nickname is Tiger. You might doubt it, but it really is her nickname. People like calling her so since she has a name like Taiga, but Fujine herself hates it anyway. Fujimura Taiga. When her is unfeminine. Tiger can be pretty feminine. She's a type of person, but I think it's almost she has an unfeminine nickname.
授業を始める。日直礼を。
Your post period enters as Fujine exits. It's like this every morning, as Fujine continues homeroom until the very last minute. My classes end like every other day. There are many kinds of students, ones that go to clubs and ones that hurry home, ones that stay in the classroom for no reason. Looks like I won't be in any of those categories.
すまない。ちょっといいか、エミヤ。今朝の続きなんだが、今日は時間あるか。
Oh, it's because I stayed back to do the repairs. That's why I'm around after curfew. But okay, that makes sense. That's how I die. Oh no.
いや、予定はあるといえばあるけど。
予定はあるけど、飲んだんじゃないよな。Not just like I'm playing around. It's not like I'm just playing around. 遊びにじゃないよね。After all, the main reason I quit the archery club is I wanted to prioritize work. It's already been 5 years since father died and I decided to start working to pay my living expenses. If you work a lot, there are some jobs you just can't refuse. Today is an example. They're restocking inventory at work and they asked me to come if I can, as any help is appreciated, but it's certainly not something I have to go to. It's probably just having people come because they want to party after work. 2 options. I'll go and help out the school on council. I go to work. Oh, okay. I should probably fix the student council stuff, right? Rather than going to work. I don't want to work, so I'm gonna go and help out student council. Something I started. I should finish the job I began this morning.
予定変更。朝の続きだろ。任せろ。試験が始まる前に備品の修理なんて済ませちまおうぜ。
助かる。
それでは美術部の患者を見に行くとするか。
はいよ。と、人払いはちゃんとしてくれよ。人目があると集中できない。
無論だ。他の連中に邪魔はさせぬ。
Issei quickly walks through the hallway and pulling out of the classroom in a hurry. Sun is already set when we leave the school building. School gates are already closed. 7 o'clock and way past Goyo. Next to Issei, we're not in trouble.
いや、今日は助かった。必ずこの礼はするから。何かあったら遠慮なく言ってくれ。
そうだな。なんかあったら言うよ。まあ、とりわけ何もないとは思うけど。
I didn't have him to get something in return, so there's nothing I want from Issei.
まったく。人が良いのも考えものだな。エミヤがいてくれると助かるが、他の連中にいいように使われるのは我慢ならん。人助けはいいことだが、もう少し相手を選ぶべきではないか。エミヤの場合、来る人拒まずすぎる。
そんなに節操ないか、俺。
これでは心ないバカどもがいいように利用しようというものだ。エミヤも忙しい身なのだから、たまには他人の頼みなど断ってもよかろう。
Can't really tell, but it seems like Issei is worried about me. I've been called helpful since I was in middle school, as I don't turn down requests for help and don't ask for anything in return. I guess Issei thinks that's dangerous, but I'm doing it because I want to, and it's not a problem as I decline things that I think are beyond me.
それは一星がするような心配じゃない。自分のことは自分が一番分かってるさ。それに、人助けは善行だろ。
善行だろ？
寺の息子が咎めるようなことじゃあるまい。
しかしな、エミヤのは度が過ぎるというか、このまま行くと潰れるというか。
潰れるというか。
忠告は受け取っとく。それじゃあまた明日、学校でな。
学校でな。
それでは、また明日。
また明日。Issei leaves, looking discontented. Issei's house, Rito Temple, is up in the mountains, so naturally our routes home go in different directions. I walk through the moonlit town, walking up the road, I notice that there aren't any people around. Time is around 7:30. Should be people around at this time, but there's no signs of anyone.
そういえば確か。
There was some crime here in Miyama City a few days ago. Burger murdered someone, I think. That must be why there's no one around and why the school curfew became 6 o'clock.
ガス漏れに強盗か。物騒なことになってきたな。
I wonder there are a few people walking around at night. It's getting too dangerous to let Sakura go home on her own. Sakura's house is in the residential area on the other side of town. Starting tonight, I should walk her home. For a moment, I can't believe my eyes. There's someone on the road which I thought was empty. The person is standing above me as if looking down at me. Oh, Ilya. Berserker no Shisho. Berserker no master. Without realizing, I hold my breath. Ilya's veil. Silver-haired girl smiles and descends the hill without a sound. She passes.
早く呼び出さないと死んじゃうよ、お兄ちゃん。
早く呼び出さないと死んじゃうよ、お兄ちゃん。Uh-oh. She says something very strange. Ilya's veil. Ilya's veil was actually a line of Kiritsugu Emiya at some point, I believe. Like, her mom, like, was working a lot with him. It might have been Emiya Kiritsugu, or no, she might have been one of the big mages working together. One of the big mages families, right? Einsben. Ilya's view upon the Einsben. We've got Einsben, Tosaka, and the Mato families, right? Those are the three big ones. I go up to the hill and reach my house. As the lights are on, Sakura and Fujine must be home already. Now dinner the moment I enter the living room. At the table are Sakura and Fujine in the middle of dinner. Seems the main dish tonight is chicken and cream, and Fujine, who loves white sauce, is in a good mood.
おかえりなさい先輩。お先に失礼していますね。
ただいま。遅くなってごめんな。もうちょっと早く帰ってくればよかったんだけど。
いいです。 ちゃんと間に合いましたから、ちょっと待っててくださいね。すぐ用意しますから。
うん、頼む。手を洗ってくるから、人のおかずを食べないように藤姉を見張っといてくれ。
見張っといてくれ。
はい、きちんと見張っています。
Go to my room. It's a fairly empty room compared to the shed, but since I don't have any hobbies, I think it's quite decorated. Other than random things pretty up here though. Wash my hands, change everything to the living room to find my dinner ready.
いただきます。
いただきます。
はい、お口に合えばいいんですけど。
I like how they translated itadakimasu. Instead of saying thank you for the food, they literally spelled out itadakimasu. Sakura is terribly modest. Cooking skills have vastly improved in the past year. She has me completely beaten at Western style food. I can barely beat her at Japanese food. Neither of us have touched Chinese. Chinese is pretty hard. I'm pleased my pupil is getting better, but it's kind of depressing when the teacher is defeated by the student. It's as good as I expected. Chicken becomes harder the longer you cook it, so it's juicier and tastier if you roast it before cooking, even though it's tedious. It's done perfectly. It's a master skill, forever beyond the clumsy Fujine.
どうでしょうか先輩。今日のはうまくいったと思うんですけど。
文句なし。ホワイトソースも絶妙だ。もう洋物じゃさくらにはかなわないな。
さくらちゃんがご飯作ってくれるようになってからお肉関係が美味しくなった。
With that, Fujine would have been preoccupied with what lifts up her head.
ダメよシロ。学生がこんな洋服に帰ってきちゃいけないんだから。
It seems she's in a bad mood now that she's seen my face, even though she was happy because of dinner.
もうまた誰かの手伝いをしてたんでしょう。それはそれでいいことだけど、こんな時ぐらいは早く帰ってきなさい。最近物騒だぞってホームルームで言ったじゃない。あれ、シロに対して言ったんだからね。
あのさ、わざわざホームルームで言わなくてもうちで言えばいいんじゃないの？
ここで言っても聞かないもの。学校でガツンと言った方がシロには効果的なんだもん。
先生、それは職権乱用というか公私混同だと思います。
You shouldn't mix work and private life, very true.
それぐらいしないとシロはダメなのよ。いつも人の手伝いばっかりして損してるからさ。たまにはまっすぐ帰ってきてのんびりしててもいいじゃない、バカチン。
バカチンとはなんだよ。バカチンとはいいじゃないか。誰かの手伝いをしてそれでその人が助かるんなら損なんかしてないぞ。
キリツグさんに似たのかな。シロがそんなんじゃお姉ちゃん心配だよ。
キリツグさん。I'm looking at how she wears. She's energetically munching down her dinner.
藤村先生、今の話からすると先輩って昔からそうなんですか？
うん、昔からそうなの。なんか困ってる人がいたら自分から手を出しちゃうタイプ。けどおせっかいってわけじゃなくて、シロはね、単におませさんなのだ。
Fujine laughed dangerously.
藤ね、余計なこと言ったら怒るぞ。もうさくらもつまんないこと聞くなよな。
I glare at them. Fujine clicks her tongue and backs down, but
藤村先生、お話を続けてください。
Sakura is taking the lesson seriously.
じゃあ話しちゃおう。これがね、シロは困った人を放っておけない性格なのよ。弱きを助け強きをくじくってやつ。子供の頃の作文なんてね、僕の夢は正義の味方になることですだったんだから。
正義の味方。Talking about things for so long ago, but it's all true, so I don't interrupt. Anyway, becoming a superhero is a goal I must not stray from even now.
わあ、 すごい子供だったんですね、先輩。
正義の味方。
すごかったよ。年上の男の子にいじめられてる女の子がいたら助けに入ってくれたし、桐次さんが武将だったから家事だって一生懸命こなしてたし。
正義の味方。Supporter of justice. Literally. Translated as superhero, but ally of justice or knight in shining armor, hero of justice. 正義の味方 ally of justice.
あの頃は可愛くて純真だったのに、それがどうしてこんなひねくれた子になっちゃったんだろうな。
そりゃ藤姉がいたからだろう。ダメな大人を見てると子供はいろいろ考えるんだよ。悔しかったらちゃんと自分で飯作ってみろ。
Do Nick crumbles. That's my job of hitting me, but
お姉ちゃんは悲しいよ。さくらちゃん、おかわり。
may I ask for a third roll? Okawari. Next thing after dinner is almost 9 o'clock.
さて、何をしたもんか。
There's some time for my evening training. I'll take Sakura home, I'll play Fujine, I'll rest. I'm gonna take Sakura home, like, come on. Like, there's no way I'm like... I have to take Sakura home.
そうだな。夜も遅いし、家まで送って行ってやらないと。
Sakura's in the living room getting ready to go home, having finished the cleaning.
あれ、先輩、お風呂に入ってたんじゃないんですか？
いや、風呂は後回し。さくらを送ってから入る。
送るって私をですか？
なあ、最近物騒だから家まで送る。さくらんち結構遠いだろ。わざわざ来てもらってるんだから、それぐらいはさせてくれ。
Sakura falls into the awkward silence. Did I say something bad?
ごめんなさい。気持ちは嬉しいんですけど、先輩は休んでいてください。家までだったら慣れてますし、一人でも大丈夫ですから。
いや、それはそうだろうけど、最近物騒だろ。しばらくは家まで送っていくよ。
でも、兄さんに見つかると、先輩にまで迷惑がかかります。
Uh-oh. Sakura's brother TD doesn't approve of Sakura coming to my place. Can't text too strongly because she says she's going to Fujine's house, but it could be a problem if I take her home. I don't care about getting falsely accused myself, but it's not good if Shinji takes it out on Sakura.
けど、途中までならいいだろう。交差点あたりまでなら、シンジと会うこともないし。
Sakura is silent. Considering Sakura, she must not be able to lie to Shinji if I take her home, even part of the way.
なあ、それじゃあ、
私が送っていこっか。
Tiger Stripe English teacher appears.
ダメだよ。そんなの本末転倒じゃないか。女の子が夜出歩くから危ないっていうのに、さらに女の子を増やして。
Nope, it's a mistake to call Fujine a girl. For starters, she doesn't have the archery craft or nothing. Her Dan Kendo skills are dangerous in many ways.
藤姉なら大丈夫か。痴漢が出ても撃退できるだろうし。
できるよ。だからさくらちゃんを送っていくのも問題なし。それでいい？さくらちゃん。
はい、藤村先生がよろしいのでしたら。
決まりだね。それじゃあ行こっか。私も今日はそろそろ帰ろうかなって思ってたんだ。
Yeah, these two don't even live here. Fujine starts to walk out taking Sakura's hand.
ちょっと待ったさくら。
何ですか先輩。
晩飯うまかったよ。いつもありがとな。
ご迷惑でなかったら次も頑張りますね先輩。
I know I'm blushing. Troublesome, but Sakura surprises me a lot these days. Time flies. She was just a junior before. Now she's a female junior to me. Wait, what? Question mark. How pitiful of me. Sakura's like family me, so I can't accept this change. Now I time to summon. So the day ends. Just before midnight, Emiya Shiro must carry out his daily routine of using magic. Stretch out and adjust my breathing. Try to empty my mind and ignore everything around me and pay attention to only what is inside me.
トレス。
Tore's on! To hypnotize I remember the spell I'm long accustomed to. No, I really am hypnotizing myself. I have no magic crest and no knowledge of magic. A spell is only a change to myself. Normally there are no lines in the human body to allow the passage of magical energy. To artificially change my body to create such a line, I need enough concentration to unify my whole body and every nerve within it. Magic is a battle with yourself. For instance, at this very moment I am inserting a burning steel rod into my backbone. This metal rod is the only magic circuit I can prepare for myself. When I insert it deep into my body and I connect it with the other node, I can finally become a magus. This is not a metaphor. What? In reality, something like a burning tongue which cannot be seen or felt is being inserted in my back.
僕は魔法使いなんだ。
Emiya Kiritsugu, the man who said so, was really a magus. A living magus who performed many marvels and has touched the very structure of the world. As a young child, I admired him and asked him to teach me magic. But you cannot become a magus just through effort. It requires born talent and appropriate knowledge. And of course, I have no talent, and Kiritsugu taught me nothing of magic. It is something about me having no need of such knowledge. I still don't know what he meant by that. But still, it didn't matter to me back then. I thought that if I could use magic, I could be like him. But I was not born with talent. No strength of magic circuit, no accumulated works of magic handed down for generations. The work of magic Kiritsugu possessed, the magic crest passed down from the Emiya family can only be passed on to a blood relation. The magic crest forces rejection on one with no blood relation. So as another son, I could not receive the Emiya family's magic crest. Well, anyways, as I don't even know what a magic crest is, it doesn't matter if I have one or not. So now all that comes down to the training is what I can do. If I want to be a magus, I have to learn magic to fit my nature. To be blunt, magic is a way to release one's magical energy. Yo, hey, welcome in, Brushi. How are you doing? You could say that magical energy is my life force. It is divided into two forms: a large source, mana, floating around the world, and a small source, odd. 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 Created within oneself. Odd is an archaic euphemism for God? Wait, what? What is odd? How does odd work? It's interesting. Mana floating around the world and an odd created inside oneself. Very odd indeed. Okashine. It goes without saying that the large source is superior to the small one. Power of mana is on a completely different level from odd. Whatever the form of the magic, a spell must using the large source far exceeds one using only one's own power. That is why superior magi excel at drawing magical energy from the world. It's like a filter. A magus turns his body into a filter, sucks the mana from the world around him and changes it into something he can use. This filter is what we call a magic circuit. This is the talent one is born with, and the number of magic circuits within you is determined the moment you are born. Normally, human beings do not have many magic circuits. To begin with, there are always very few. That's why the magi pile them up generation after generation, making the children more suitable to use magic. I hear some families go too far and increase the number of magic circuits by selective breeding. Eugenics! Well, since I was raised in the normal family, I don't have any magic circuits. So that leaves only one method open to me. According to Kiritsugu, every person has at least one form of magic if they are fit for it. He said something about drawing out magical energy appropriate to their origin, but I didn't really understand. All I know for sure is that even I have some magic I can use, and if I train the magic, I may be able to become like Kiritsugu. That's why I learned only that magic. That was 8 years ago. 8年前. After a lot of thought, Kiritsugu finally accepted me as a student.
いいかいしろ。魔術を習うということは、常識からかけ離れるということだ。死ぬときは死に、殺すときは殺す。
死ぬ時は死に、殺す時は殺す。
僕たちの本質は生ではなく死だからね。魔術とは自らを滅ぼす道に他ならない。
自らの滅ぼす道。Kirisuko was always very interesting because he in Fate Zero, like all of his methods were basically like non-magical. I guess I had no fear as a child. Kirisuko smiled bitterly, putting his hand on the nodding Emiyashiro.
君に教えるのはそういった争いを呼ぶ類のものだ。だから人前で使ってはいけないし、難しいものだから鍛錬を怠ってもいけない。でもまあそれは破ったって構わない。一番大事なことはね、魔術は自分のためじゃなくて他人のためだけに使うということだよ。そうすればシローは魔術使いではあるけど魔術師ではなくなるからね。
魔術使い、魔術師。He makes a very like distinction here: magic user versus magus. Majutsukai and Majutsushi. Basically, it's like you may be able to use magic, but you'll never be like a professional, essentially. I guess Kirisuko didn't want me to become a magus. I don't care about that. I don't admire the mages, I admire Kirisuko. If I can become like Kirisuko and be there for someone like one on that red day, that will be... I'm thinking needlessly. I feel the iron rod in my backbone slide into place. Yeah. If I lose control of my breathing now, it will be a fatal mistake. The artificial magic trigger will eat away my body and destroy it. If that happens, I'll die. I'll only be an amateur failing such an elementary step. I grind my teeth and resume the connection. After a battle like walking on needles, the iron rod finally arrives deep in me and fuses with my body. This process took me about an hour. Oh my gosh. After much time, I'm finally able to make one artificial circuit. One circuit that produces magical energy. Or what he must do to mimic a fraction of my power. After that, it became a process of natural flowing magical energy. Emiyashiro is no magus. He's only a magic user who can create magical energy within his body and channel it into objects. There's only one magic possible, which is reinforcement. Strengthening objects. This is the magic of strengthening that reinforces the object's abilities by understanding the object's structure and channeling magical energy into it. Henko. Before me is a metal pipe. I will channel magical energy into it, perform the simplest magic and reinforce its durability. Basically, channeling your magical energy into something other than yourself is like pouring poison into that object. It's just as the blood of Emiyashiro is not the blood of the metal pipe. Pumping different blood only accelerates its breakdown. It certainly wouldn't strengthen it. To prevent that, to turn the poison into a tonic, one must completely understand the structure of the target and channel the magical energy into small open spaces. Must be easy for a skilled mage, but for me you cannot even create sufficient magical energy as hard as hitting a target hundreds of meters away. The usual target in archery is 28 meters away. How much harder it is many times the distance goes without saying. The heat in my body quickly escapes. Burning pillar in my backbone disappears and the lungs stretch to the limit. Demand air. Panting. I arc my back to hold up the days, almost making me pass out. There's no change in the metal pipe. It seems that the magical energy I poured into it has evaporated into the air. The thing I'm detecting is like adding something to an already complete work of art. Adding to a complete object risks making it less perfect. Adding unnecessary things will actually decrease the value. That's why the magic of strengthening is simple yet difficult, and only a few magi use it willingly. It's not like I use it willingly either, but it can't be helped as this is the only thing I'm good at. It would be much easier if I could just form something out of clay and use it instead, but a substitute in appearance doesn't have the internal structure to match. The junk around here is a good example. When I fail with strengthening magic, I make some substitute objects to practice and to calm down, but they all end up with nothing inside. I can visualize something structured easily, so I can make the outside look like the original, but it's empty inside and of course doesn't do anything. I wipe the sweat off my brow. Now that I think about it, I realize my whole body is sweating like I've been drenched with a bucket of water. But I'm lucky it just ended like this. That was really bad. If I had taken a second longer to recover myself, I probably would have destroyed most of my body.
死にかけた分上達するならまだ見込みがあるんだけどな。
Improve everything with maybe some hope. It's not even that easy, but it is true that you won't improve your magic if you're scared of death. Not only studying magic, death is always right beside you. Even a simple magic repeated every day can go off with a simple mistake, taking the caster's life.
魔術師にとって一番初めの覚悟とは死を容認することだ。
死を容認することだ。Kirisugo said so sadly. Maybe he meant that he didn't want me to take such a step.
誰かを助けるということは誰かを助けないということ。正義の味方っていうのはとんでもないエゴイストなんだか。
とんでもないエゴイスト。Kirisugo said that to me when I told him I wanted to be just like him. I still don't know what he meant. Saving someone means not saving someone else exactly. But Emiya Shiro has become a superhero without saving people just like Emiya Kirisugo.
その割にこんな処方がうまくいかないんだもんな。なんでいざって時に雑念が入るんだ。バカ。
Baka. I don't really like how they translate Seigi no Mikata as a superhero. It's kind of different, but like you should use like ally of justice or hero of justice. Not enough to understand the structure of an object with mere vision. A skilled mage only detects what's important and channels magical energy without waste. My dream is to become a Seigi no Mikata. I remember what Fujine said during dinner. I don't think it's embarrassing nor impossible. It's already determined Emiya Shiro will succeed Emiya Kiritsugu. And so even though I'm experienced, I've done everything I can. I don't know what kind of a person a Seigi no Mikata should be, so I can only approach it by helping others within the limits of my abilities. I've aimed straight for that goal for the past 5 years, but when things just go wrong like this, I do have doubts.
点でわからないよ、親父。
全然わからないよ、親父。
一体さ、何をすれば正義の味方になれるんだ。
何をすれば正義の味方になれるんだ。I look up at the sky through the window. It's not like I can just randomly do good deeds. I think being a superhero is different from just helping others. I know that, but the question is, how can I become one? The difference between the two is the thing I failed to understand for the past 5 years. Chapter 2 1 day 2. Wait. Save? Should I just like override it? No, I should probably save here. Save. First playthrough. David, you're the only one on this game right now. Lou, really? I guess Twitch does show you like who's streaming what games, but yeah, I guess who else is gonna be playing this game right now? If there's anyone playing this game, it probably has to be Saber. My awakening is dark. Perhaps I just don't dream much, but unless something really special happens, I always seem to have the same dream. What I imagine are swords. I don't know why it is, but this is the only thing that comes into my mind. There's no meaning or reason to it. It may just be one of the aspects making up Emiya Shiro. Sword best weapon. Although it says 1.4k viewers at the same time. Oh really? There are no dreams to dream. The only things I recall from sleep are things I was taught a long time ago. For example, about Magi. Even if I was an amateur, even if I'm a magus, it's only natural for me to understand the kind of world I live in. Frankly speaking, a mage is an exception who deviates from modern society, but even exceptions must band together to survive. Father told me the group of Magi is called the Magic Association. He also said that I shouldn't associate with them. Should not associate with the association. The Magic Association hides magic and organizes Magi. They basically keep watch to see that Magi do not affect society and magic, but the strange part is that they do not prohibit misuse of magic. According to Kiritsuka, the Magic Association is only interested in the concealment of magic. Even if Mages carries out research at the expense of the lives of many ordinary people, the Magic Association will not punish him. The priority is that magic should not become public, so they do not ban magic. So they're crazy people who think you can do anything as long as you don't get caught. Anyway, surveillance of Magic Association is thorough. Most magical research would cost the lives of ordinary people, and as a result, existence of magic would become public. So the association does not allow research that would harm society. So Magi stay at home and research quietly while the normal world carries on unmolested. Hence, Magi only try to hide themselves to escape the association. So perhaps I just don't know it, and the Magus lives in this town. I hear Fuyuki City is a spiritually excellent area. Such an area always has a distinguished Magus with a history. They are called the second owner, and the elite and the association entrusts the area to them. Magi who live in the area must visit them and obtain their permission to construct a workshop. Looking at it that way, we're thieves living here without permission of the landlord. Father was an outlaw who cut his ties to the association and moved here without consent of the administrator of Fuyuki. The owner doesn't know that Emiya Kiritsugo was a Magus, and Kiritsugo didn't know who the owner was. With reasoning like that, I think our person is ambiguous. Father of the real Magus has passed away, and I, his son, and people don't know the Magic Association have not the skill to become a Magus. From the association point of view, they would want to catch an amateur like me doing things, but I've seen no movement yet. No, I've heard that Japan is relatively hidden from the eyes of association, so I think I've not been found out. That doesn't mean I can't let my guard down. People say that the eyes of the association are everywhere. On top of that, if you commit a crime of magic, the heretic hunters of the church will come after you. That just means that whatever you use magic for a lack of care will create enemies. I am your tutor, just have to study independently, taking that into account. Nice blurb about Magic Association. Alright, is it time for me to summon Saber? Come on. I wake up to see the sun shining into the window. The sun may have risen as it's still a bit dark outside.
さすがに朝は辛いな。
辛いな. I get up, try not to be defeated by the morning chill, and quickly pull out my futon. Let's go, futons! It's 5:30. One of my strengths is waking up at this time. No matter how late I go to sleep, I do sometimes make mistakes and wake up late like yesterday, but usually I wake up early. Same.
それじゃ、朝飯と。
Asameshito. Since I let Sakura do all the work yesterday, I have to return the favor this morning. I should finish preparing before Sakura arrives. Sakura is not going to come today for some reason. In before Sakura doesn't come today. Sakura arrives and make some miso soup. It was radish and carrot yesterday, so I make onion and potato miso soup today. Ooh. I also make casual broth egg and broth boil and I'm done. Cut and salt the sari and stop just before cooking it.
よし、こんなんでいいか。
Almost 6 o'clock. I finished earlier than expected, so I have some extra time. So what should I do?
そうだな。これだけ時間があれば一汗流せるか。
Morning exercises are my daily routine, so I'll go stretch my body a bit. Onion and potato miso sounds so good right now. Yeah. The empty dojo is quiet enough to brace myself. In the morning, when the sun has just risen, the silence has a holy feel to it that fascinates those who come here.
さて。
Up there. There's only one thing to do now that I'm here. Swing my sword. This place has become a gym to train my body. Even the mages cannot neglect to train their body. I know you're not a fan of it. I'm not a fan of miso, but onion and potato sounds good. One of the requirements for mages is the excellent physical abilities. While Kirisuko was alive, he had many matches here. Well, it's pretty much him beating me, so I didn't learn anything about how to win a fight. But I think I learned the difference between a fight and a battle. In other words, I was taught the difference between killing your opponent and beating your opponent. Knowledge and experience are different. Unless I know in advance, it's hard to tell whether I'm involved in a fight or a murder. It's a simple story. As long as you learn magic, you might destroy yourself, and times will come when you have to fight. For a magi, a fight means killing each other. And I think what Kirisuko wanted to teach me was prepare my mind for the prospect of death. But it's been a while since my teacher passed away. On my own, all I can do are simple exercises that anyone could do.
じゃあま、本格的にやっておくか。
After warming up by stretching, I start my exercises, keeping my attention inside my body. I comprehend the flow of the magic circuit, the friction in my bones, the distortion in my mind during fatigue, all while I'm training.
120、150、170。
Wow, bro is like counting 30 reps at a time. Skipping a lot here. Even a simple push-up can be training for the magic circuit if I put on mental shackles instead of metal weights. As I don't have a teacher, exercise like that of the class morning practice is an important part of training. 170.
おはようございます先輩。今朝はもう済んでしまいましたか？
ねえ、朝食の支度なら済んでる。 あとは食器の支度と魚に火を通すだけ。
それならお手伝いします。食器の支度は任せてください。
Sakura is cheerful, and behind that admirable junior.
この匂いはシローの卵焼きね。そっか、今朝はシローの朝ごはんなんだ。
Tamagoyaki! Sounds good, actually. Tamagoyaki!
まあ、あれは放っておいて。
The goat? Yes, the goat. Tamagoyaki. It's the true goat. First, I have to cook the fish I prepared.
さくら、皿は真ん中のやつ使ってくれ。その方がうまく見えるから。
この表面がブツブツのですか？
そう、それ。焼き物は皿にも気を配らないと手抜かりになるからな。で、大根はもう吸ってあるから。
Sakura takes out a dish from the back. I think I saw a faint bruise on her wrist when she leaned forward. Oh, not again. Shinji no yatsu.
さくら、ちょっと待った。
Sakura, ちょっと待った。
何ですか先輩？
何ですか先輩？
その手首のあざ、なんだ？
He looks away awkwardly. And that tells me who caused that bruise.
またシンジか。あいつ、妹に手をあげるなんて何考えてやがる。
違います先輩。これは転んでぶつけちゃったんです。ほら、私鈍いでしょ。
Don't lie to me, Sakura. 嘘
だからよく転んで怪我ばっかりしてるんです。
Don't lie to me, Sakura.
バカ、転んだぐらいでそんなあざがつくか。信じたやつ、どうやらまだ殴られ足りないみたいだな。
ダメです先輩。これ本当に兄さんは関係ないんです。私が一人で怪我をしただけなんですから、先輩に怒ってもらう資格なんてありません。
Thoughts. Sakura falls silent. Sakura looks calm, but she's pretty obstinate. It's useless to say anything to her now.
わかった。さくらがそう言うんならそういうことにしておく。
はい、ごめんなさい先輩。
You don't have to say sorry, Sakura. It's not your fault.
だからどうしてそこでさくらが謝るんだ。悪いのはシンジだろ
Thoughts. At the mention of Shiji's name, Sakura looks away awkwardly. She does not deny it. In other words, he is the cause of that bruise. Mato Shinji has a bad habit of being hard on his sister Sakura. First noticed about a year ago. Sakura was injured sometimes. She just evaded my question when I asked about it. Shinji is the worst. When I asked Shinji about it, Walton, he said he was the one who hit Sakura. He doesn't even try hiding it. What the fuck? Why is it always domestic? It's just Shinji, guys. Asking why he hit her, he said he just hit her because he felt like it. It's a piece of POS. After I got pissed and did to Shinji what he did to Sakura, since then been estranged. I still don't regret punching him, but I think it's my fault that Sakura is being treated worse.
先輩、兄さんとは仲直りしてくれましたか？
う。したよ。別に初めから喧嘩なんてしてないから仲直りも何もないけどな。
先輩にとってはそうでしょうけど、兄さんにとっては喧嘩をしたことになるんです。だから気をつけてください。
So Shinji thinks that they've gotten into a fight, but I don't even think we got into a fight because like Shinji is just weak. He got punched and like he got destroyed. And so he thought like, oh my gosh, we were like on that turn, but I'm like, there wasn't even a fight. Like it was over even before it started. Lul. Sakura says strange things sometimes.
気をつけろってシンジが？
はい、
Sigma?
兄さん
I think
先輩を目の敵にしてるって聞きました。先輩が退部するようになったのも兄さんのせいだって。
それは違う。部活を辞めたのはシンジとは関係ない。いや、 そりゃ多少はあったかもしれないけど、そんなのはさくらが気に病むことじゃないぞ。確かにシンジの言う通りちょっと見苦しいからな、これは。
I point at my right shoulder. There's a scar there. It happened a year and a half ago. Shipment collapsed on me during what I hurt my right shoulder. I got out just a broken bone. The shipment was a hazardous one. I got a burn on my skin. After the accident, I quit the archery club. The archery club maximized this. Emphasized formalities. They don't shoot formally even as students. The men expose their right shoulder when they shoot. Can you comment that it might be indecent for someone shooting formally that was scar on their shoulder? Since I was busy at work, I quit the archery club right then. Oh,
先輩
that's so weird.
しつこいようですけど本当にもう弓は引かないんですか？藤村先生も怪我なんて支障はないって言ってるのに。
I feel like scar would just make you look cooler, right?
何を平和な。藤姉は全身骨折しようが支障ないっていうやつだぞ、さくら。
先輩、私真面目な話をしているんです。
When Sakura makes its face, I'm like, oh, okay, fine. I should answer seriously too, but I can't give her the answer she wants.
当分は部活をしている余裕はないよ。弓は好きだけど優先するべきことじゃないし、しばらくは間を取ろうと思う。
So weird because like everybody's trying to hide like being mages from each other, but both of them are like technically like have a mage lineage.
しばらくってどのくらいですか？
気が向いた頃かな。まあさくらが卒業するぐらいまでにはなんとか。その時はよろしくな、さくら。
I pat Sakura's shoulder. Pats. He doesn't know her lineage. Yeah, none of it. It's so funny because like everyone all has like these secret lineages and they don't even know like who the other mages are. Everyone wants to be secret.
私その時をお待ちしています。
And she not so powerfully that it seems like she might drop the place she's holding. It's almost 7:30. I guess Tosaka and Sakura know. Osaka will know like the Mato family for sure, and Tosaka should also know Einsbären. Even though I'm not sure like if the Einsbären, if like she knows specifically what Ilias feel. But just from like family history, like because the three families like used to work together, I think at some point, so like they should probably like she should have some history knowing the three biggest mages. I'm not entirely sure if she knows about Ryudo, the Ryudo temple lineage, or Emiya's lineage, though. The Emiya lineage. Unless like her father told her about like how like what happened with Emiya Kiritsugu. It's hard to tell actually. From Tosaka's perspective, it doesn't sound like she knows about Shiro's past, so that part might have been mostly hidden. And Kiritsugu just wasn't very like vocal, it wasn't very open about the fact that he was a magus either. Sakura and Fujine have already left for their morning club practice. I went to school early yesterday because Issei wanted me to, but I leave at my house at the usual time today. I ran into an unusual when I reached the intersection. Oh, what is this alarm? Several police cars are parked outside the house. That's not a police siren, isn't that? Like, that's like a fire truck siren, right? Something must have happened as it's noisy and lots of people are surrounding the area. War creatures, a nuclear siren? Yeah, kind of. Or like an air raid siren, something like that. I cannot tell what's going on with all the people surrounding it. I have no time, so I should prioritize school. I reached school 10 minutes before the bell. I entered the main gate as usual.
おはようエミヤ。
Want a familiar female student. This is Fujimura? This is Fujimura, right?
なんだ、まだ着替えてない
Sorry,
の
this is
か。
Mitsuzuri.
も
Mitsuzuri.
うすぐホームルームだぞ。俺に挨拶なんかしてる場合じゃないだろ
Fujimura senpai is the tiger mom that he has. Mitsuzuri senpai is Tosaka's friend in the archery club. Mitsuzuri the head of the archery club, or is Shinji the head of the archery club? I don't remember. Because Shinji keeps referring to himself as the head, but isn't Mitsuzuri the one like sort of like running it? Fuji ne.
いやごもっとも相変わらず釣れない野郎だねエミヤは。
I would say Mitsuzuri doesn't really appear in the anime much, right? So I wonder if she has a bigger role here. She looks as if she's something that's really funny. Mitsuzuri Ayako. She's my classmate in first year and she's now the captain of the archery club. Okay, so she's the captain. Shinji is just like pretending he's the captain or something. She's very insightful and everyone expected her to become captain since her first year. But in other words, her mental age is older than her real age. So she's way more the older sister that anyone can count on since she was the first year. It's way more fleshed out. But she gets mad when people say that according to her she's not that old.
ああ今あんたよからぬ感想を漏らさなかったかもし。
う。そんなものは漏らさない。あくまで客観的な事実を連想しただけだ。それで気を悪くするのは三釣りの勝手だが。
お言うじゃん。いいね。正直に答えるくせに何をどう考えてたかは口にしないんだもの。エミヤ、シンジと違って隙がないな。
シンジ？なんでそこにシンジが出てくるんだ？
なんでも何もあんたとシンジって友人じゃない。
友人？友人とは言えよくないだろう。
シンジの男友達ってあんただけでしょ。それにお忘れでしょうが、私これでも弓道部の首相なの。うちの問題児とやめちまった問題児をくっつけるのは自然な流れだと思わない？
まあ確かに自然だ。弓道部ってのは関係ないけど、俺とあいつは腐れ縁だからな。
Unsavory and inseparable relationship.
あ、カチンときた。あんたね、弓道部の話になると急に冷たくなるでしょ。いいご身分よね。シンジをほっぽっといて自分はさっさと退場しちゃうんだから。後に残された私とかさくらの気持ちとか少しは考えてくれてもいいんじゃない？
そうだよ。
シンジのやつまたなんかやったのか？
あいつが何もやらない日なんてないけどま、それにしても昨日のはちょっとやりすぎか。
ちょっとやりすぎか。
1年の男子が1人辞めたぐらいだから。
やめたくらいだから。Mitsuzuri sighs seriously. It's very important to make a face like this, but even more than that, I can't ignore what she just said.
なんだよそれ。部員が辞めたってなんで？
シンジのやつが八つ当たりしたのよ。わざわざ女子を集めてね、夢を持ったばかりの子にシャをさせて的中するまで笑い物にしたとか。
はあ？お前そんな馬鹿げたことを見過ごしてたってのか？
見過ごすか？けどさ、首相ってのはいろいろと忙しいんだ。いつも道場にいるわけじゃないってエミヤだって知ってるでしょ？
それはそうだが、にしても何考えてんだシンジのやつ。必要以上に厳しく教えることはあっても素人を見せ物にするようなやつじゃないだろう。
呆れた。エミヤっては本当にあれだ。
あれってなんだ？今お前よからぬ感想を漏らさなかったか？
あら、私はあくまで客観的な事実を連想しただけさ。それで気を悪くするのはエミヤの勝手だね。
このついさっき聞いたような返答をしやがって。いいよ、それよりシンジはどうしたんだよ。なんだってそんな真似をしたんだ。
聞いた話じゃ遠坂にこっぴどく振られたとかなんとか。
Oh, this is when we met Shinji and like basically pulled him off. And then he like stormed off, and then like this is the kind of people that like I really can't stand. Like just because like something bad happens to you, then you have to like take it out on someone else. It just shows that like you're the kind of person who can't like handle your own emotions, and like you have to like take it out on like the circumstances around you or on other people in order to deal with your own emotions. This is just like completely like stupid. Like it just shows how immature Shinji is basically.
遠坂ってあの遠坂か？
うちの学校にあれ以外の遠坂なんていないでしょ。2年 A 組の優等生ミスパーフェクトこと遠坂凛よ。
ミスパーフェクト遠坂凛。You said it right, Mitsuzuri-san. You said it right.
いや、そんなあだ名は初めて聞いたけど。
ほら、初めて聞いたけど。First time I heard the nickname, but I would probably agree with it. Miss Perfecto. Or Tosaka and Paul, I can't even understand even Shinji getting turned down, and most of all, if it was Tosaka, I can see her refusing him mercilessly.
ともかく、シンジのやつは昨日からずっとその調子よ。
Because Shinji's supposed to be like a lot of the girls like him or something, right? And then that's why he has like this big ego or something. But Tosaka sees right through that.
おかげで私もこんな時間まで道場で目を光らせてたってわけ。
シンジのやつ、変にこらえが効かない時があるからな。三辻、大変だろうけど頑張ってくれ。
頑張ってくれ、三辻。
はいはい。けどね、シンジって懲りないでしょ。また遠坂に声をかけて振られた日には、今度こそ遠坂本人に何かしそうでさ。
いや、いくら信じても振られた相手には近寄らないだろう。あいつそのあたりはちゃんとしてるぞ。
Yeah, at least you know that. Like, if someone has already turned you down, don't try for it again. Like, just take it as a man and move on. Like, if people like reject you, like that just means that they don't deserve you. So just like, you know, just let it go. Just let it go.
けど相手が近寄ってくるんだからしょうがないじゃない。遠坂さ、なんか知らないけどうちの道場をよく見学に来るのよ。エミヤは辞めちゃったから知らないだろうけどね。
Question. This first I've heard of it. Tosaka-rin doesn't do any club activities for personal reasons. I thought she went straight home since she even turned down the recommendation to join the student council.
たまにはそれもいいか。あいつもお高く泊まってるし、一度ぐらいは痛い目に遭うのもいいかもね。お気の毒様っていうか、ご愁傷様っていうか。
愁傷様。Mitsuzuri says some dangerous things. ご愁傷様。It might be cool for her to have a hard time for us. How to think of it, I heard that Tosaka has many enemies. Can Mitsuzuri be one of them?
おい、三辻。いくらなんでもそれは。
Believe that they were rivals. Ish.
あ、そろそろ時間だ。じゃあね、エミヤ。今度私の弓の調子見に来てよ。
You know, for all the talk about the archery club, there's not a lot of there's not a lot of archer fighting. Yeah, we'll see. There's so much archery club, but not a lot of shooting of arrows. Too bad archer isn't really an archer class. Friends rivals is a trope, yeah. The friend rival trope.
相変わらずだな、あいつ。
相変わらずだな、あいつ。But I like that part of her. Getting confident now I head for the classroom. Wait, we need an ending with like us getting together with like Mitsuzuri. That could be pretty cool actually. Mitsuzuri should be an ending. I feel like out of all the people at Mitsuzuri, it's also like one of the decent folks. It's lunchtime. Our school has a splendid cafeteria and most students eat there. There are some old-fashioned students who bring their own lunches. Two of them happen to be me and the student council president in front of me.
エミヤ、その唐揚げを一つくれないか。俺の弁当には圧倒的に肉分が不足している。
Mia lives a normal life, yep. I mean, compared to a lot of other, like, folks, it is a pretty normal life, to be honest. Like, compared with, like, any of the other people that he actually interacts with, like, his life is actually pretty normal. Not gonna lie. Could you give me some of the fried chicken? No! I'm not giving my fried chicken, it's all mine. What?
うんいいけどなんだってお前の弁当ってそう質素なんだ一世いくら寺だからって酒も肉も取らないなんて教えがあるわけでもないだろ
何を時代錯誤なことを。これは単に親父殿の趣味だ。小坊主に食わす贅沢はない。悔しいのなら己で何とかせよなどという。いっそ今からでも天祖になるか。俺も考えどころだ。
ああのじいさんなら確かに
I mean, it's kind of true, right? Like, if you are, like, gonna become, like, a priest or a monk, you need to be able to learn to be happy with the simple simplicities of life without any, like, luxury. That's kind of like the Buddhist way or something. Like, you need to be, like, devoid of desires, basically. Issei's father is a priest of the Ryudo temple, and the boat guy was old friends with the old man at Fujine's place. Can't expect a normal personality when he's friends with a guy like that.
それはじゃあいつか恩返しを期待して一つ
Ongaishi Dotsu. And then my lunchbox.
いやいや、ありがたく。これも托発の修行なり。
Issei Paus, dude, this guy's also pretty funny. How can I put this? I never know what to say when things like this remind me that he's the son of a priest.
ああ、そういえばエミヤ、朝方2丁目の方で騒ぎがあったのを知っているか。ちょうどエミヤと別れるあたりの交差点だが。
I don't want to be a priest if I get no fried chicken. True. If there's anything I can't give up, I can't give up my chicken. Furaido
交
chicken.
差点
No kosaten. It must mean the clamor of all the police cars, yeah. The police car thing didn't happen, right? When we were with looking at it from Tosaka's point of view, right? I don't think there were police cars unless I don't think Tosaka prologue scene was involved with the police car, so this is something new, I think.
なんでもな、殺人があったそうだ。詳細は知らないが、一家4人中助かったのは子供だけらしい。両親と姉は刺殺されたというが、その凶器が包丁やナイフではなく、長物だというのが普通じゃない。
Nagamono? Huh. Wait, was Lancer just randomly killing people? That doesn't make sense though. Forgot who was Lancer's master. Was Lancer's master who was Lancer's master? Was it Kotomine Kire? Right? A long weapon. He must mean something like a sword. It was the shady priest and Ryudo. I could be Ryudo, but long weapon though. Ah, wait, yeah, because Ryudo, I forgot who eats mapo tofu. it could be a sword, right? Because long weapon, I'm thinking Lancer, but it could also have been Assassin because I do recall like in Fate's Day, the Ryudo master, I forgot his name, but I think it's his dad, right? Ryudo, I forgot the dad's name, but the Ryudo master summons Kasta, and Kasta summons Assassin, and Assassin in this version uses like a katana. So Assassin wouldn't use a long blade. Traditionally they'll use knives. Yeah, but the Assassin in Fate's Stay, because it's a fake Assassin, is actually like a samurai. I don't know why they do that. Yeah. So it could be that relation. So we'll see. It was a murder. So not even a sister and the parents were killed. I picture it. Someone barging in during the night, unjust violence, a one-sided pillage like an accident, slash parent, sister killed without even knowing what's going on, to decide they child covered in blood.
一世 それ犯人は捕まったのか？
犯人を捕
捕まってはいないようだな。信徒の方では欠陥工事による事故。こちらでは辻切りめいた殺人事件だ。学校の門限が早まるのも当然。どうしたエミヤ？喉に飯でも詰まったか？
別に。何もないけど、なんだよ、いきなり。
なんだろう、いきなり。
いや、エミヤが厳しい顔をしていたのでな。少し驚いた。すまん。食事時の話ではなかったな。
Easy try to soften the apology. Why did you bring this up? You say we were having lunch here and you brought up murders and like gas leaks and people die and I was finding the topic, but really I was making such a nasty face. And then there's a quiet knock at the door.
失礼。竜道はいるか？
竜道はいるか？
ああ、はい。何ですか、先生。
Issei addresses Kuzuki, who just entered. Answer is Kirei's servant, yeah, because he cheated and like he's not supposed to be participating, but apparently he participated. Must be a simple talk about the student council, as Issei seems pretty relaxed. It's not something you see every day. Despite his appearance, Issei is very shy. The guy who draws line against his classmate, even his teachers is letting his guard down to Kuzuki.
真面目なとこで気が合うのかも。
Maybe they get along because they're so serious. Is the Kuzuki guy also part of this? I don't remember like Soichiro Kuzuki. I feel like he's like a monk type character that like punches people for some reason. Kuzuki Soichiro, teacher in class or class 2A, is serious and stubborn. Probably that aspect helping get along with Issei, who prizes order and discipline. The two continue to talk. Kuzuki is Kasta's master? Is it? Oh, okay, Kuzuki might be Kasta's master. Is he? Is he though? I don't remember. I don't know his relationship with like the Ryudo temple though. I just remember that Kasta set up her base at the Ryudo temple, but I don't remember if the master was actually related to the Ryudo temple or was just using it as a base. All the while, I can't get the story of the murder out of my head. Of course you can, it's a murder. The heck? I would be shocked. Like, school would just be cancelled, right? Like, if there was a murder in the city. Kasta is Assassin's master, yeah. There was no, like, true assassin in Fate Stay. The assassin in, like, Fate Zero was a lot cooler. Classes end and it's time to go home. Cannot go anywhere as I work today. I should leave school and go straight to the neighboring town, but I have to be here for plot reasons. Still worried about conversation I had this morning. I made my way to the archery club before I knew it.
もう何やってんだ俺。
何やってんだ俺. According to Mitsuzuri, Tosaka Rin comes here often. Well, I really don't care about that, but I know that Shinji is getting angry at her is going to be a problem.
シンジのやつ、カッとなると止まらないからな。
It's bad if Shinji gets violent just because she turned him down. I don't know why it's bad. It's just bad. It just makes me feel bad thinking about it, so to stop it from happening.
なんだ、遠坂いないじゃないか。
Tosaka isn't around. Mitsuzuri's worries were needless.
へえ、誰がいないって？
誰がいないって。
だから誰がいないって？
Hey, Issei, what are you doing here?
お前か一世。あんまり驚かすなよな。
いや、エミヤが挙動不審げに道場を眺めていたからつい。で、誰がいないって？
誰って遠坂だよ。なんでも昨日シンジと一悶着あったらしいんだ。それで一応様子を見に来ただけだ。
ほうほう、挙動不審だな。聞かれてもいないのに理由まで話すなど。 俺は誰がいないかと聞いただけなのだが。
なんだよ、別にいいだろ。俺が何しようが俺の勝手だ。
うん、それはしかり。だが無駄だぞエミヤ。遠坂はここにはいない。なぜならあいつは今日ずる休みだ。
ずる休みだ。
何？
何？ So she was absent today?
そうか、欠席か。待て伊勢、なんで遠坂がずる休みなんだよ。あいつがそんなのするわけないだろ
う。するとも、あいつが風邪などひくものか。俺が見たところあいつは悪いやつだ。外見に騙されるとパクッと食われるぞエミヤ。
You let her look deceive you. Oh, Issa's words annoy me. It's true that I don't know her, but I can't imagine that she's a bad person. Yep, she looks so pretty and cute. She can't be a bad person. 悪い人じゃないよ。
言い過ぎだぞ、一世。遠坂はそんなやつじゃないだろ
う。そんなやつじゃないよ。じゃないだよ。
なんだ。
Nah, she crazy.
エミヤも遠坂狙いなのか。ああ、それはすまない。今のは流してくれ。
流してくれ。After 遠坂 who said anything like that? ふざけるな。
勝手に決めつけるな。俺はただシンジが揉め事を起こしたら大変だから。
シンジが遠坂に殴りかかろうとしたら止めるためか。またそんな役回りをするな。別に俺は気にしないが、割と趣味が悪いのだな、エミヤは。
割と趣味。Still best go through.
してないから損じゃない。けど伊勢、お前今変なこと言わなかった？
ん？遠坂狙いは趣味が悪いってことかい？
趣味が悪い。
遠坂は人気あるじゃないか。俺もあいつの悪い噂は聞かないぞ。
悪い噂は聞かないぞ。
ああ、聞かないね。それがまた気に食わない。
それが気に食わない。
気に食わないって、どの辺がだよ。
だから全部だよ。あれは女狐だ。女性だ。妖怪だ。とにかく生理的に気に食わない。悪いことは言わないから、エミヤも気に入らないようにしろ。
Why is he blushing? Just don't like her opinion. That's like he got rejected too. You should try to hate her too.
いいっせ。人の陰口は良くないってお前の口癖じゃなかったか？
Physiologically. ロマオ。
たわけ。これが陰口に入るか？俺は聞こえるように喋っている。
Speaking so that she could hear. Physiology, true. He doesn't like flat. Although flat is justice. Ah, no wonder. I feel someone's eyes from the archery dojo. Thank God. I'm so glad Tosaka is absent today.
頼む伊勢。悪いが早速陰口にしてくれ。
うん。エミヤがそういうのなら了解した。が、とりわけ中傷していたわけではないぞ。単に竜道一世が遠坂凛を警戒していると言っただけだ。あくまで個人の趣味思考の範囲だろう。
その割には妖怪だとか女狐だとか言ってたけど。
And I think the Cub School role is discrimination.
何？褒め言葉だ。女狐にも妖怪にもいいものはいる。
いいものはいる。
あくまで遠坂を表現する値として採用しただけである。かつ。
一世ラス。
それではな。俺は生徒会室に戻るが、エミヤはバイトだろう。こんなところで道草を食っている暇はなかろう。
He must feel refreshed now that he said everything he wanted as he leaves calmly. I've known him for 2 years now, but I still don't understand his personality. Will not stand for Tosaka slander. 20 minutes after taking the bus from my school, I arrived at the neighboring town of Shinto across the bridge.
なんだ、まだ5時前か。少し時間があるな。
Miyama City is a residential district, so there's no part-time jobs here, but the developing Shinto has many available. School approves of students having part-time jobs, arubaito, so I work a few easy ones. Prefer hard physical labor that ends as quickly as possible. I feel like Japanese students have it pretty hard, right? Like they have club activities and they have to study, and then after study they have to go to do part-time jobs. That's crazy. Doesn't Issei know Tosaka is a magus? I don't know if Issei has magical powers quite yet. I'm not entirely sure. Like I feel like even the mages like keep things a secret from each other pretty well as well. So I don't know. We'll see. It's killing two birds with one stone as it builds my body when I get paid for it. Today's job is a simple loading job from 5 to 8 o'clock. Even though it's only 3 hours, there's 6 hours worth of work to do. They make you run around without a minute's rest. So I should rest when I can, even if just for 10 minutes. It's a waste of energy walking around into my job, so I guess I'll rest in the park. Oh wait, is it the same park? Oh no, it's this park. This part among the buildings is like a big field. A park should be filled with people like families and lovers on weekends, but it's empty here now. No, this place is always desolate.
相変わらずだな、ここは。
I guess Emiya doesn't get paid hourly? Oh, whoa. Whoa. I'm a bit sad. I mean, if you think about it, right, like, does it make more sense to be paid hourly, or does it make more sense to be paid for every box you deliver, right? There's definitely like a difference there, because like I feel like a lot of like if you get paid hourly, there's always a risk that the person that you're paying is just like slacking off for the whole hour, or just like dilly-dallying, right? But if you get paid like on like how many deliveries you do, or how many things you actually load, then it actually incentivizes the person to work harder, right? So I feel like it might be that way in Japan actually. Like you don't get paid by the hour, you get paid by how much you actually complete, which kind of makes sense, right? You get paid for how much work you actually do, rather than how much time you spent doing the work. So I think that might be like how he's being paid here. I'm a bit sad. The utterly neglected ground looks awful compared to the neatly organized surroundings. The desolate area makes the wind feel cold. And I would say like the nice part of that is that if you're being paid for how much work you do, that means like you get rewarded for doing your work more efficiently and being able to do it quickly, and you know, finding smart ways to do your work faster, right? And that's always good. That's always a good thing. This is the remains of the conflagration 10 years ago, and this is the place where I was saved from burning to death.
なんで芝生とか植えないんだろう。いつまでもこのままってのはもったいない。
It's a large area, so if they retile it, the park would get bigger. Thinking absentmindedly, I sit down on a bench. Isn't there like Lancer stalking someone here at this point? I really like Tosaka looking at this too, but maybe later at night. Started to burn land the past time. I don't remember what happened here back then. Probably don't remember because I was a kid. Wouldn't have been an easy scene to memorize. I can remember it was hot and I couldn't breathe. People died trying to save others in the
どうしてそうな
Fuyuki
の
fire.
かな。
For example, an adult tried to save a child from a burning house. He saved the child but died in this place. For example, there were people who had their throats burned, but they gave what little water they had to one guy and the others died. For example, there was someone who ran alone to get away from the fire, but everyone he passed on the way died. And for example, people who died because they gave away something that was saving them only to save others they didn't even know. I didn't like things like that. It makes me mad at those who tried hard with sacrifice. I really wanted an ending where everybody is safe and happy. All I wanted was to see people relax peacefully, so why couldn't I manage such a simple thing?
それは難しい。シロの言っていることは誰も彼も救うということだからね。
Yusugo answers to the question to the question I asked as a child. As a child, I denied it. Because Kirisugu saved me, I knew he was a sorcerer who could do anything. I knew he was a Seiki no Mikata who couldn't ignore people in need, who saved them for no benefit. That's actually not what Kirisugu was, though. Kirisugu didn't like. He was also very ruthless in this method, so I believe Kirisugu would have saved everyone back then. That's not true at all. If Kirisugu was very calculated there. definitely did not try to save everyone. When I told him that, he made a trouble trying to say something that I remember to this day.
シロ、誰かを救うということは誰かを助けないということなんだ。いいかい？正義の味方に助けられるのはね、正義の味方が助けたものだけなんだよ。当たり前のことだけど、これが正義の味方の定義なんだ。
I understand that. It's obvious now that he said it. Let's say there's a robber and some hostages. The robber intends to kill the hostages. With no one methods, most of the hostages will be killed. Even if you use a miraculous method to save all the hostages, there will still be one person who isn't saved. That of course is the robber whose hostages were rescued. The people saying Inumikata saves are only those he decides to save. That's why even God cannot save anyone. Wow. Wow. Wow.
それが天才ならなおさらだ。誰であろうと全てを助けるなんてできなかった。
The fire 10 years ago was like that. Not something I, who was miraculously saved, can talk about now. Yeah, you can't save everyone. There's always a limit.
けど嫌だ。
I don't want such a thing. I don't want help that has such limited capacity. You have to help no matter how impossible it is. I can't stand to strangers dying around me like back then. If I had been there 10 years ago, even if it was possible, I would have gone to the fire and...
そのまま無駄死にしてたろうな。間違いなく。
That's for certain. Jeez, I'm hopeless.
しまった。ぼんやりしてたら5時になっちまった。
ぼんやりしたった。5 o'clock bell rings. Then I'll quickly make my way to work. One of the interesting things I learned the other day was that when we say the word 5 o'clock, the word clock actually comes from like an older word that means like bell. And when we say 5 o'clock, it actually means historically 5 chimes of the bell, because every time when they used to tell time back then, the bell would chime the X number of times that corresponds to the number of hours. So 1 o'clock would be like, it will chime once, 2 o'clock will chime 2 times, and then 5 o'clock it will chime 5 times. So 5 o'clock actually literally means 5 chimes of the bell. I thought that was interesting. When my job's done, the sun is already set. It's a bit before 8. I finished 10 minutes early because I worked too hard. It seems I worked frantically since I went to that place before work. Here in front of the station, the night's just getting started. There are lots of people and a constant flow of cars on the road. The buildings are still lit up, and just looking at them makes me feel like I'm watching a grand festival of illumination.
藤姉にお土産はいいか。
You watch a video about that? I know I watched one last week. There was I follow like this channel called Robwords or something, and it was just one of the he had posted a new video about time, and I thought it was like super interesting, talking about all the different historical etymologies of the words related to time, like hour and second and minute. Like, why is it called a second? Why is it called you know so the reason it's called we break the hours into minutes and seconds, and the reason why it's called a second is because it's like the second division of 60 of the hour. That's why it's called the second. And in fact, there used to be thirds and fourths and fifths and sixths and so on, which would be like subsequent divisions of the second by 60 each time. So it's actually pretty interesting. Don't watch a British dude. Yeah, Roberts is a British dude. Yeah, he has a pretty nice channel. I walk while looking up at the lighted building. Lighted building. It should be lit building. This is a translation error, right? Lighted. It's not a word. Oh yeah, that's the name. Yeah, Roberts. It's the biggest building in Shinto, so I can't see the top clearly. I just gaze up at the building, just enjoying the night scenery. Question mark? And I think I see something out of place.
なんだ今の。
Oh, this is where he sees Tosaka, right? I stopped and stared at the rooftop. I forgot my eyes looking at a thing as small as a grain of rice. So he did see Tosaka. Tosaka was saying that, like, he shouldn't have been able to see her from so far away, but he did actually notice it was Tosaka. It looks like someone I know. Why is she there? What would she be doing there? She's aura forming, true, with a long flowing hair and doing nothing. She looks down at the town. Doesn't seem like she notices me down here. No, there's no way she could see me. She's so high up that I, with better eyesight than most, can barely see her by improving my vision and magical energy. Oh wow, Shiro got magical LASIK, let's go. I can recognize her since she's standing there alone, but there's no way she would notice me down here among all these people. It's so funny that both of them assume that the other party wouldn't notice them when they actually totally noticed them. Because Tosaka says the exact same thing when she notices Shiro down there. First steps of becoming Acha, true. It's so funny because Tosaka's conversation, I think it would actually be really cool if like, we could do this story not just from Tosaka's point of view but also from all the other characters' points of view. I think that could be really cool. Like if they remade this but like had like you could start from any of the characters and sort of run through the story with that. That could be really cool. I'm pretty sure I feel like someone probably would have done that already, but I don't know. It's very cool to be able to like see things from different people's perspective. She's just looking down at the town. Maybe she's looking for something as I can feel her sharp stare even down here. I forget about time and keep looking up at the girl standing in the sky. She's on the top of a tall tower. She's like a witch. Mahotsukai. Looking down at the earth with the moon behind her. And then, she must be done with whatever she was doing as she disappears. Her figure disappears and the scene returns to the beautiful view of the night.
今の遠坂だったのかな。
Osaka datta no kana? I have no proof, but I think I'm right. There aren't many girls who looks like that stand out as much and more than that. I'm also big enough to mistake a girl I secretly admire.
そうか。にしても
He says the night is more beautiful without her. Lol. Well, it's Tosaka Shura has strange hobbies. Strange hobbies. She likes rooftop jumping. Yep. Unlike Shinto, there's no one in Miyama City. After 8 o'clock, there's no people around. The town is terribly quiet. And the junction is the house I saw this morning. At the junction is the house I saw this morning. There's no sign of people, and the door has a do not enter sign. It is the murder house. I mean the house where the murder took place. After only one day, the house is as quiet as an abandoned building. Parents' older sister killed by the burglar. What kind of life remains for the child left behind? I bite my lip, feeling powerless. Even after swearing to become like Kirisuga, I can't do anything. Something that's happened so close by. Even though I want to help someone in the end, I don't even know what I can do. I climbed the hill and reached the Emiya house. The lights are still on, so Sakura Fujine must still be there.
ただいま。あれ、藤姉だけか。
Fujine dake ka?
おかえりしろ。
Kairi, I think if I saw a cosplay I'm not well cleaned away on the rooftop staring down in the middle of the night, I think they're gonna jump. True. You're probably like, do I call the police? Do I try to catch him? Help? Do I just suddenly like try to find an inflatable mattress? Like what the? I would like panic. I would like, what in the heck is going on? I think the best thing you could probably do is to just like call out to them though, because I feel like one of the things that they probably wouldn't realize if there's someone watching them, they probably wouldn't do it. Fujine turns around, munching on a rice cracker. The TV show is a loud variety show. Variety show.
またこんな時間に帰ってきて。冬は日が暮れるのが早いんだから、もっと早くに帰ってきなさいって言ったでしょ。
I like how she's watching a Japanese variety shows. And if you've ever watched Japanese variety shows, you know what she's watching. It looks like a 50-story plus building, Lamau. Yeah, you probably don't have to jump from that high. Like, that's also pretty scary, to be honest. Like, you only need a couple of stories. You don't need like 50 stories. Like, that's... I mean, technically, like, you probably wouldn't even have noticed that person, because 50 stories is way too high for you to even recognize someone from so far away. You would have to be a mage with like hawk eyes.
だから早く帰ってきてるだろ。 8時までのバイトを選んでるんだから、これ以上無茶言わないでくれ。で、さくらはどうしたんだよ。なんか晩飯の支度だけはできてるみたいだけど。
さくらちゃんなら早めに帰ったわよ。今日は用事があるからって晩ご飯だけ作ってくれたの。
What? She didn't even eat the dinners? Come on, Sakura. At least take some before you go. Fujine says so happily. As far as she's concerned, anyone who cooks for her is a good person. True. True.
そっか。確かにしばらくはその方がいいかもしれないな。最近は物騒だし、いっそ新学期まで晩飯は俺が作ろうか。
反対。シロ帰ってくるの遅いじゃない。それからご飯作ってたら食べるの10時過ぎになっちゃうよ。
そこに自分家で食べるという選択肢はないのか、あんたは。
can't cook. Raiden
だか
can't
ら
cook.
ここが私の家だよ。
Rina seems puzzled. Honestly, I'm not sure if that makes me happy or sad.
わかったよ。藤姉に飯を作れなんて無理難題を言ってもしょうがねえ。
Fujine is just Raiden. A well-fed tiger is a happy tiger. True.
それはいいけど、足元のそれなんだよ。また余計なものを持ってきたんじゃないだろうな。
You okay? Fujine is never leaving junk in my place. Large bowls from restaurants. Why is she taking bowls from restaurants? Wait, what? Heavy tea watching out from the shopping district. Strange guitar that plays by itself. I think she thinks this place is some kind of warehouse.
ちょっと見せてみろ。ゴミだったら捨てるから。
ゴミだったら捨てるから。
これうちで余ったポスターだけど。
Fujine hands me the poster. It's probably some infamous idol or something.
どれどれ
Here we have a military style guy with thumbs up on a cheap looking blue sky background. Wait a sec. A military style guy with a thumbs up on a cheap looking blue sky background? Isn't this like a reference to the thumbs up lady blue sky ad? What is that thumbs up lady military? Is it military? Isn't it like the... Oh no, that's a different one. I feel like that's like that's a reference to something though. And that is like blood, it reads. Loves lovely Rangerland. Please join the self-defense force. Yeah, it's an army recruitment poster. I feel like there were a lot of that back in the day.
それいらないからあげるね。
いらないからあげるね。
俺だっていらねえよこんなの。
I will not post and hit Fujine with it. Bonk.
へへん。外れ。
Dodged. Evasion. Fujine deflects my attack with a poster she had hidden and counterattacks mercilessly. Bam! Poster lightly knocks my... Stars! I saw stars!
シローの腕で私に当てようなんて甘いわよ。悔しかったらもうちょっと腕を磨きなさいね。
そんな問題じゃないだろう今の。なぜに紙のポスターがかような破壊音を。
Would this be the skill of a master?
ごめん。こっちのポスター初回特典版なんで豪華鉄板仕様だった。
You played poster? Oh
シ
my...
ロ頭大丈夫？
藤ねいつか絶対に人を殺すぞ。
性格。
その時はシローがお嫁にもらってくれるから安心かな。
全速でお断りです。そんな天然殺人鬼を相方にもらう気はないやい。
私そんな物騒なのじゃないと思う。
やっぱり得てしてそういう連中は自覚がないっていうのは本当だったのか。
What if we summoned Fujimura Sensei in the war instead of Saber? I think we would have won easily. How true, how true. I'll have to watch out how we kill.
だ、言ってなさい。そんなことよりシロ、私お腹減った。今まで待ってたんだから早くご飯の用意しよう。
Fujine stands up. How strange, Virginia is helping out even is only setting up the dishes. She must be really hungry.
はいはい。じゃあ藤姉は皿と茶碗な。ご飯ぐらい告げるだろ。
告げるよ。ねえシロ、私丼でいいかな。
いいんじゃないか。今日はさくらもいないし、どうせ飯は余るし。
よしよし。それじゃ、シロもお揃いね。
Virginia pours rice into 2 bowls. Oh well, it's going to have seconds anyway. And besides, if I argue with Virginia, she'll take my dinner away. And to add, chaotic dinners like this have been common scenes for many years now. The day ends, finishing a rowdy dinner and seeing Virginia take a bath. So that I practice my day routine in the shed. I complete it as usual and go to sleep. 1 in the morning, day ends peacefully without any troubles. 1 in the morning and you wake up at 5? Bro, what the? Do you even sleep? Do you even sleep? Like, what? Japanese have it hard, man. 3, long day, long night. Let's quickly save here. I'm like making sure to use every single like save slot so I can go back to any point. I'm in a fire, collapsing buildings and burning people. No matter how far I run, scenery is always red. This is a vision of 10 years ago, memory of the distant past I haven't remembered in a while. Run through it as if recreating the scene. There's no escape even though I know it's a dream. I run, keep running. In the end, where I end up is how I'm saved after running out of energy. I wake up with a bad feeling. A feeling like a metal weight is inside my chest. Feel my forehead and find that I'm sweating a lot even though it's winter.
ああ、もうこんな時間か。
It's already past 6 o'clock. From the kitchen, I can hear the sound of the kitchen knife cutting something.
さくら、今朝も早いな。
There's no time to be impressed. I have to get ready quickly and go help fix breakfast.
シロ、今日どうするのよ。土曜日だから午後はアルバイト？
いや、バイトは入ってないよ。一世のところで何かやってると思うけど、それがどうかしたか？
別に。暇だったら道場の方に遊びに来てくんないかなーって。私、今月ピンチなのだ。
今月ピンチ？
ピンチって何がさ？
お財布事情がピンチなの。誰かがお弁当作ってくれると嬉しいんだけどな。
断る。自業自得だ。たまには1食ぐらい抜いた方がいい。
で、シロには期待してないもん。私が頼りにしてるのはさくらちゃんだけなんだから。ね、さくらちゃん。
はい、私と同じものでよろしければ用意しておきますね、先生。
オッケーオッケー。じゃあ今日は一緒にお昼を食べましょう。
Breakfast continues as usual. Today, along with the usual, there's simmered lotus root with chicken. Whoa. I don't think she had to make anything this elaborate for breakfast, but I think she paid a lot of it to take care of her lunch too. Makes sense? Sakura is a member of the archery club, and Fujine is in charge of the archery club. It's natural for them to share lunches.
そういえばシロ、今朝は遅かったけど何かあった？
Fujine looks at me sipping her miso soup. Geez, it's usually so, but she gets shot only at times like this.
昔の夢を見た。寝覚めがすっげえ悪かっただけで、あとはなんともない。
なんだ、いつものことか。なら安心かな。
Fujine ends the conversation like she's not interested. I'm not worried at all about it either, so I shouldn't get mad about it. Junen might. I used to have nightmares back when I couldn't get the fire out of my mind, but I saw less of it as time passed, and I'm well over it now that I can let it slide even after dreaming about it. But I guess it was pretty bad back then, since Fujine has been there since that time, she's sensitive to my change.
シロ、食欲はある？今朝に限ってないとかない？
ない。なんともないんだから、人の夢にかこつけて飯を横取りするな。
シロが強くなってくれて嬉しいけど、もうちょっと繊細でいてくれた方がいいな、お姉ちゃんは。
そりゃこっちのセリフだ。もうちょっと可憐になってくれた方がいいぞ、弟分としては。
Make fun of each other without looking at each other. That proves my liveliness and Fujine lots of relief. To be honest, I'm glad she's worrying. But she'll be elated if I thank her, so I act like I'm discontented. Question mark? Not knowing the circumstances, Sakura looks puzzled at the way we're acting. After Fuji nearly blocked the house and leave.
先輩、今日の夜から月曜日までお手伝いに来れませんけどよろしいですか？
別にいいよ。だって土日だろ。さくらだって付き合いがあるんだから気にすることないぞ。
そんな違います。そういうんじゃないです。本当に個人的な用事でちゃんと部活にだって出るんですから。だから何かあったら道場に来てくれれば何とかします。別に土日だからって遊びに行くわけじゃないです。だから変な勘違いはしないでもらえると助かります。
Why is she acting like playing on the weekend is a bad thing? Question mark. Question mark. Sakura's acting suspicious. She looks very tense. I don't know why, but I guess she just means she can't come over this weekend.
わかった。なんかあったら道場に行くよ。
はい、そうしてもらえれば嬉しいです。
Sakura looks relieved, and when she looks down, her face suddenly stiffens.
先輩って
Sakura is staring at my left hand. Looking down at it, it's bleeding.
あれ
I pull up my sleeve. There is certainly blood there.
なんだこれ。昨日の夜ガラクタいじってて切ったかな。
But it doesn't hurt at all. There's just a welt on there. A welt? What is a welt? What is this translation? There's just a welt. A red swollen mark left on the flesh. Like a wound, I guess. Could have just used the word wound. The welt goes straight from my shoulder down to the hand and looks kind of like a small snake running from my shoulder to the hand.
痛みもないしすぐに引くだろう。大丈夫。気にするほどじゃない。
はい、先輩がそう言うのでしたら気にしません。
Perhaps she's feeling bad from seeing the blood as Sakura looks away and falls silent. I leave Sakura, who had club activities, and head to the school building. Schoolyard is full of spirited students running around. Oh wait, this is the same scene that Tosaka saw. There's something oddly wrong here. The school is like it always is. The students at morning practice are lively and the new school building is spotless. This is where Tosaka realizes there's like a field, right? Like a magic field, and he goes to like stop Rider or something. Well, not stop Rider, but like get rid of the seals. Maybe just my imagination.
これ。
Kinosei kure. But when I close my eyes, the air completely changes. The school building is covered with stains like membranes, and the students running around the schoolyard seem like empty dolls.
疲れてるのかな俺。
Shake my head to clear it. I head to the lifeless building. Exciting day approaches, guys. Exciting day approaches. School ends early on Saturdays. Classes end before noon. Why does school even exist on Saturdays, guys? What? Classes end before noon. I thought I finished topic. You say the sun is starting to set. School ends early on Saturdays. Why is school even existing on Saturdays? The Japanese have it hard, man. I'm just telling you guys.
さて、そろそろ帰るか。
I can't leave my classroom. And
なんだまだ学校にいたんだエミヤ。
not this guy. I'm bumped with Shinji. Couple of girls behind being rowdy.
やることもないくせにまだ残ってたの？ああそうか。また生徒会にごますってたわけね。いいねエミヤは。部活なんてやんなくても内心稼げるんだからさ。
生徒会の手伝いじゃないぞ。学校の備品を直すのは生徒として当たり前だろ。使ってるのは俺たちなんだから。
よく言うよ。エミヤに言わせればなんだって当たり前だからね。そういういい子ぶりが勘に触るって前に言わなかったっけ？
すまん。よく覚えていない。それシンジの口癖だと思っていたからどうも聞き流してたみたいだ。
You could see.
そうかい。 それじゃあ学校にあるものなら何でも直してくれるんだ、エミヤは。
何でも直すなんて無理だ。せいぜい面倒見るぐらいだが。
よし、なら頼まれてくれよ。うちの弓道場さ、今割と散らかってるんだよね。弦も巻いてないのが溜まってるし、安土の掃除もできてない。暇ならさ、そっちの方もよろしくやってくれないかな。
So Shinji trying to take advantage of my wanting to help people.
元弓道部員だろ。生徒会になんか尻尾振ってないで、たまには僕たちの役に立ってくれ。
ちょっと先輩、それって先輩が藤村先生に言われてたことじゃなかった？
Lol.
そうですよ。ちゃんとやっておかないと明日怒られますよ。
でもさ、今から片付けしてたら店閉まるじゃん。そこの人がやってくれんならそれでいいんじゃないの？
悪いよ。それに部外者に後片付けなんかできるわけないし。そうでもないんじゃない？あの人元弓道部員だってシンジが言ってるしさ。任せちゃえばいいのよ。
You're getting body behind Shinji. Seems like they're in the Berserker Cup, but they must be members that Shinji recruited recently as I don't know them.
じゃあ、あとはよろしく。鍵の場所は変わってないから、勝手にやっといてよ。文句ないよね、エミヤ。
文句ないよね。
なあ、構わないよ。どうせ暇だったから、たまにはこういうのも悪くない。
サンキュー。それじゃあ行こうぜみんな。つまんない雑用はあいつがやっといてくれるってさ。
あ、待ってよ先輩。じゃああとはよろしくお願いしますね先輩。
They didn't even bother drawing the girls that Shinji is with. So sad. Just faceless girls. I think end quite easily as I know the place well. Indie game, nope. Took a while, it's quite big. I finally cleaned the place until I used it until a year and a half ago. Picked up board thinking it was okay to shoot one, but since it wasn't mine, I decided not to. If I want to, I can just bring my own bow and come here.
にしてもカーボン製の弓が多くなったな。1年前までは一つしかなかったのに。
Carbon bows, carbon fiber bows, that's what they call it. I guess it makes sense. This was made in like 2004, right? So yeah, carbon fiber was definitely being a lot more and more used back then. Some boats are good, like wood and plastic boats. This problem is the price, and they're not something we could buy with a club budget. Back then, Shinji was the only one using it. Are the new members rich too?
もったいない。木の弓の方がいろいろと手を加えられるのに。
Oh, I guess that's personal taste right there. I look at the clock, way past curfew. A little after 7 o'clock. Okay, should be closed by now. There's no reason to rush now. I will say though, when I watch like archery competitions, and I see that, like, I think it would be a lot cooler if they were using like traditional wooden bows and not like the modern carbon fiber bows with like scopes and like, you know, all the kind of like additional stuff. I like to see like a traditional like wooden bow being shot. All like weird handholds, like, and like all the different contraptions on like the modern type of bows. It would be really cool if like people like, I'm pretty sure there are like competitions like that though, like non-Olympics, but like I'm pretty sure there are like traditional, either Renaissance, either at Ren fairs or at like more traditional style competitions. Like you probably would see like traditional bows being used. So was this dojo always dirty? And there are loads of places look unkept.
ここまで来たら1時間も2時間も変わらないか。
Uh-oh. I'm staying back very late. Started this, so I'll finish the job. What could possibly happen if I stay late in the school? Wind is blowing. So cold that my cheeks are getting numb. But you can see it isn't usually this cold in winter, but it's cold tonight of all nights. My breath hangs around as a white cloud. I wrap up my body to hold up the cold.
なんだ。暗いと思ったら月が隠れてるのか。
There's no light in the sky when I look up. Because of the strong winds, the clouds are moving fast. Past curfew, there's no signs of life in the empty school. Seems like this place is filled only with chill, as it's all silent. Uh-oh, he's witnessing the fight between Lancer and Archer. Just now, I think I hear something.
確かに聞こえる。校庭の方か。
This night, I must have been curious about the sound that broke the silence. Investigated, I find myself heading there even though I somehow know that I mustn't. Uh-oh. I'm about to die. Go to the schoolyard. Hito?
人？
Oh, they only look like that from a distance. It's a dark night with no light. If I want to know more, I'll have to go closer to the schoolyard. I can hear the sounds loud enough. It's the sound of metal hitting metal. That means someone's fighting with weapons there. That's stupid.
バカバカしい。何考えてるんだ、俺。
I dismissed the image from my mind with a bitter smile and walk on. At that time, maybe my instincts noticed the danger as I hit myself as I approach. I don't know if this is fortunate or not. Anyways, when I get by a tree that is big enough to hide myself, I take a closer look at the source of the sound. My mind stops completely. It's the same image that they use in the prologue scene. What the? Something strange here. A man in red and a man in blue. They have dangerously armed as their ominous appearance suggests they are actually slashing at each other. Can't understand. Can't follow them in my eyes. My brain does not work properly faced with their impossible movements. The clang of the weapons tells me they are trying to kill each other. I just knew immediately when I saw them. They are not human, they are probably just things that look like humans. I can tell not because I'm learning magic. Anyone will realize they're not human. After all, humans can't move like that, so they are someone no one should associate with. I can feel the murderous intent even from a distance. I'm going to die. My body understands faster than my brain that I will definitely die if I stay here. That's why my heart is racing so fast. As a living thing like them, I sense that they're living things made only to kill. They're using weapons made only to kill. I remember the murder yesterday. They said the family was killed with some weapon like a sword. Uh-oh, I shouldn't watch any longer, but my body won't follow my command, and I can't even breathe. My mom wants to run away, but my judgment tells me I'll be seen the moment I run away. More than a compliment, my body is just numb. Even though I'm over 40 meters away, I can't breathe properly, and it's like I have a spear pointed right at my back. Just run, Shiro. The sounds stop. The figures separate and stand facing each other. The moment I feel relief at the end of the battle, I sense an even stronger intention to kill. My heart stops. The numbness in my body becomes compulsion. I clench my teeth to try to hold my trembling body.
嘘だ。なんだあいつ。
なんだあいつ. Overwhelming amount of magical energy is flowing to the guy in blue. Kirisa goes to ones that it's like to draw in magical energy from the surroundings. It's a beautiful magic and impress even an amateur like me, but I think it's different. Yes, even the simple task of drinking water would seem ugly if it goes too far. What he is doing is so excessive that anyone with knowledge of magical energy would hate it. Or he's using his noble phantasm. Or going to die. The guy in red is going to die. It's a blow with such concentrated magical energy, there's no way he'll be able to survive it. He'll die. He's not human, so something merely like a human will die. That's something I can just ignore. Or does he purposely make a sound to save Archer? That doubt takes my mind off of them. The binds on my body is wet, and instantly I take a deep breath.
誰だ?
Uh-oh. The guy in blue stares at me who's hiding. Uh-oh. The blue guy's body sinks. Just the motion tells me that I'm his target now. My legs start running automatically. Finally realize it is an action to escape death and I put all the energy in my body into running away. Uh-oh. I don't know how fast I ran, but before I know it, I'm in the school building, although I'm about to get stabbed, guys. Help.
何を。バカだ。
Bakada. I regret my actions planning heavily. I should have run into the town to get away. What am I doing fleeing to such a deserted place? And the school of all things, and there's some better place to hide than here. Anyways, why do I think I'll be killed if I don't escape? How are you gonna escape? Lancer, come on, my heart aches from running so much. Turning around, I can sense nothing pursuing me. The only sound in the air is the sound of my footsteps. Panting. So I can finally rest. I saw my feet, unable to take another step, sent all oxygen to my pumping heart and looked up to finally realize that I'm safe. No, you're not safe, bro.
何だったんだ今の。
Imano. I recall the scene from earlier while catching my breath. Anyway, I'm sure that it wasn't something I should have seen. Some things like humans were fighting in the school grounds. That's all I can remember. But there was something else I saw out of the corner of my eye. Wasn't there someone else too?
もう一人誰かいた気がするけど。
I can't remember what the figure looked like. To be honest, I didn't have the computer to notice anything other than those two fighting.
けど
So he didn't actually notice
これでともかく
Tosaka.
追いかけっこは終わりだろ
Oh boy! The voice comes from right in front of me.
いや割と遠くまで走ったなお前
Uh-oh. I can't breathe. My brain stops, and even though I cannot think, I barely understand that I'm going to die.
逃げられないってのはお前自身が誰よりも分かってたんだろ何やられる側ってのは得てしてそういうもんだ別に恥じることじゃない
The lance is casually raised.
運が悪かったな坊主見られたからには死んでくれや
Indekure. The man's last monthly pierces Emisho Shiro's heart. There wasn't even time to dodge it. All the training I did was for nothing. I knew I was going to be killed. I knew I was going to be pierced by that lance, yet I could not move at all. The world distorts. My body grows cold. Feeling vanishes from my fingertips. Dropped out blood once. More blood should have come out, but it only happens once. Because the man's lance is special. The blood slowly clots in the heart that should have exploded stops working with just a single pierce. I can't see well. There's no feeling in me. I feel like a jellyfish floating in the dark sea at night. I don't feel any pain already. The world is white, only I am black. So rather than feeling like I'm dead, it's more like the world around me disappeared. I know this. I felt this 10 years ago. This is how someone feels when dying.
死人に口なしってな弱いやつがくたばるのは当然といえば当然だが
I cannot concentrate on my vision.
まったく嫌な仕事をさせてくれるこのざまで英雄とは笑い草だ
I can only hear voices.
分かっている文句はないさ女のサーバントは見たんだおとなしく戻ってやるよ
Oh, he's talking to Kotomine. Kire. The voice filled with irritation. After that, I hear footsteps running through the hallway.
アーチャーか蹴りをつけておきたいところだがマスターの方針を破るわけにもいくまいまったくいけすかねえマスターだこと
It's actually amazing that Shiro can still like hear this though from his perspective. So we actually get some like interaction between Lancer and Kire here. It's pretty nice. Voice suddenly disappears. I guess he jumped out of a window or something. So he's still conscious after all this. Footsteps approach me, so he knows Tosaka. He's conscious of Tosaka approaching him, even though he doesn't know it's Tosaka. More footsteps. Can't hear much now.
追ってアーチャー。ランサーはマスターのところに戻るはず。せめて相手の顔ぐらい把握しないと。
Whose voice was that? I'm gonna change my opinion, but I can't remember anything. Right now my breathing is too noisy. My lungs must still be alive. The air coming out of my mouth is as loud as a hurricane.
その割にはまだ死んでないってのはすごいな。
I sense someone looking at my face. Why as my breathing was loud as a figure tries to close my mouth then.
やめてよね。なんだってあんたが。
I hear the person grit their teeth. How can you not recognize her beautiful voice actress though? And then they touch me without hesitation.
破損した臓器を偽造して代用。その間に心臓一つ丸々修復か。こんなの 成功したら時計塔に一発合格ってレベルじゃない。
一発レベルじゃない。Let's go. Pain-filled voice. With that, my mind starts fading. Feeling returns to my body, slowly, bit by bit, just like a drop of water going down like a leaf. Feeling returns to my body. What is the person doing? The person is sweating and places their hand on my chest with all their heart. When I notice the place where the person placed their hand is terribly hot. It must be so hot that the frozen blood melted and started to flow again. Phew. Let's send someone take a deep breath and sit down.
疲れた。
Hear a clang or something falling. I guess it can be
仕方
helped.
ないか。ごめんなさい、父さん。あなたの娘はとんでもなく薄情者です。
That's it. Person speaks to mock themselves and leaves. My heart resumes its activity and then my mind stops. This is not the sleep of death. This is a restful sleep to recover the energy to wake up again. But I wake up in the school, right? But I still have to walk home. Because nobody carried me home, did they? Nope, I wake up in school. Wake up. Feels like my whole body is in pain and I have a sharp headache each time my heart throbs. Well, duh.
何が起きた？
Can't remember because of the sharp headache. My body is cold, probably from lying on the floor for a long time. I need something to elaborate my uniform and my own blood on the floor. I get out of a hazy hit. The spot where I was lying looks like a murder scene. I really died. And my chest pierced. Bearing the pain, I enter the closest classroom. Moving to the locker, unsteady, I got a mop and a bucket. Mop and a bucket. Need to clean up the crime scene. The victim cleaning up his own crime scene. Oh my gosh. What did I say to clean up when I just done so and be clear is my idiot baka じゃないのか. Bro. I got the floor with the mop. With unsteady hands, I managed to get the blood wiped off and pick up any trash lying around and put it in my pocket. Maybe I'm destroying the evidence, I'm still in the daze, so perhaps that's why I'm doing something so absurd. A victim cleaning up the crime scene. Not like this. Put back the mop and bucket and leave the school like zombie. True zombie. It gets hotter as I walk. The air is so cold, but it feels like my body is burning. But I do walk home, relatively unscathed. Days already changed. There's no one home. Neither Fujine or Sakura is around now. The question is whether Lancer actually pays him a visit, or if he manages to summon Saber before that. I collapse to the floor. I lie on the ground and finally calm down. Take a deep breath. When I inhale, my heart cries in pain as it's cracking apart. No, that's wrong. Chikawa, it wasn't just cracked, it had a hole in it, but it healed and wouldn't try to open it again when I inhale. Good, I was almost killed. No, that's wrong, too. I wasn't almost killed, I was actually killed, but I'm still alive in spite of that because someone saved me. If the person was dead, that person might have something to do with them. But it makes no difference to the fact that the person saved me. I have to thank them one of these days. The moment I let my guard down, the pain returns. At the same time, I feel like vomiting. Oh no, I'm puking. I sit down and resist the sickness. I place my hand on my bare chest where the uniform is ripped. Even though I was saved, I did have a hole in my chest. That feeling. Such an unpleasant feeling as spearhead entering my body and something I can forget easily. True.
しばらく夢に見るぞこれ。
When I close my eyes, it feels like the lance is still in me. I shake off that illusion and try to calm down. Magic lance?
よし、落ち着いてきた。
Resolve all that training every night. Just taking a few deep breaths clears my mind and my heat and nausea vanish from my body.
それであれのことだけど
Man in blue and man in red. They look human, but I don't think they were. Were they like ghosts or something? True. But I've never heard of ghosts before. I'm able to associate directly with people they were talking to. They own bills. It's hard for me to think of them as ghosts. I heard that only ghosts with a body are spirits, but aren't they shaped differently from humans?
問題はそんなじゃなくて
Ghosts, they are heroic spirits. Not a fundamental problem. Those two who were killing each other. Murderous burglar that has happened in the neighborhood. Ongoing ominous events recently. How can tell that it's way out of my league.
こんな時親父が生きてれば
I have to come to the room my chest filled with it. I complain about things I'm sure.
まぬけわからなくても自分にできることをやるって決めてるじゃないか
Complaining comes later. First I have to decide whether or not it's my concern. Uh-oh. The bell hung from the ceiling rings. It's a Mega's house, even if only a poor one. There's a boundary field that alerts me when a stranger enters the property. Uh-oh, Lancer is here.
こんな時に泥棒か
Let's be, I realize my foolishness. That can't be it. Based timing right after the stranger, that can't be it. There's an intruder. Not a burglar, but an assassin who's here for my life. I remember that guy saying, "You saw us, so die." Lancer's back. How's it feel with silence? And darkness the burning snap has to slowly drawing closer. My throat gulps. I feel a sharp chill running down my spine. I'll be instantly pierced as I move from this room. Magically contain the scream about to escape my mouth. Then I release it, the assassin will happily jump in and take the opportunity to kill me. Not again. It'll just be like before. I'm prepared I will be pierced by that lance again. Imagine if he actually dies again. And like, Berserker would have like revived him for nothing. I want to take while my breathing goes wild. Dang it. I'm saying about girl my favorite so easy. Yeah, I'm afraid. My teeth been holding my chest, I try to restrain myself. I get used to it. The second time I'm about to be killed. That doesn't make me want it to end differently from the last time. Besides, I'm a magus. Why have I been learning for the past 8 years if I can't even protect my own life?
いいぜやってやろうじゃないか
Racer on! Not thinking right now, I just have to counter the intruder.
まずは武器をどうにかしないと
Spooky. Yeah, maybe I can just find something to be a weapon. Not any weapon. I don't think it can find, but it's too far away. On my attack, I need the living room, it would just be a repeat of what happened earlier. I want a weapon here. Something long and thin would be best. No weapon too long, so something like a knife wouldn't do. Wooden sword, I mean, of course nothing. Anything here could be a weapon, it's...
うわ藤姉が置いてったポスターしかね
The poster, let's go! Steel poster gaming! I'm disappointed. Despite that, I'm determined that even in the whole situation, things are already as bad as they can be, so they can't get any worse. I run out of energy, just go steel poster. Race on.
トレース
The word that suggest my weakness is channel magical energy into a 60 cm long poster. I'm proud of Lance, I need to channel magical energy into every corner and satisfy it.
構成歳出解明
Oh, I like this background. Extend my consciousness. I was talking my blood is both from my skin. I permeate magical energy into it.
構成歳出補強
And then I hit the bottom. I pick out the magical energy overflow from it.
トレースオフ
I've all connections to the poster and shudder at the feeling of success. Poster is now as hard as metal. But as a slight as well, I can ask for a better sword.
うまくいった
How many years has it been since I last succeeded at the strengthening magic? Not very long, the magic I've never been able to achieve since Kirisuguda is finally working in this kind of a situation.
ともあれこれで
I might be able to do something. Some knowledge of how to use a sword. What possible weapons and setup? I'm dying anyway if I stay here, and I don't think I will be able to flee even if I escape this house. I can do is run straight to the shed and make a stronger weapon. Ew. If you're gonna come, it won't be like before, and instead I think that... Uh-oh. I will find shivers. When did he arrive? Bearing from the ceiling, the guy dropped straight at me. What? None the... Silver light descends upon me. The guy seems to have come straight through the ceiling, descends to pierce my head. Frantically I escape by rolling forward. Dodged! He lands softly while I keep rolling. But I stop rolling and stand at my freshly made sword in hand. Bots. Turns to face me looking bored.
余計な手間を。見えていればいたかろうと、俺なりの配慮だったのだがな。
I'm down again, see me on here, just said. I don't know why my legs is where he had a screw around. Might be able to outwit him.
まったく、一日に同じ人間を二度殺す羽目になるとはな。いつになろうと、人の世は血生臭いということか。
You're the same person twice in one day. Man comprehensive, he thinks nothing of me. But Tosaka was absolutely correct, like Lancer would have known that he was still alive. Had to finish the job. But 3 more meters to the window. Once our window is about 20 meters to the ship. Then I can run off this instant.
じゃあな、今度こそ迷うなよ、ボス。
He said blankly as just sighing it out. Pain assails my right arm. Happened in an instant. The man slashed his thrust without time for me to react. I would have faced my second death with that blow, but what prevented it was my newly made sword. He must have thought it was just a paper. The lance thrust as if the torso wasn't there was deflected by it and only skimmed my right arm.
ほう、変わった芸風だな、おい。
The question goes away. I did not disappear, now staring at me with like beast-like eyes. I screwed out, just being stupidly optimistic when I thought I could do something. He called me as a monster beyond belief. Painfully, I realized my foolishness for letting my card down even slightly against him. That's right. I'm really desperate, I should have ran frantically to the window as soon as I miraculously avoided his first attack.
ただの坊主かと思ったが、なるほど。微弱だが魔力を感じる。心臓をうがたれて生きているってのはそういうことか。
Oh, he doesn't know Tosaka revived him. He only knows he's still alive. Points the lantern here. I won't be able to block it. Can't possibly block the lightning fast blow, so dodge it, bro. I should have saw I might be able to at least prepare for it. But that's a lance. Sword pulls alive, but the lance has a point. I'm supposed to block a blow from a point that I can't even see coming.
いいぜ。少しは楽しめそうじゃないか。
Man's body sends in an instant. Something flung sideways. I blocked the lance coming at my face with just my instinct.
いい子だ。ほら次行くぞ。
There's a huge whirlwind. I don't know how he's moving the lance in this small room, but it makes it a beautiful arc around and I'm to attack my body from the other side. My constructor saw it move to stop it. Bends. Is he using a hammer? Damn, this nonsense feels like I've broken the bones in my arm. Huh? I swing the sword instinctively. He must take me lightly as he hasn't pulled back his lance, so I flick away the shaft with my sword. Ugh. The arms I hit it go numb. The sword bends even more and the man's lance only moves slightly.
使えねえな。機械をくれてやったのに無駄な真似しやがって。まあ、魔術師に切り合いを望んでも仕方ねえんだろうが。
Man was just playing with me. He let me hit him once since I blocked him twice. But you saw my one and only chance for him for just a makeshift attack. That's why he sees no point in fighting me anymore.
拍子抜けだ。やはりすぐに死ねよ、坊主。
Release his lance again. Doing that small unnecessary movement.
言ってろマヌケ
Hey, Monica! Without looking behind me, I jumped out the window. Break the window with my back and roll upside. Roll a few times, get up, and... Ha! Block! Without that, I turn and swing behind me. Nice block. The man hesitates a moment as I deflected his lance thrust. As I expected, if I jumped out the window, he would definitely come after me, and he would kill me even before I could get up. That's why I expected the fatal blow and swung at it. It was a bold plan. I would have died if I was a second too late or a second too early, but considering the difference in our skill, I could never have been too early. All I had to do was get up as fast as possible and swing at what was coming behind me. The result was perfect. I won my bet and deflected the man's lance. I quickly regained my balance. Now I have to make it to the shed before he recovers.
飛べ
Tobe! Huh? The man who was supposed to have his lance knocked away comes up to me empty-handed and punches me in the face. Spins and executes a roundhouse kick! Ouch. Well, hopefully he's flying me to the shed. Scenery flies while the battle chest is numb. I cannot breathe. No one's more surprised I'm flying. I never in my dreams thought I would be sent flying by a roundhouse kick. At least, do I crash into the shed? Fall to the ground from my back. I hit a wall and come crashing down. Can't breathe. My vision is blurred. I manage to stand, supporting myself against the wall of my destination, the shed. Okay, so he's at the shed. I track the man in my blurry vision. I must have been kicked 20 meters. The man approaches, lance in hand. I'll be killed. I'll definitely be killed. The man will be here in a second. Don't want to die now. I have to get up and face him. What's this? The lance comes out at me. Can't even turn around fully, and my collapsing body faces the man's last.
せ男だったらちゃんと立ってる
How fortunate. I got lucky as I couldn't hold myself out and my knees collapsed. The lance goes over my head, hits the door of the shed, opening it. He dodged it by collapsing. Oh boy, this is my last chance. If I go to the shed, there should be something there I could use as a weapon. I entered the shed on all fours. There.
そらこれでしまいだ
This is the end. Fatal inescapable is thrust.
こんな
Corner. And I block it. I unroll the poster and make it into the one-time shield. A huge impact. The opened up poster did block the lens, but it was not strong enough. It's pierced through and transforms back into its original paper. Oh. Hit by the impact of the last stress, I'm flung to the wall. I fall on my butt and recover myself when I raise my head to try and find a weapon.
爪だ今のは割と驚かされたぜ坊主
Bozu. The man is pointing the lance at me. This is it. The man's lance is pointed directly at my heart. I know this. The spell of death I felt just a few hours ago. Oh. Now he is a blurred in the background picture. Oh no, did it glitch out?
しかしわからねえな起点は効くくせに魔術はからっきしときた筋はいいようだがまだ若すぎたか
I can't hear it and my mind is focused only on the weapon in front of me. It's only natural, because I'll die when that thing is thrust. So everything else is gone from my mind, but all I can think about now, things that haven't ended up like
も
this.
しやとは思うがお前が7人目だったのかもなまだとしてもこれで終わりなんだが
Man's arm moves. The movement I couldn't even see before looks like it's in slow motion now. The running silver light. Spearhead moves straight from my heart. It will spill blood in the next second. I know this feeling. The feeling of metal running into me, the taste of blood coming out my throat, the sense of the world around me disappearing. I felt all of it earlier. And I have to experience it again, really? I don't understand. Why do I have to go through this? This bullshit. BS? Can't say I can just die here, meaning I will save, so I can't just die so easily. I have to live and fulfill my obligations, by that I can't do that. But the lance will pierce me. The spearhead will cut into my flesh and pierce my heart. It pisses me off. It's ridiculous to kill someone that easily. It's ridiculous for me to die so easily. Dying twice in one day is ridiculous as well. Dang, everything's so screwed. I can't even contain it all. And
ふざけるな。俺は。
whatever wouldn't be killed meaninglessly by someone like you. Huh? I've manifested Saber. Truly, it.
何
Nani? Appeared like magic. In a blinding light, it appears from behind me. My mind stops. All I know is that the figure who appeared is a girl. The moment it appears, it repels the lance thrust at my heart and steps out to the enemy without hesitation.
本気か ?7 人目のサーバントだと。
Menos Savanta. Man ready to attack the line. The girl swings something she is holding. Sparks fly twice. A strong swing. The man hesitates, receiving a heavy blow from the girl. Ugh. He must have realized he's at a disadvantage. He jumps out of the set at bestial speed, keeping her guard up against the man. She quietly turns to me. Saber, let's go! It's a Saber! The wind is strong today. Clouds drift and the moon appears for a brief moment. Silver light that shines into the shed lights up in the girl in knightly form. I'm speechless, not because I'm confused by the sudden turn of events. I'm at a loss for words because of this girl's overwhelming beauty again. More overwhelming beauty, let's go guys. The girl stares at me emotionlessly with her jewel-like eyes.
とあなたが私のマスターか
Watashi no master ka. She says in a valiant voice.
マスター。
Master. I only repeat back her words. I don't know who she is or what she's talking about. All I know is that the small girl is the same kind of being as the man outside. The girl says nothing and just stares at me silently. How can I put this? The figure in front of me is so special that I forget the situation that the man outside could come and attack at any second. It feels like time has stopped just around me. Fear of death has disappeared, only the girl fills my vision.
サーバントセーバー召喚に従い参上したマスター指示を
Ichio. He speaks again. Inside I hear the words master and servant. Pain shoots through my left hand. It's like a hot iron has been placed on my hand. I grab my left hand instinctively, and that must have been the signal as the girl quietly nods her lovely face.
これより我が剣はあなたと共にありあなたの運命は私と共にあるここに契約は完了した
契約って何の
Nando. Even I have some knowledge about magic, I understand what the word means. But the girl doesn't answer me, looks away with the same grace she had when she nodded. She looks at the door of the shed. There stands the man, his lance ready in his hand. Time to fight, boys! He moves faster than I can think. The knightly girl leaps out of the shed without hesitation. I get up and follow the girl, even forgetting the pain in my body. There's no way the girl will be a match for him. No, I'm pretty sure the saber actually counters Lancer. Even armor that the girl is smaller than me.
やめ
Yeah, mate. My words are silenced by the sound. What? I can't believe my eyes. This time my head really goes blank.
なんだあいつ
Nanda aitsu. The sound of weapons. The moon is hidden behind the clouds and the yard returns to its original darkness, and its sparks are born from steel hitting steel. The lance-wielding man wordlessly attacks the girl who jumped out of the set. But the girl parries a blow of the lance and knocks away all of the falling attacks, driving the man back with every blow. Can't believe it. The girl called Saber is overpowering that man. The battle has begun. What happened between me and him earlier wasn't a battle. Battle is a fight between two people who can kill each other. Whatever the difference in skills, if each has a way to kill the other, then you can call it a battle. Their fight is a battle in that sense too. The man's lance that I couldn't even see is thrown with even more power. But the girl parries it with the thing in her hands and closes in it. Oh yeah, because the thing in her hands is like currently invisible because of the invisible air. Yeah. The man retreats a bit. He holds his lance vertically to protect his ribs as the girl goes for them. Let's go! For a moment, the man's lance glows. It was a blow like an explosion, and I guess it really was one. Instead, the man blocks the thing. The girl's holding the lance in his hand glows as if it's electrified. The man, even I can tell what it is. There's a force of magical energy so strong that it's visible. each of the girls blows a terrible amount of magical energy. That outrageous amount of magical energy is penetrating the opponent's weapon just by touching it. Such a thing, it would take such a fortress to block it. If you think of the man's last and an accurate sniper rifle, the blows of the girl are like those of a powerful shotgun. Every time the girl swings, the yard is full of light. But that isn't what's overpowering the man.
卑怯者め、自らの武器を隠すとは何事か。
Nani goto ka? The man complains while pointing the girl's fierce attacks. The girl doesn't answer, but only attacks you even more with the thing in her hands.
てめえ。
てめえ. And there's not even a chance for a counter attack, because the girl's weapon is invisible. You cannot sense her range, you will be careless to attack recklessly. Yes, it is invisible. The girl definitely has something in her head. But as you can see, the shape of it is... You can't see what shape it is, I don't know how long it is, you can't tell anything about it. Because it's totally invisible, it does not show up even when sparks fly off of it. The man must be having a hard time defending against it as his moves aren't as sharp. The girl lets out a voice for the first time. She swings her weapon with more fury, a storm of swings without pause. Flying sparks remind me of blacksmith hitting iron. Lance-wielding man blocks them, plucking out his thumb. I must remember I admire his skills even though he tried to kill me. The man is blocking invisible blows, watching only the opponent's legs and arms. Ah! But that's it. You only need to beat down someone who's gone defensive. And this is it, so the girl steps even closer to the man and delivers a blow of all her might as if smashing him down.
調子に乗るな、たわけ。
Thanks for unbanning me finally. Wait, what? How were you banned, buddy? You must see this as an opportunity as the man disappears. No, he jumped back, making it look like he disappeared. The girl's blow cuts through the air and destroys the ground, kicking up dust. The blow swung as a final was easily dodged.
バカ、何やってんだあいつ。
I don't know, none of the messages that type would show up. Wait, what? Probably a connection. Stream of conversation. Yeah, it sounds like a connection error. Sounds like a Twitch connection error. I can tell even from a distance. I don't know about the careful blows from before, but such a big blow won't be able to touch that man. Even the man's body must be straining under all those attacks. But he suppressed it for an instant and jumped away. As if this blow will determine the victor. Yeah. The man who jumped back several meters jumps as soon as he lands. As if reversing retreat, he jumps at the girl. In contrast, the girl still has the sword in the ground. Uh-oh. That opening is irrevocable. The blade lance returns in less than a second, and the girl twirls her body with the sword still at the ground. So the contest lasts less than a second. The man sees his mistake and tries to hold back while the girl uses her whole body to execute her blow. The man blown away and the girl who blew him away both seem discontent. They each launched blows to kill the other, even if they allowed them to escape in the minute they were worthless. The distance opens. The two stare at each other silently.
どうしたランサ
どうした
ー。止まってい
ランサー。
ては僧兵の名が泣こう。そちらが来ないのなら私が行くが。
わざわざ死にに来るか。それは構わんが、その前に一つだけ聞かせろ。貴様の宝具、それは剣か。
I'm glad that it's staring right into our heart.
さあどうかな。旋風かもしれぬし、双剣かもしれぬ。いや、もしや弓かもしれんぞ、ランサー。
But is Saber and Archer banner still around? There's no timer, dude. Very nice.
Nuka se Saber.
Yeah, I'm guessing like those collabs technically don't have a time limit, right? Like should be like a forever collab. That's just really funny for him. The man who one called Lancer lowers his lance. It was like indicating that he doesn't want to fight anymore. The girl is puzzled by Lancer's action, but I know that stance. It was used in that fight a few hours ago in the schoolyard. It's the fatal move that was supposed to have ended the show.
ついでにもう一つ聞くがな。お互い初見だしよ。ここらで分けって気はないか。
Gacha game without forwards to say, I think dedicated people would have gotten E6 S1 Saber as F2P. Now let's go. I just want Saber in Genshin, Brushy. Come on. Just tell Mihoyo to put Saber in Genshin. That'll be better. Then I'll C6 Saber for sure. But as of now, I don't know, man. Gonna have to C6 Alice instead.
悪い話じゃないだろう。そら、あそこでほうけているお前のマスターは使い物にならんし、俺のマスターとて姿を晒せねえ大ふぬけときた。
Tokita. Does Lancer like disobey Kiryu at some point just because like he hates him? Calling that way for you, let's go.
ここはお互い万全の状態になるまで勝負を持ち越した方が好ましいんだが。
断る。あなたはここで倒れろ、ランサー。
そうかよ。たく、こっちはもともと様子見が目的だったんだぜ。サーバントが出たとあっちゃ、長居する気はなかったんだが。
You let the air around them distorted. Gonna do gay Bolgu! Lancer lowers his stance and chill runs through the air at the moment. Exactly like back then, the magical energy rumbles in the whirlpool centered on that lance.
ホーグ。
Oh, cool. Girl radiates her apparent sword and glares at the enemy in front of her. The girl facing the enemy knows better than I how dangerous he is.
じゃあな、その心臓、もらい受ける。
Orayukiru! The beast jumps. Lancer instantly appears in front of the girl as if he teleported and thrusts his lance at the girl's feet. At her feet? Why at her feet? Gay Bolg is a fraud, noble phantasm. It's a bad move even to my eyes. With the lance already lowered, it wouldn't be effective to aim low at the girl. To prove my point, the girl just jumps over the lance and moves forward to slash Lancer away. At that moment,
Gay!
Gay! With the words of charged with magical energy. Bolg! Bolg! The lance thrusts at the girl's feet rushes towards her heart. It's like a fake move. Question mark? Oh no, she got stabbed. Her body rises into the air. The girl is driven up into the air by the blow of the lance and she crashes down, no lands on the ground. She's bleeding. The girl hasn't even received a scratch so far is bleeding badly from her chest.
呪詛。いや、今のは因果の逆転か。
Inga no Gyakutenga. I'm surprised too. No, since I saw it from a distance, I can tell better than her that the attack just now was a strange one. The lance was definitely aimed at her feet, but it suddenly changed its course, moving strangely in an impossible direction and pierced the girl's heart. The lance itself has not grown or bent. Looks so natural that it makes one think that the lance was already in her heart, and for that reason it's strange. Not as simple as the lance changing course and piercing her heart. The lance did not change its course, but changed the means so that the result would be so. The lance thrust was came in the name of the result of her piercing her heart as the premise. That's why it's called Geiborg. In other words, the process and the result were reversed. I pierced the heart, and therefore I would just like recreate the process. As long as there was a result of the lance piercing her heart, the course of this lance was merely something added later to prove that fact. Evil thorn that breaks through all defenses, a lance that pierces the heart every time it's used, a weapon that determines your fate by just its use. How can anyone block such a ridiculous attack? However, the enemy trusts that the lance will pierce the heart without fail. That's why this move is fatal. Cursor lance always pierces the opponent with one thrust. But the girl evaded it by a small margin. She's wounded, but it was not a fatal blow. In a sense, her actions were more impossible than the lance. Instead of the lance was touched, she turned and jumped back with all her might, as if she knew it was going to happen. Either she had incredible luck or divine protection to nullify the curse of the lance. Either way, she avoided the fatal blow and sullied the lance's name. Girl catches her breath. The blood that was running so much has stopped. Even her stabbed wound is healing. Let's go, healing? It's extraordinary. I knew she wasn't normal, but I guess that's too strange. Plot armor, let's go. I mean, she's literally wearing armor though. Like her skills to fight against Lancer, like the incredible magical energy in her blood, and like her body that heals by itself, the girl clearly surpasses Lancer. That was only up to now. Even if it's healing, her wound is too deep. Lancer's attacks now, she will be defeated even without being able to defend herself. Tsukashi. With this overwhelming advantage, Lancer doesn't move. He glares at the girl, grinding his teeth so hard that I can hear it. Oh.
かわしたな、セイバー。我が必殺のゲイボルクを。
Hisatsu no Geiborgudo. Told ya he's a fraud. A voice that seems to echo from the ground.
ゲイボルク。オミはアイルランドの光の巫女か。
Gari no Mikoko. Lancer frowns. Isn't the other Lancer from Zero? Does he use a different move? He uses like Gay Build or something, right? His hostility disappears and he clucks his tongue in annoyance.
ドジったぜ。こいつを出すからには必殺でなけりゃやばいってのにな。まったく。 有名すぎるのも考えものだ。
Being famous is bad too. What other Lancer? In Fate Zero, another Lancer is summoned. Right. I don't know if it's the exact same Lancer that gets summoned in Fate Zero. I think it's a different one though. In Fate Zero, the one that gets summoned is Diyar Muid or Buin, whatever. But they have very similar abilities. Like they also like wield a lance. But I believe his noble phantasm is different. Yeah, he has two. He uses Gay Dark and Gay Beauty. So it's different from Lancers. This Lancers. So Gay Borg is the one that pierces the heart. But the one in Fate Zero, he has two noble phantasm. One that nullifies magic, and another that inflicts wounds that cannot be healed. So the guy is a dual Lancer. Diamuid. The one in Fate Zero, basically the Holy Grail War that happened like right before this one. Oh, I don't know why that left my mind. Yeah. They look like very similar. Like, I mean, the color scheme is different, but like because like they both have like lances and they're all pure stuff, like it's very similar. Combat style wise. The pressure goes away. Lancer doesn't even attack the wounded girl and simply turns his bad moves to the edge of the yard.
己の正体を知られた以上、どちらかが消えるまでやり合うのがサーバントのセオリーだが、あいにくうちの雇い主は臆病者でな。槍が交わされたのなら帰ってこい、なんて抜かしやがる。
帰ってこい。
逃げるのか、ランサ
ー。逃げるのか。
ああ、追ってくるのなら構わんぞ、セイバー。ただし、その時は決死の覚悟を抱いてこい。
With one bound, Lancer easily jumps over the wall and disappears. Both Irish. 待て、Lancer. The wounded girl starts running to pursue the enemy.
バカがあいつ。
バカがあいつ。I run through the yard with all my strength. The girl will go after him if I don't stop her instantly. But there is no need for that. When the girl tries to jump over the wall, she clenches her chest and stops. Oh, it's too injured to jump. Run to her and stare at her. Now I try to approach her to call out to her, but I forget about it the instant that I come near her. To put it simply, everything about her is absurd. Now that I'm near her, I can tell that the shining armor she wears is really heavy. The old-fashioned cloth is smooth and a vivid blue. No, that's not what fascinates me. The girl who seems to be a few years younger than me is beautiful. Not this again. Golden hair by the moonlight is finely textured as a sprinkle of gold dust. The face with some kind of a naivety as elegant and a white skin looks soft. Not like this. I can't call out to her because I am fascinated by her beauty. Okay, Shiro, we all know you horny, okay. Also, because seeing the girl fighting and getting hurt somehow made me mad. All the while I'm fascinated with her, the girl has her hand on her chest. But that ends quickly. The girl lets her chest go and looks up as if the pain has gone away. Stares directly at me. I'm not sure how I should talk to her, but I noticed something about her. The wound is... 傷がなくなってる. Even though I missed her heart, that lance stabbed her in the chest, but she's unscathed. I've heard healing magic, but I didn't see her using anything like that. So that must mean that even if she gets wounded, she automatically heals. My brain switches gear. There's no time to be fascinated by her. She's a strange being. I can't let my guard down until I know what she is.
お前、何者だ？
何者だ? I think I was that bad and asked her.
何者も何も、セーバーのサーバントです。あなたが私を呼び出したのですから。確認をするまでもないでしょう。
セイバーのサーバント。
セイバーのサーバント。はい。
ですから私のことはセーバーと。
He replies without hesitation. Her tone is polite yet gentle, and just hearing it makes my head go blank. Hey, what am I getting excited about?
そうか。変な名前だな。
I had my burning face in my head and replied really stupidly. I don't know what else to say. I wouldn't know of any such thing to say since I asked her name. Is it a natural for her to introduce herself? In that case, it would be impolite to stay silent like this.
俺はシロ。エミやシロって言って、この家の人間だ。
You have a strange name, Saberfey. True. My answer getting stupider? More stupid. Is stupider a word? But she told me her name, so I should answer too. I know I'm confused right now, but I have to be polite no matter who this is. The girl Saber just stared at me without changing her expression.
いや違う、今のはなしだ。聞きたいのはそういうことでなくて、つまりだな。
分かっています。あなたは正規のマスターではないのですね。
正規のマスター。え。
しかし、それでもあなたは私のマスターです。契約を交わした以上、あなたを裏切りはしない。そのように警戒する必要はありません。
Yeah, bye. I can hear her words, but they make no sense to me. All I know is that she's calling me with a ridiculous word like master.
それは違う。俺マスターなんて名前じゃないぞ。
それでは素人。ええ。私としてはこの発音の方が好ましい。
As soon as she said my name, I think my face lit up on fire. Shouldn't you call someone by their last name on the first meeting? Question mark. Bro thinks this is a date. What the heck?
ちょっと待て。なんだってそっちの方。
But also, like in Japan, it's technically rude to call someone by their first name immediately, so... Pain suddenly runs through my left hand. It's... Hatsu. He has a command spell. Ooh. And it feels like it's in the fire, and on the strange mark looks like a tattoo. I really like the command spells design for each of the servants. They're all like 3 contiguous marks to show the 3 spells, but they're all like have really cool designs that signify the type of servant.
それはレイジと呼ばれるものです、シロ。
レイジ。
私たちサーバントを律する3つの命令権であり、マスターとしての命でもある。むやみな使用は避けるように。
お前。
Air around her changes.
シロ、傷の治療を。
He speaks in a cold voice. He needs attention to something far away behind the wall, not me.
待て、まさか俺に言ってるのか。悪いけど、そんな難しい魔術は知らないし、それにもう治ってるじゃないか、それ。
They both bounce a bit. That's something really wrong here.
ではこのままで臨みます。自動修復は外面を覆っただけですが、あと一度の戦闘ならば支障はないでしょう。
あと一度って何を？
外の敵は2人。この程度の重圧なら数秒で倒し得る相手です。
Take a few seconds to defeat them. Oh, we're gonna fight you. Feels outside. I'm left alone in the lab.
外に敵？
敵？ Okay, I realize what it means.
ちょっと待て、まだ戦うっていうのか、お前。
My body starts to move. Not thinking, I run to the gate with full force. And you see Saber fighting. Run to the gate, unlock it with trembling hands, and jump outside.
Saber! どこだ?
Search through the dark. Moon's hidden now at all times, it's completely dark. But here's something nearby. Run to a small room with no sign of anyone on it. What happens in an instant? Saber is confronting a familiar guy in red. Saber runs at the man who now hesitates and takes his guard down with one blow and easily slashes the man in red. Saber raises her arm to finish him off, but right before the man's wrist next slash, he disappears as a powerful magic is cast. Saber doesn't start, he dashes to the person behind the man in red, easily cuts off the large spell the person launches. I knew she was strong, but this is overwhelming. The spell right now was at a level of intervention magic I cannot even compare with. Pilot could use one as strong as that, but to cast a natural intervention of that power instantly, I don't even think a first class mages could do so. Saber nullified that even master class magic. Enemy must be a mages, as the match is decided right there. Mages attacks are no use against Saber, and she mercilessly attacks the mages. Sound of someone falling backwards. Mages miraculously dodge Saber's blow, but the enemy now cannot move. Saber corners the enemy and points her invisible sword. My mind freezes, probably because the moon lights up the scene in an instant. Feel that the figure Saber is pointing at is human. Can't tell who it is, but the image of Saber killing someone is getting splattered blood crosses my head. Saber moves. She pierces the enemy's throat with the thing in her hand.
Yamero! Saber!
Yamero, Saber! I scream as loud as I can. Her sword stops. Thank God I can't see her sword. The end of the invisible sword isn't wet with the enemy's blood.
やめろ。頼むからやめてくれ。セイバー。
I'm just preparing myself to do my best to stop her.
なぜ止めるのです、シロ。彼女はアーチャーのマスターです。ここで仕留めておかなければ。
No, Saber has no intention of stopping. She only stopped because I said so, and she's ready to bring her sword down at any time.
だから待てって。人のことをマスターだとか言ってるけど、こっちは点でわからないんだ。俺をそんな風に呼ぶんなら少しは説明するのが筋ってもんだろう。
Saber doesn't answer. She only stares at me in silence.
順番が違うだろう、セイバー。俺はまだお前が何なのか知らない。けど話してくれるなら聞くから、そんなことはやめてくれ。
Dots. Saber is silent, still pointing her sword at the fallen enemy. She looks at me discontentedly.
そんなこととはどのようなことか。あなたはむやみに人を傷つけるな、などという理想論を挙げるのですか。
Okay. Not hurting anyone unnecessarily. Well, it's true that we should avoid fights as much as possible, but I'm not so good-natured as to release someone who came to attack me.
つまりあなたは敵であれ命を絶つなと言いたいのでしょう。そのような言葉には従いません。敵は倒すものです。それでもやめろというのであれば、令旨をもって私を律しなさい。
いや、そんなことっていうのはお前のことだ。女の子が剣なんて振り回すもんじゃない。怪我をしてるならなおさらだろう。
Dude, this guy is sexist. A girl shouldn't be swinging swords around, bro. Are you from like 2004? Oh wait, you are.
で、そっか。本当に剣を持ってるかどうかはわからないんだっけ。いや、とにかくそういうのはダメだ。
Dots. Saber looks dumbfounded as taken aback. How long were we standing there like that?
で、いつになったら剣を下げてくれるのかしらね、セイバーさんは。
Figure on the ground suddenly speaks. Saber suddenly concentrates her attention on her sword.
諦めなさい。敵を前にして下げる剣はありません。
あなたのマスターは下げろって言ってるのに。へえ、セイバーとマロンサーバントが主に逆らうって言うんだ。
Saber grits her teeth. But Saber lowers her sword and relaxes. It was silly that she must put away her sword as well.
さ、なら立ってもいいのよね、私。
The one on the ground stands up. She looks shameless, brushing her rear. Hey, wait a second. The stockkeepers are definitely what?
お前、遠さか。
ええ。こんばんは、エミヤ君。
Ozaki replies with a big smile. That gets me. If she greets me normally like that, everything that happened up to now seems like a dream, and no, my head's about to explode. Jeez, how easy would things be? It.
いや、だからさっきの魔術は遠坂が使ったってことだから、つまり
魔術師ってことでしょ。まあお互い似たようなもんだし、隠す必要もないわよね。
When she replies clearly like that, it makes me seem stupid for asking.
いいから話は中でしましょう。どうせ何も分かってないんでしょ、エミヤ君は。
Emiya-kun was saying she walks towards the entrance.
待て遠坂、何考えてんだお前。
And then she turns and the smile on her face isn't like the previous one.
バカね、いろいろ考えてるわよ。だから話をしようって言ってるんじゃない。エミヤ君、突然の事態に驚くのもいいけど、素直に認めないと命取りって時もあるのよ。ちなみに今がその時だと分かって。
He glares at me.
分かればよろしい。それじゃあ行こっか、エミヤ君のお家にね。
Osaka goes through the gate.
なんかすげえ怒ってるぞ、あいつ。
Only natural. She had a sword pointed at her and then she was almost killed.
いや、それにしたって。
So just might imagine she's totally unlike how she seems at school. I'm in a strange situation. In front of me is the school's #1 idol, whom I admire, Tosaka Rin, and following silently behind me is Saber, who calls herself a servant. And I like both of them. Lul. Oh, the hallway suddenly feels like it's a different dimension. I can't be a coward forever. I'm a magus even if I'm just an amateur. Tosaka Rin, the magus as me, is acting so fearlessly, so I have to act firmly too. Okay, only work out a few things. First about Saber, who's following me. I'm sure she is some kind of familiar because she calls me master and I made contract with her. I hear that the familiar is some kind of assistant for mages. Most magi transfer part of their body into something and summon it as another self. For the other self, a mage usually uses a small animal, simply because it's easy to take over the mind of something like a cat or a dog. Some magi use a human, but need enough magical energy to change a human at all times to do such a thing. If one constantly uses enough magical energy to control someone, it will take most of the mage's magical energy to sustain the familiar. But that would be putting the cart before the horse. Familiar is something that assists the mages. To reduce the burden on the mages, it's commonly accepted that the small animals are most suitable, so I've been taught, but...
何かあるのですか、シオ。
ああ、いや、なんでもない。
Ava looks human no matter how you look at her, and she's clearly superior to me, her master. I don't have any magical energy to control such pressure, and more than that, I don't have the magic circle to summon a familiar. So Saber must be something rather unlike a familiar. She said she's a savant. I don't know what that is, but I think the man called Lanza and the man with Tosaka were the same thing. Must be that Tosaka is also called a master. I just saw a magic skill, I'm worth half a mage, she's probably worth about 3 magi though. Of course, there's no point in comparing me to the other magi when I only use strengthening magic. Anyway, Tosaka is an amazing magus. In any spiritually superior land, in a family of magi looks after them. And Emiya family only came to the Nikiritsugu's generation, so we're just strangers. And so I didn't know what the Tosakas were magi, and I didn't think Tosaka knew that the Emiyas were a family of magi either. There are several magi in this town that I don't know about. If Lancer is a family of another magus in this town, it just means that I struck my head into the conflict between magi.
へえ、結構広いのね。和風っていうのも新鮮だな。
Wow. フ
あ、エミヤくん、そこが今？
Okay, so Tosaka was in the living room. Dots. Let's stop thinking for now. Let's just listen to Tosaka's story. Turn the lights on. It's already past 1 in the morning.
あ、寒っ。何よ、窓ガラス全開してるじゃない。
The windows are broken? Yes, I just jumped
仕
through it.
方ないだろう。ランサーってやつに襲われたんだ。なりふり構ってられなかったんだよ。
またなかったろ。
ああ、そういうこと。じゃあ、セイバーを呼び出すまで一人であいつとやり合ってたの？
やり合ってたの？
やり合ってなんかない。ただ一方的にやられただけだ。
ふーん、変な見え張らないんだ。そっかそっか。ほんと見た目通りなんだ、エミヤくんって。
Like I walks over to the broken window. Was she gonna fix it? Takes a piece of the shattered glass and takes a look at it. And
Minuten vor Schweißen.
ooh, Minuten for Schweißen. She cuts the tip of her finger and puts a drop of her blood onto the glass. Huh? What kind of magic is this? Shattered glass combines on its own and restores itself in a matter of seconds.
遠坂、今の
He just beat me up, guys. I mean, it's true. He did get beat up.
ちょっとしたデモンストレーションよ。助けてもらったお礼にはならないけど、一応筋は通しておかないとね。
Instant wipe. Instant wipe this woman. Just fix my windows, bro.
もう私がやらなくともそっちで直したんだろうけど、こんなの魔力の無駄遣いでしょ。本当なら窓ガラスなんて取り替えれば済むけど、こんな寒い中で話すのもなんだし。
Okay, so I did something natural. But needless to say, skills are beyond my
い
understanding.
や、すごいぞ遠坂。俺はそんなことできないからな。直してくれて感謝してる。
できないってそんなことないでしょ。
If I caught a guy who would take 2 weeks to show and do a crappy job fixing my window, it's true. And it costs like $300.
ガラスの扱いなんて初歩の初歩だもの。たった数分前に割れたガラスの修復なんてどこの学派でも入門試験みたいなものでしょ。
そうなのか。俺は親父にしか教わったことがないから、そういう基本とか処方とか知らないんだ。
は？
Huh? Osaka freezes. And says something I shouldn't have.
ちょっと待って。じゃあ何？エミヤくんは自分の工房の管理もできない半人前ってこと？
いや、工房なんて持ってないぞ、俺。
At this point, Tosaka doesn't know he's just a noob. And he's probably like super jealous that this is noob summon like Saber, and she was trying to summon Saber all this time. But I do understand my trainer, but I think Tosaka will get mad if I call him a workshop.
まさかとは思うけど確認しとく。 もしかしてあなた5大要素の扱いとかパスの作り方も知らない？
What is a pass? I'll admit that I don't know. Dots. Oh, that's scary. It's so beautiful usually she looks pretty scary now.
何？じゃああなた素人？
You wrote though?
そんなことないぞ。一応強化の魔術ぐらいは使える。
強化ってまたなんとも半端なのを使うのね。で、それ以外はからっきしってわけ？
Well, I got glad that
まあ端的に言えば多分。
I'm glad that my answer vague.
は
Face
あ、
palm.
なんだってこんなやつにセイバーが呼び出されるのよ。まったく。
The rin face palm, we got it. We tried. Makes me mad. I haven't been playing around. I know I'm an amateur, but I don't think it matters right now.
まあいいわ。もう決まったことに不平をこぼしても始まらない。
You jealous, true.
そんなことより今は借りを返さないと。
We'll take it, bro.
それじゃあ話を始めるけど、エミヤくん、自分がどんな立場にあるのか分かってないでしょ。
Thoughts? I nod.
やっぱり。まあ一目で分かったけど、一応確認しとかないとね。知ってる相手に説明するなんて心の贅肉だし。
I think that was a weird phrase, but I stay quiet. I think she'll beat me up if I make fun of her now.
率直に言うと、エミヤくんはマスターに選ばれたの。
Master.
どちらかの手に精魂があるでしょ。手の甲とか腕とか、個人差はあるけど3つの霊樹が刻まれているはず。それがマスターとしての証よ。
手の甲って、あ、これか。
そう、それはサーバントを律する呪文でもあるから大切にね。霊樹って言うんだけど、それがある限りはサーバントを従えていられるわ。
ある限りってどういうことだよ。
霊樹は絶対命令権なの。サーバントには自由意志があるって気づいていると思うけど、それをねじ曲げて絶対に言いつけを守らせる呪文がその刻印。発動に呪文は必要なくて、あなたが霊樹を使用するって思えば発動するから。ただし1回使うたびに1つずつ減っていくから、使うのなら2回だけにとどめなさい。
You only use it twice.
で、その霊樹がなくなったらエミヤくんは殺されるだろうから、せいぜい注意して。
俺が殺される？
そうよ。マスターが他のマスターを倒すのが聖杯戦争の基本だから。そうして他の6人を倒したマスターには望みを叶える聖杯が与えられるの。
Okay. So this is where the translation is wrong. He says the master that kills the other 6 masters is awarded with the Holy Grail. But that's not what Tosaka said. Tosaka actually said the master that defeats the other 6 masters, or Tao Sareru. So it's not Koro Sareru, but Hao Sareru. So this is actually a mistranslation. I don't know if it actually is killing that required. I don't know. I don't actually think the killing part is actually required, if I'm not mistaken. But in any case, Tosaka doesn't say the word kill here. Tosaka says the word defeat. Tao Sareru instead of Koro Sareru. Yeah, I thought you just get taken out of the war if you use it all up. I think what she means is that if you use it all up, you lose control of your servant, and because like you lose control of your servant, like you're just like you're basically food. That's what it means. I don't know what we're talking about at all. Probably about masters killing each other, killing other masters. Probably a winner gets a holy grail. Wait, does she mean the holy grail?
まだわからない？要するにね、あなたはあるゲームに巻き込まれたのよ。
Someone needs a mana though, so I don't know if it's worth killing us for it. 聖杯戦争っていう7人のマスターの生存競争。
他のマスターを一人残らず倒すまで終わらない魔術師同士の殺し合いに。
魔術師同士殺し合いに。So again, she doesn't use the word kill, she uses the word defeat. But she does use the word kill in the word battle royale. Instead of battle royale, it's more of like killing contest. Koroshiai. Like a Tosaka says it's the most natural thing in the world. Brave swords in my head. I've been chosen as a master. Tosaka says she is a master. Familiars called the servants, and like the servants still need a source of mana though. If they just kill us, then they're just shooting themselves in the foot. No. It's not like the servant is going it's not like your servant is going to kill you. I think if you lose control of command spells, what happens is that you cannot maintain your servant in the world anymore. So your servant basically disappears, and other servants can kill you off. Basically, that's what it means. But I think you do need the command. You do need at least one command spell with you in order to keep your servant anchored into the world. Otherwise, you lose. When I say you lose control of the servant, like you're just completely like. Asa has joined the chat. I think Rin still has command spells on her, so she's still like anchoring Archer, right? Even though Archer has independent action, so control was a bit less there. A battle to the death between the other magi called the Holy Grail War.
待て、なんだそれ。いきなり何言ってんだお前。
気持ちはわかるけど、私は事実を口にするだけよ。
Yeah, Lancer can do the same as well. But I think that one is more of like, how do I put it? I feel like that one's more like a rogue or scout type ability, so that you can like operate independently. You don't have to be in close to your master's range, essentially. Which can be beneficial, I think, for those classes, because Archer is kind of like a scouting class. I don't know about Lancer though. I don't know why Lancer has it. To me, it doesn't really make sense beyond the fact that they needed a plot reason for him to be able to operate without Kirei exposing himself, so I feel like it makes sense for Archer to have like independent action, because Archers are kind of like scouts. But Lancer, I think he only has it because Kirei needs to be hidden.
それにあなただって心の底では理解してるんじゃない？一度ならず二度までもサーバントに殺されかけて、自分はもう逃げられない立場なんだって。
That's certainly I was almost killed by that lantern guy, but
あ、違うわね。殺されかけたんじゃなくて殺されたんだっけ。よく生き返ったわね、エミヤくん。
oh, she hasn't revealed to him that she revived him. So I was trying to finish me off. That's right, that guy killed me and I certainly died. No excuse on negotiation part, I was just someone who had to be killed. So even if I do deny this battle to the depth, I cannot understand the others and will not withdraw.
納得した？ならもう少しだけ話をしてあげる。聖杯戦争というのが何であるか私もよくは知らない。ただ何十年に一度7人のマスターが選ばれ、マスターにはそれぞれサーバントが与えられるってことだけは確かよ。私もマスターに選ばれた一人だからサーバントと契約したし、あなただってセーバーと契約した。
Well, the good old days when there were only 7 servants, guys. Let's go.
サーバントは聖杯戦争を勝ち残るために聖杯が与えた使い魔と考えなさい。で、マスターである私たちは自分のサーバントと協力して他のマスターを始末していくわけね。
聖杯戦争. Well, that kind of situation is too big for me to understand. But there's one thing I do wonder about.
ちょっと待ってくれ。遠坂はセイバーを使い魔だって言うけど、俺にはそうは思えない。だって使い魔っていうのは猫とか鳥だろ。そりゃ人の幽霊を扱うやつもいるっていうけど、セイバーはちゃんと体がある。それにとても使い魔なんかに見えない。
Saber is too pretty to be a familiar. I glance at Saber. Saber is quietly listening to our conversation. It looks just like a human being. I don't know her identity, but she's a girl about my age. Just having a girl like that near me is more than enough, so I don't get it when she tells me to save her as a partner. Besides, my heart is pounding right now, dude. Not like this. Get your horniness out of you.
まあサーバントはその分類ではあるけど、位置づけは段違いよ。何しろそこにいる彼女はね、使い魔としては最強とされるゴーストライナーなんだから。
ゴーストライナー。
ゴーストライナー。じゃあそのやっぱり幽霊ってことか。
Human girls stopped living a long time ago. Remaining minds of those with strong abilities to remain in this world even after they die. That doesn't make sense. Ghost doesn't have a body. Ghosts can only get hurt by ghosts. So as I have a body, a ghost shouldn't be able to kill me.
幽霊。似たようなものだけど、そんなもんと一緒にしたらセイバーに殺されるわよ。
Ghost liner, yeah, that's a correct translation. They do use the word ghost liner.
サーバントは受肉した
Even though I
過
don't
去
know
の
what that
英雄。
means.
精霊に近い人間以上の存在なんだから。
はあ、受肉した過去の英雄。
Apparently, ghost liner is a clock tower term. Is a clock tower term. Ghost liner is a clock tower term meaning a manifestation of a heroic spirit engraved throughout human history. Doesn't really say why it's called ghost liner. But you can think of it as another word for a heroic spirit, I guess.
そうよ。過去だろうが現代だろうが、とにかく死亡した伝説上の英雄をこう引っ張ってきてね、実体化させるのよ。まあ呼び出すまでがマスターの役割で、後の実体化は聖杯がしてくれるんだけどね。魂を形にするなんてのは一階の魔術師には不可能だもの。ここは強力なアーティファクトの力におんぶしてもらうってわけ。
Sus, you say hero from past or present? Maybe was it until this point they haven't come across heroic spirits from the future? We were led astray from the start. I mean, time doesn't exist. Past, present, and future all exist at the same time. So when you say, so it can come from anywhere. If the future is already written, it's in the past. The past is already written, it's in the present. And if the present is already written, they're all the same. All the same.
ちょっと待て、過去の英雄って、
過去の英雄って。If she's a heroine from the past too? Well, it's true that nobody would just like that now, but still.
そんなの不可能だ。そんな魔術聞いたことがない。
当然よ。これは魔術じゃないもの。あくまで聖杯による現象と考えなさい。そうでなければ魂を再現して固定化するなんてできるはずがない。
魂の再現って、じゃあそのサーバントは幽霊とは違うのか。
違うわ。人間であれ動物であれ機械であれ、偉大な功績を残すと輪廻の輪から外されて一段階上に昇華するって話聞いたことない？
Get removed from reincarnation and sublimate into beings of higher rank. Oh, right. Because Japan still believes in reincarnation. Shiro just got a cosplayer and it's out, let's go.
英霊っていうのはそういう連中よ。要するに崇め立て祀られて疑似的な神様になった者たちなんでしょうね。
I don't know if the cosplayer is Rin Tosaka or Saber.
高霊術とか口寄せとかそういう一般的な霊を扱う魔術は彼らの力の一部を借り受けて奇跡を起こすでしょ。けどこのサーバントっていうのは英霊本体を直接連れてきて使い魔にする。だから基本的には霊体としてそばにいるけど必要とあらば実体化させて戦わせられるってわけ。
Saber, obviously.
その霊体と実体を使い分けられるってことか。遠坂のサーバントは姿が見えないけど今は霊体ってことか。
霊体ってことか。
いえ、あいつはうちの召喚人で傷を癒している最中よ。
Healing himself.
さっきセイバーにやられたでしょ。あれだってあと少し強制撤去が遅かったら一撃で消滅してたわ。いい？サーバントを倒せるのは同じ霊体であるサーバントだけ。そりゃ相手が実体化していればこっちの攻撃も当たるからうまくすれば倒せるかもしれないけど、サーバントはみんな怪物じみてるでしょ。だから怪物の相手は怪物に任せてマスターは後方支援をするっていうのがセオリーね。
I can't wait for you to do that. In game? What? What? Saber doesn't die. Impossible. Osaka's explanation irritates me for some reason. She calls them monsters. I don't know about the other servers, but I don't want to talk about Saber like that.
とにかく
怪物。
マスターになった人間は召喚したサーバントを使って他のマスターを倒さなければならない。
Again, it's 倒さればなればなかない。The game keeps saying kill, but clearly Tosaka says defeat. 倒せれば。
そのあたりは理解できた？
言葉の上でなら。けど納得なんて言ってないぞ。
頭なんて。
そもそもそんな悪趣味なことを誰が何のために始めたんだ？
Asking the real question, Zero. Who started this nonsense?
それは私が知るべきことでもないし答えてあげることでもない。そのあたりはいずれちゃんと聖杯戦争を監督しているやつに聞きなさい。
There's a fan translation, but it's not real to Noah.
私が教えてあげられるのはね、あなたはもう戦うしかなくてサーバントは強力な使い魔だからうまく使えってことだけよ。
I think it was meant to fix this sort of stuff. Oh, I see. I mean, at the end of the day, like, it doesn't... Like, the meaning is still, like... I mean, the gravity of the killing is still there. It's just not as faithful to the Japanese, that's all. You have to download the game online, but the version has goon, not like this. So not Twitch-friendly.
さて、エミヤ君から話を聞いた限りじゃあなたは不完全な状態みたいね、セイバー。マスターとしての心得がない魔術師見習いに呼び出されたんだから。
ええ、あなたの言う通り私は万全ではありません。シローには私を実体化させる魔力がないため霊体に戻ることも魔力の回復も難しいでしょう。
Azul.
驚いたわ。そこまでひどかったこともだけどあなたが正直に話してくれるなんて思わなかった。どうやって弱みを聞き出そうかなって程度だったのに。
敵に弱点を見抜かれるのは不本意ですが、あなたの目は欺けそうにない。こちらの手札を隠しても意味はないでしょう。それならばあなたに知ってもらうことでシローにより深く現状を理解してもらった方がいい。
正解。風格も十分と。もうますます惜しい。私がセイバーのマスターだったらこんな戦い勝ったも同然だったのに。
Let's go, Rin X Saber content. Osaka excessive submissive anger.
遠坂、それ俺がふさわしくないってことか？
当然でしょ、ヘッポコ。
Heppoko. Let's go. Oh, she did something that anyone would have trouble saying.
何？まだなんか質問があるの？
She doesn't realize it. Her understood an image from the studio crumbles inside of me. Good going, Issei. It's gonna show you so no opening just like the devil.
さて、話がまとまったところでそろそろ行きましょうか。
Osaka-san, you say something strange. Huh?
行くってどこへ？
行くってどこへ？
だからあなたが巻き込まれたこのゲーム、聖杯戦争をよく知っているやつに会いに行くの。エミヤ君、聖杯戦争の理由について知りたいんでしょ？
それは当然だ。けどそれってどこだよ？もうこんな時間なんだし、あんまり遠いのは。
大丈夫。隣町だから急げば夜明けまでには帰ってこれるわ。それに明日は日曜なんだから別に夜更かししてもいいじゃない。
いや、そういう問題じゃなくて。
There's a lot of things happen today, so I want to have a rest and think about them. I want to sleep, bro. Let me
何？
sleep.
行かないの？もうエミヤ君がそう言うんならいいけど、セイバーは？
What's it called? Ask Saber.
ちょっと待て、セイバーは関係ないだろう。あんまり無理強いするな。
もうマスターとしての自覚はあるんだ。私がセイバーと話すのは嫌？
そんなことあるか。ただ、遠坂の言うのが本当なら、セイバーは昔の英雄なんだろ？なら、こんな現代に呼び出されて、右も左もわからないはずだ。だから、
シロ、それは違う。サーバントは人間の世であるのなら、あらゆる時代に適応します。です
ね、知ってるって本当に？
もちろん。この時代に呼び出されたのも一度ではありませんから。
Oh, that's true, yeah, because Saber was summoned in Fate Zero as well. It might have been Saber, it might have only been Saber actually. Saber might have been the only servant that was summoned in both the 4th and the 5th Holy Grail Wars.
嘘。どんな確率よそれ。
Was a surprise too.
シロ、私は彼女に賛成です。あなたはマスターとして知識がなさすぎる。あなたと契約したサーバントとしてシロには強くなってもらわなければ困ります。
Saber said to be silently. It's a gentle stare that's worried not for herself but for me.
わかった。行けばいいんだろ、行けば。で、それってどこなんだ、遠坂。ちゃんと帰ってこれる場所なんだろうな。
もちろん。行き先は隣町の琴峰教会。そこがこの戦いを監督してるエセ神父の居所よ。
エセ神父? What's gonna make an evil smile? Looks like she's having fun dragging me around while I don't know anything. It might be prejudice, but I'm beginning to feel like there's a problem with her personality. We walked through the nighttime town. I feel like if Shiro knew that Rin saved his life, he would totally like have a different outlook with how he's reacting to her right now. Past 1 in the morning, there's no one out at this time. The lights in the houses are out, and only the street lamps illuminate the side of town.
まあ、遠坂、つかのことを聞くけど、歩いて隣町まで行く気なのか？
そうよ。だって電車もバスも終わってるでしょ。いいんじゃない？たまには夜の散歩っていうのも。
そうか。一応聞くけど、隣町までどのくらいかかるか知ってるか？
歩いてだと1時間ぐらいかしらね。まあ、遅くなったら帰りはタクシーでも拾えばいいでしょ。
そんな余分な金は使わないし、俺が言いたいのは、女の子が夜出歩くのはどうかってことだ。最近物騒なのは知ってるだろ？もしものことがあったら責任持てないぞ、俺。
Bro, at a time like this, Shiro is still saying it's dangerous for girls to walk around, even though like he knows like Tosaka is literally like better than him. Question mark. Man, I can't stand this sexism. Wait a minute, wasn't Berserker the previous master of Lancer? Berserker? I don't remember the previous master of Lancer actually.
安心しなさい。相手がどんなやつだろうとちょっかいなんて出してこないわ。エミヤ君は忘れてるみたいだけど、そこにいるセイバーはとんでもなくお強いんだから。
I just remember that Kiritsugu like outsmarted the previous master of a Lancer or something, and he was like, "Oh, I'll promise to spare this person's life. I won't kill this person if you tell Lancer to like off himself." And then he was like, okay, I tell Lancer to off himself, and then Lancer was like, dang it, and then Lancer offs himself, and then Kiritsugu was like, haha, I'm not gonna kill this guy, but one of my underlings, well, the underling killed him. It's like so he died a very like sad death, and like Jiritsugu basically like completely destroyed him. He's like, I promise not to kill your lover, but then like one of his underlings killed the lover right after that. This is why you have to make sure that your agreements are there's no like loopholes in those agreements, you know. The Lancer and Saber are the same as the last war. No, Lancer is not the same in the last war. It's a different Lancer, I believe. This Lancer, the Gay Borg Lancer, I believe is different from Diamuit Lancer. He looks way too similar. Like it's so similar, but they are a different Lancer. The Lancer here is Kulain, and the Lancer in the fourth one is Diamuit or some, I don't know what the heck how to say this word. So fifth Holy Grail War was Kulain, and the fourth war was Diamuit Uaduibne. Whoever it is, if someone attacks her, they will be counter-attacked viciously.
リン、シローは今何を言いたかったのでしょう。私には理解できなかったのですが。
Why is she in a yellow raincoat? What the heck? She stands out a bit too much, guys.
いや、大した勘違いっぷりっていうか、大間抜けっていうか。なんでも、私たちが痴漢に襲われたら、エミヤくんが助けてくれるんだって。
Yeah, Kukule Lancer, that's the fifth Holy Grail War one. The fourth one is different, and the one in the previous war is different.
そんな、シローは私のマスターだ。それでは立場が逆ではないですか。
そういうの考えてないんじゃない？魔術師とかサーバントとかどうでもいいって感じ。あいつの頭の中、一度見てみたくなったわね。
Shiro still thinks this is a dating game. Berserker and Saber now know each other to talk to each other. Saber has been silent ever since I stopped her from going out just like she was. She said she wouldn't take off her armor, so I made her wear a wrinkle, and she's been quiet ever since. Now she follows me and only speaks to Tosaka.
あれ？どっちに行くのよ、エミヤくん。そっち、道が違うんじゃない？
I
橋
see, I
に出ればいいん
see.
だろ。ならこっちのが近道だ。
Shikamichida. I don't want to walk alongside, so I quickly make my way to the small side road. Follow me without objection. Come on into our park. We have to cross that bridge to go to the neighboring town of Shinto, but I wonder if this is a real bridge in Japan. I feel like it is.
へえ、こんな道あったんだ。そっか。橋には公園からでも行けるんだから、公園を目指せばいいのね。
100% real. Yeah, it looks 100%. It looks pretty real. Maybe it's because it's nighttime. Tosaka's face looking up at the bridge seems even more beautiful than at school. I'm troubled. Man, these comments are troubling me.
いいから行くぞ。
I can see why this
遊びに来たわけ
is.
じ
I
ゃない
can see
んだ
why this is a visual novel. They just trace on the picture. True. It definitely reads like a VN because like there's all these like comments about how beautiful the characters are. Like Shiro can't help but like think that everyone is beautiful. Like help. I hurry Tosaka, who is standing still in the park, made my way up the stairs. I feel like it would be really cool to play this whole thing through Tosaka's viewpoint, not just the prologue. Once we reach the road alongside the bridge, Shinto will be straight ahead of us. There's no one on the bridge. It's only natural, as not many people use it during the daytime. It's more normal to use the bus or the train to get to the neighboring town, so this bridge is rarely used. Because it's so long, it carries a fear that it might collapse on you. Some of these places is used for dates, even though it's perfect location-wise.
バカらしい。何考えてんだ俺。
Exactly, Shiro. Slap yourself. Sailor's following me and Tosaka walking right beside me. Trying to ignore them, I tried to cross. He's trying to ignore them because he doesn't want to be embarrassed that this is like a date. Oh my gosh. I mean, then again, I know Shiro is like a teenager and he's like a horny teenager, so... Beyond the bridge, Tosaka leads us into the suburbs. When I think about Shinto, only the office building in front of the station come to mind. But the streets are all the time once you get away from the station. Suburbs are the most extreme of those. There are hilly roads and a high road overlooking the sea. As you go farther up the hill, there are fewer buildings and foreigners' cemetery built on the slope of the hill can be seen.
この上が教会よ。エミヤ君も一度ぐらいは行ったことがあるんじゃない？
いや、ない。あそこが孤児院だったってことぐらいは知ってるけど。
そう。なら今日が初めてか。じゃあ少し気を引き締めた方がいいわ。あそこの神父は一筋縄じゃいかないから。
Look outside up the hill. Looking out, I can see a building at the top of the hill. A church at the top of the hill. I never thought I'd visit God's house for the first time for a reason like this. Ooh, church time.
すごいな、これ。
Church is magnificent. The whole top of the hill must be the church's land, as a flat field welcomes me as soon as I reach the top. The church isn't that big, but it's compelling, towering over its visitors. God's house, nice joke.
シロ、私はここに残ります。
なんでだよ。ここまで来たのに、セイバーだけ置いてけぼりなんてできないだろ
う。私は教会に来たのではなく、シロを守るためについてきたのです。シロの目的地が教会であるのなら、これ以上遠くには行かないでしょう。ですから、ここで帰りを待つことにします。
Eva says clearly, it doesn't seem like she'll budge in it, so I decided to respect her decision.
わかった。それじゃあ行ってくる。
Do they fight Berserker right after this?
はい。誰であろうと気を許さないように、マスター。
The large, impressive chapel. Since it's so large, many people must come here during the day. If he's entrusted with such a church, the priest must be a man of character.
ここの神父さんというのはどんな人なんだ？
どんな人かって説明するのは難しいわね。10年来の知人だけど、私だって未だにあいつの性格はつかめないもの。
You know the way home they fight Berserker? Yeah, I think I think that happens. I'm not sure though. I don't remember that clearly.
10年来の知人？それはまた随分と年季が入った関係だな。もしかして親戚か何かか？
親戚じゃないけど私の後見人よ。ついでに言うと兄弟子にして第二の師っていうところ。
兄弟子って魔術師としての兄弟子？
そうだけど、なんで驚くのよそこで。
だって神父さんなんだろ？神父さんが魔術なんてそんなのご法度じゃないか。
By nature, magic and church cannot be in harmony. Organization that magic belongs to is called the Magic Association. And that's a religion the side you wouldn't see while living a normal life is called the Holy Church. Two are barely similar, they cooperate in name, but they're always trying to kill each other when given a chance. Church hates heretics. They totally eliminate the inhuman and they count magic using humans among their targets. The church miracles are only given to those chosen by holy saints. Any miracles handled by other people are heresies. There are no exceptions, even those within the church. The higher one rises in the church, the more one is prohibited from impurity of magic. For a follower entrusted in a church like this, the more divine protection one receives, the more one should stay away from magic.
いや、そもそもここの神父さんってこっち側の人だったのか。
ええ、聖杯戦争の監督役を任されたやつだもの。バリッバリの大公社よ。まあ、最も神のご加護があるかどうかは疑問だけど。
The church is also supposed to be a safe space for the Seihai Sensor, right? Like, nobody can kill each other in the church. There's no combat supposed to happen in the church.
Hmm. で、その神父さんは何て言うんだ？さっきは琴峰とかなんとか言ってたけど。
琴峰きれい。
名前は琴峰きれい。父さんの教え子でね。もう10年以上顔を合わせてる腐れ縁よ。まあ、できれば知り合いたくなかったけど。
同感だ。私も死を敬わぬ弟子など持ちたくはなかった。
同感だ。A footstep. He must have not noticed our entry. He must have noticed our entry as he stood from the other side of the altar.
再三の呼び出しにも応じぬと思えば、変わった客を連れてきたな。 彼が7人目というわけか、リン。
そう、一応魔術師だけど中身は点で素人だから見てられなくって。確かマスターになった者はここに届けを出すのが決まりだったわよね。あんたたちが勝手に決めたルールだけど今回は守ってあげる。
Oh, we always got the voice. Yeah, Kotomini Kiryu is a pretty good voice actor.
それは結構。なるほど。ではその少年には感謝しなくてはな。
What was that even fit on the screen? Big. Very well then, I must thank this young man. This priest called Kotomine slowly turns to me. Without realizing, I step back. He's not scary at all. I don't feel any hostility from him, but this priest still has a presence that makes the air around him feel heavy.
私はこの教会を任されている琴峰きれいというものだが、君の名は何というのかな。7人目のマスターよ。
エミやシロ。けど俺はまだマスターなんてものになった覚えはないからな。
Go ahead, please try not to lose against his presence.
エミやシロ。
The name Emiya will spark something in him. The weight on my back turns into a chew. He slowly smiles as if he met someone pleasant. They were like rivals in the Fourth Grail War. That smile, it makes me...
礼を言うエミや。よくリンを連れてきてくれた。君がいなければあれは最後までここには訪れなかったろう。
Priest makes his way toward the altar. Tosaka moves away from the altar and stands beside me.
では始めよう。エミやシロ。君はセイバーのマスターで間違いはないか？
それは違う。確かに俺はセイバーと契約した。けどマスターとか聖杯戦争とかそんなことを言われても俺には点でわからない。マスターっていうのがちゃんとした魔術師がなるものなら他にマスターを選び直した方がいい。
なるほど。これは重症だ。彼は本当に何も知らないのか、リン。
だから素人だって言ったじゃない。そのあたりからしつけてあげて。そういう追い込み得意でしょ、あんた。
Tosaka urges the priest.
ほう。これはそういうことか。よかろう。お前が私を頼ったのはこれが初めてだ。エミやシローには感謝をしてもし足りないな。
Father Kotomine laughs. Conversation makes me feel uneasy. What have I gotten
ま
myself
ず
into?
君の勘違いを正そう。いいか、エミやシロー。マスターというものは他人に譲れるものではないし、なってしまった以上やめられるものでもない。その腕に令状を刻まれた者は、たとえ何者であろうとマスターを辞めることはできん。まずはその事実を受け入れろ。
やめることはできないってどうしてだよ。
令旨とは聖婚でもある。マスターとは与えられた試練だ。都合が悪いからといって放棄することはできん。その痛みからは聖杯を手に入れるまでは解放されない。お前がマスターを辞めたいというのであれば、聖杯を手に入れ斧が望みを叶えるより他はあるまい。そうなれば何もかもが元通りだぞ、エミやシロ。お前の望み、その内に溜まった泥を全てかき出すこともできる。そうだ、初めからやり直すこととて可能だろうよ。故に望むがいい。もしその時が来るのなら、君はマスターに選ばれた幸運に感謝するのだからな。その目に見えぬ火傷の跡を消したいのならば、聖婚を受け入れるだけでいい。
I feel dizzy. The priest's words don't make any sense. Just confuse me more and more as I listen. Still the words in my brain and clot like blood.
キレ回りくどい真似はしないで。私は彼にルールを説明してあげてって言ったのよ。誰も傷を開けなんて言ってない。
Voice cuts in.
遠坂
Clears out my dizzy head.
そうか。こういった手合いには何を言っても無駄だからな。せめて勘違いしたまま道徳を拭い去ってやろうと思ったのだが。情けは人のためならずとはよく言ったものだ。つい私自身も楽しんでしまったか。
何よ、彼を助けるといいことあるっていうの？あんたに。
あるとも。人を助けるということはいずれ自身を救うということだからな。と今さらお前に説いても始まるまい。では本題に戻ろうか、エミヤシロウ。君が巻き込まれたこの戦いは聖杯戦争と呼ばれるものだ。7人のマスターが7人のサーバントを用いて繰り広げる争奪戦ということぐらいはリンから聞いているか。
聞いてる。7人のマスターで殺し合うっていうふざけた話だろ。
そうだ。だが我らとて好きでこのような非道を行っているわけではない。全ては聖杯を得るにふさわしいものを選抜するための儀式だ。何しろ物が物だからな。所有者の選定にはいくつかの試練が必要だ。
What trials? I bet this priest doesn't think of this holy war thing as a trial.
待てよ。さっきから聖杯聖杯って繰り返してるけど、それって一体何なんだ？まさか本当にあの聖杯だって言うんじゃないだろうな。
The Holy Grail. Grail said to receive the blood of the Christ. It is considered to be one of the greatest holy relics and said to be capable of many miracles. Most common rumor is this: the one who obtains the Holy Grail will obtain the world, but that's just an invention. After all, Holy Grail is almost something that exists but doesn't exist. Holy Grail that makes wishes confused suddenly appears in many portals and dungeons around the world, but that's it. Fictional power that doesn't exist and isn't possible. That is the Holy Grail.
どうなんだ、ことみねきれい。あんたの言う聖杯は本当に聖杯なのか？
もちろんだとも。この町に現れる聖杯は本物だ。その証拠の一つとしてサーバントなどという法外な奇跡が起きているだろう。過去の英霊を呼び出し刺激する。いいな。すでに死者の蘇生に近いこの奇跡は魔法と言える。これだけの力を持つ聖杯ならば持ち主に無限の力を与えよう。物の心眼などその事実の前には無価値だ。
Means that even if it's fake, it doesn't matter if it has powers that will overwhelm even the true Holy Grail.
いいぜ。仮に聖杯があるとする。けど、ならなんだって聖杯戦争なんてものをさせるんだ。聖杯があるんなら殺し合うことなんてない。それだけすごいものならみんなで分ければいいだろ
う。もっともな意見だが、そんな自由は我々にはない。聖杯を手にする者はただ一人。それは私たちが決めたのではなく、聖杯自体が決めたことだ。
Holy Grail's corrupt.
7人のマスターを選ぶのも、7人のサーバントを呼び出すのも、すべてはこれは儀式だと言っただろう。聖杯は自らを持つにふさわしい人間を選び、彼らを競わせてただ一人の持ち主を選定する。それが聖杯戦争。聖杯に選ばれ手に入れるために殺し合う恒例儀式というわけだ。
That's why you keep last spell to tell the server to die, lol. He speaks plainly. I have no rebuttal, and I took down my left hand. There's a mark they call the command spell. It must mean that as long as I have this mark, I cannot quit being a master.
納得いかないな。一人だけしか選ばれないにしたって、他のマスターを殺すしかないっていうのは気に食わない。
ちょっと待って。殺すしかないっていうのは誤解よ、ヘミヤ君。別にマスターを殺す必要はないんだから。
See, so this is right. This is the part where they clarify. You don't have to kill them.
はあ？だって殺し合いだって言ったじゃないか。琴峰もそう言ってたぞ。
殺し合いだ。
Koroshi, Kotomine Kira is like, yeah, you gotta kill him. Rin's like, no, you don't actually gotta kill him.
キレイは黙ってて。この町に伝わる聖杯っていうのは霊体なの。だから物としてあるわけじゃなくて、特別な儀式で呼び出す。つまり降霊するしかないってわけで、呼び出すことは私たち魔術師だけでもできるんだけど、これが霊体である以上、私たちには触れられない。この意味わかる？
わかる。霊体には霊体しか触れられないんだろ。ああ、だからサーバントが必要なのか。
そういうこと。ぶっちゃけた話、聖杯戦争っていうのは自分のサーバント以外のサーバントを撤去させるってことよ。だからマスターを殺さなければならないという決まりはないの。
Kotomine is like, dang it. Man, she could have told me that earlier. Honestly, talk that in a piece of being mean. Now I'm relieved, so even if we enter this holy grail, Otsuka's not going to die. Phew! I don't have to kill my crush. Phew!
なるほど。そういう考えもできるか。ではエミヤシロ、一つ尋ねるが、君は自分のサーバントを倒せると思うか？
Beat Saber? That's impossible. In the first place, magic is useless against her and she's skilled with her sword.
ではもう一つ尋ねよう。つまらぬ問いだが、君は自分がサーバントより優れていると思えるか？
Question mark? What is he saying? I can't beat Saber, so there's no way I'm superior to her. For the question, my answer will always be that I'm weaker than my servant, so...
そういうことだ。サーバントはサーバントをもってしても破りがたい。ならばどうするか。そら、実に単純な話だろう。サーバントはマスターがいなければ存在できぬ。いかにサーバントが強力であろうと、マスターが潰されれば、そのサーバントも消滅する。ならば。
You're just trying to say it's easier to kill off the master. Yes, it's a natural solution. No one would choose to take the hard way. If you want to win, the most effective way is to kill the servants. So we should kill the masters instead.
ああ、サーバントを消すためにはマスターを倒した方が早いってのは分かった。けどそれじゃ逆にサーバントが先にやられたらマスターはマスターでなくなるのか。聖杯に触れられるのはサーバントだけなんだろう。ならサーバントを失ったマスターには価値がない。
いや、霊樹がある限りマスターの権利は残る。マスターとはサーバントと契約できる魔術師のことだ。霊樹があるうちはいくらでもサーバントと契約できる。
Yeah, but if you lose your command spells, you can't form their contract.
マスターを失ったサーバントはすぐに消えるわけではない。彼らは体内の魔力が尽きるまでは現世にとどまれる。そういったマスターを失ったサーバントがいれば、サーバントを失ったマスターとて再契約が可能となる。戦線復帰ができるというわけだ。だからこそマスターはマスターを殺すのだ。下手に生かしておけば新たな障害になる可能性があるからな。
Kotomine Kira is like, you gotta kill them! Rin is like, nah, you gotta kill them.
じゃあ霊樹を使い切ったら、そうすれば他のサーバントと契約できないし、自由になったサーバントも他のマスターとくっつくだろう。
待って、それは。
それはその通りだ。霊樹さえ使い切ってしまえばマスターの責務からは解放されるな。もっとも強力な魔術を行える霊樹を無駄に使うなどという魔術師がいるとは思えないが、いたとしたらそいつは半人前どころかただのふぬけということだろう。
ふぬけということだろう。The priest laughs. He knows what I'm thinking about. I'm annoyed. That priest is making fun of me. I think he's trying to provoke me. He's told the voice pisses me off.
納得がいったか。ならばルールの説明はここまでだ。さて、それでは初めに戻ろう、エミやシロ。君はマスターになったつもりはないと言ったが、それは今でも同じなのか。マスターを放棄するというのならそれもよかろう。君が今考えた通り、霊樹を使い切ってセーバーとの契約を立てばよい。その場合、聖杯戦争が終わるまで君の安全は私が保証する。
ちょっと待った。なんだってあんたに安全を保証されなくちゃいけないんだ。自分の身ぐらい自分で守る。
私とてお前に構うほど暇ではない。だがこれも決まりでな。私は繰り返される聖杯戦争を監督するために派遣された。故に聖杯戦争による犠牲は最小限にとどめなくてはならないのだ。マスターで亡くなった魔術師を保護するのは監督役として最優先事項なのだよ。
繰り返される聖杯戦争。
繰り返す。Hold on, repeating, does he mean that this kind of battle has happened many times before?
それどういうことだよ。聖杯戦争っていうのは今に始まったことじゃないのか。
無論だ。でなければ監督役などというものが派遣されると思うか。この教会は聖遺物を回収する任を帯びる特務局の末端でな。本来は聖十字の調査回収を旨とするが、ここでは聖杯の査定の任を帯びている。極東の地に観測された第726聖杯を調査し、これが正しいものであるのなら回収し、そうでなければ否定しろとな。
726 Holy Grail, the fudge.
726って聖杯ってのはそんなにたくさんあるのか。
さあ、少なくともらしきものならばそれだけの数があったということだろう。
Oh, 726 possibly fake ones.
そしてその中の一つがこの町で観測される聖杯であり、聖杯戦争だ。記録では200年ほど前が一度目の戦いになっている。以後約50年周期でマスターたちの戦いは繰り返されている。
And no one ever wants kill you.
聖杯戦争はこれで5度目。前回が10年前であるから今までで最短のサイクルということになるが。
正気かお前ら。こんなことを今まで4度も続けてきたって。
まったく同感だ。お前の言う通り、連中はこんなことを何度も繰り返してきたのだよ。そう、過去繰り返された聖杯戦争はことごとく苛烈を極めてきた。マスターたちは斧が欲望に突き動かされ、魔術師としての教えを忘れ、ただ無差別に殺し合いを行った。君も知っていると思うが、魔術師にとって魔術を一般社会で使用することは第一の罪悪だ。魔術師は斧が正体を人々に知られてはならないのだからな。だが過去のマスターたちはそれを破った。 魔術協会は彼らを戒めるために監督役を派遣したが、それが間に合ったのは3度目の聖杯戦争でな。その時に派遣されたのが私の父というわけだが、納得がいったか少年。
ああ、監督役が必要な理由は分かった。けど今の話からすると、この聖杯戦争っていうのはとんでもなくタチが悪いものなんじゃないのか。
ほう、タチが悪いとはどのあたりだ？
だって以前のマスターたちは魔術師のルールを破るような奴らだったんだろ。なら仮に聖杯があるとして、最後まで勝ち残った奴が聖杯を私利私欲で使うような奴だったらどうする？平気で人を殺すような奴にそんなものが渡ったらまずいだろ。魔術師を監視するのが教会の仕事なら、あんたはそういう奴を罰するべきじゃないのか。
I questioned with little hope. As I expected Kotomini Kirie laughs.
まさか私利私欲で動かぬ魔術師などおるまい。我々が管理するのは聖杯戦争の決まりだけだ。その後のことなど知らん。どのような人格が聖杯を手に入れようが、教会は関与しない。
そんなバカな。じゃあ聖杯を手に入れたマスターが最悪なやつだったらどうするんだよ。
困るな。だが私たちではどうしようもない。持ち主を選ぶのは聖杯だ。そして聖杯に選ばれたマスターを止める力など私たちにはない。何しろ望みを叶える杯だ。手に入れたものはやりたい放題だろうさ。しかしそれが嫌だというのなら、お前が勝ち残ればいい。他人を当てにするよりはその方が何よりも確実だろう。
You can tell Kotomini Kirie over here just trying to convince him to remain a master. It's like, yeah, because since you care so much about justice, guess you gotta join. Kotomini is trying to hold back his laughter. It's like he's enjoying my clumsy inability to accept the facts.
どうした少年。今のはいいアイデアだと思うのだが、参考にする気はないのかな。
Is the grill naturally malicious? I think later on, especially if you go with the Heaven's Feel arc, I think like you get a sense of that. Like there's also something weird going on with the cycles becoming shorter with the Holy Grail Wars.
そんなの余計なお世話だ。第一、俺には戦う理由がない。聖杯なんてものに興味はないし、マスターなんて言われても実感が湧かない。
ほう。では聖杯を手に入れた人間が何をするか、それによって災悪が起きたとしても興味はないのだな。
Well, Kirisuko rejected it after he looked into it. Yeah, and it's because I think the Holy Grail was corrupted in the third war, if I'm not mistaken. And so the fourth and the fifth were all like the bad versions of the Grail already.
それは。
I can't answer that question. Crap, his words are violent. They force the truth out of me whether I want it or not.
理由がないのならそれも結構。ならば10年前の出来事にもお前は関心を持たないのだな。
10年前。
10年前. Right, I don't know much about the earlier wars. Yeah, I believe there's some lore about like the Grail being corrupted at some point, and that's why the Grails that they're fighting over in the fourth and fifth ones are like bad Grails. They don't actually like grant you your wish.
そうだ。前回の聖杯戦争の最後にな。ふさわしくないマスターが聖杯に触れた。そのマスターが何を望んでいたかは知らん。我々にわかるのはその時に残された災害の爪痕だけだ。
Yeah, see, he says an unsuitable master touched the Holy Grail. I don't think the master actually wished for anything, right? Kiritsugu, when he got the grail, he told Saber to destroy it. Speaking of grail, I want to grill some fish right now. Let's go. For an instant, that image of hell flashes in my head.
待ってくれ。まさかそれは。
そうだ。この町に住む者なら誰もが知っている出来事だよ。エミヤシロ。死傷者500名。焼け落ちた建物は実に134棟。未だもって原因不明とされるあの火災こそが聖杯戦争による爪痕だ。
Right, it was just covered as a gas pipeline explosion. Nope, it was just it's actually just Saber using Excalibur. I feel sick. How people not see the huge ball? I mean, if you actually think about it, like it kind of goes back to like that actually happened, right? Like there was actually an explosion that basically leveled an entire town in Japan twice, right? So you'll see this repeated thing that in like lots of anime media, everywhere in anime, like this repeated idea of a giant explosion destroying a town. You have to be reminded that this thing actually happened in Japan. It's very, very, at least in the older generation, it's very vivid memory of what happened. And even for the younger generation, they probably like in the education system try to like downplay it a little bit. Wait for real, never do lol. But it comes out as a trope everywhere. Like almost in a lot of like video games and like, oh, big explosion, town gets destroyed, you know. And then you realize that hey, actually this is like this is actually a trope now that's being used. That's because it was such a defining moment in history. This is why every Japanese person prefer using an electric stove, kappa. What is this? The electric stoves are pretty good though, actually. My family actually uses electric stove. It's easier to clean because you just have to wipe the top once. There's nothing that gets caught in it. There's no danger of gas leaks. It's actually not bad. I feel sick. My vision blurs. I lose concentration. I can't focus my eyes. Yeah, but induction is better. Yeah, induction is probably the best. Especially with the good ones that can heat up like really fast. I hold myself firm. I hold on to consciousness by clenching my teeth. I hold my nausea with the anger boiling up in me.
エミヤくんどうしたのよいきなり顔面真っ白にしちゃってそりゃあんまり気持ちのいい話じゃなかったけどそのほらなんなら少し休んだりする
Must have looked terrible. I think it's very rare for Tosaka to be worried like that.
心配無用だ。遠坂の変な顔を見たら治った。
You better not see your weird face.
ちょっとそれどういう意味よ
いや、タイはないんだ。言葉通りの意味だから気にするな。
ならいいけどって余計に悪いじゃないこのド変僕
Who's number one honest Sasuke smacks me in the head. That does it. With that, the nausea and anger go away.
サンキュー。本当に助かったからあんまりいじめないでくれ、遠坂。今はもう少し聞かなくちゃいけないことがある。
It looks like she hasn't hit me enough, but she still lets me continue.
ほう、まだ質問があるのか。いいぞ。言いたいことは全て言ってしまえ。
He should know what I want to ask, yet he asked me to go on. Fine. Emi Yashiro won't lose to you.
じゃあ聞く。あんた、聖杯戦争は今回が5回目だって言ったな。なら、今まで聖杯を手に入れたやつはいるのか？
当然だろう。そう毎回全滅などという決めは起きん。
Did they use the ticker plug like for your try? Wait, what? What do you mean ticker plug?
じゃあ
早まるな。手に入れるだけならば簡単だ。何しろ聖杯自体はこの教会で管理している。手に取るだけならば私は毎日触れているぞ。
The electric stove? I'm actually not sure. The Holy Grail is at this church.
もっともそれは器だけだ。中身が空なのだよ。先ほどリンが言っただろう。聖杯とは霊体だと。この教会に保管してあるのは極めて精巧に作られた聖杯のレプリカだ。これを触媒にして本物の聖杯を降霊させ、願いを叶える杯にする。そうだな。マスターとサーバントの関係に近いか。なあ、そうやって一時的に本物となった聖杯を手にした男は確かにいた。
じゃあ聖杯は本物だったのか。あ、いや、手にしたっていうそいつは一体どうなったんだ。
Yeah, the small portable ones are only 10,000 watts. The portable electric stoves can be pretty good too. It's like, especially if you want to do like a hot pot or something. Like I see people using that a lot. And the gas ones are just kind of like, you know, you gotta buy the gas. The portable gas cans type ones. So I definitely do see the electric ones being more used.
どうにもならん。その聖杯は完成には至らなかった。バカな男がつまらぬ干渉に流された結果だよ。
This is so food man affected by sentiment. Question mark. With the previous pressure gone, the priest narrows his eyes as if in regret. Oh, this.
どういうことだ。聖杯は現れたんじゃないのか。
聖杯を表すだけならば簡単だ。7人のサーバントが揃い、時間が経てば聖杯は現れる。リンの言う通り、確かに他のマスターを殺める必要などないのだ。だがそれでは聖杯は完成しない。あれは自らを得るにふさわしい持ち主を選ぶ。故に、戦いを回避した男には聖杯など手に入らなかった。
Yeah, because the Holy Grail like is corrupted, so it doesn't want to like be obtained by someone who doesn't kill anybody.
あ、要するに他のマスターと決着をつけずに聖杯を手に入れても無意味ってことでしょ。前回一番初めに聖杯を手に入れたマスターはアマちゃんだったのよ。敵のマスターとは戦いたくないなんて言って聖杯から逃げたんだから。
Berserker looks weird. Uso. Does that mean Kotomine was one of the masters in the last war and that he retired because he refused to fight in spite of obtaining the Holy Grail? Oh no. No, that's not right. That's not true. Kotomine was one of the masters, so he was right about that. But Kotomine didn't obtain the Holy Grail, I don't think.
コトミネ。
And again, nobody did, so.
あんた戦わなかったのか。
途中まで戦いはした。だが判断を間違えた。結果として私は空の聖杯を手にしただけだ。もっとも私ではそれが限界だったろう。何しろ他のマスターたちはどいつもこいつも化け物揃いだったからな。私は真っ先にサーバントを失い、そのまま父に保護されたよ。
I don't know at first. Huh? He's lying? I mean, he's not technically lying. He's just misleading them a little bit, right? Like, he says he lost his servant first, which I think is true. I think he did actually lose his servant first. His servant was Assassin, and then he basically sent Assassin to like die. One of the missions, I think Assassin got eliminated really quickly. But then he was strong enough to basically like kill off a lot of the other masters himself, like without the servant's help at all. That's why he faced off Kiritsu in the final battle, right? So like I don't think he's actually lying. He's just like he's definitely twisting the truth though. He said he got an empty grail before a bad decision. I think that's because Kiritsugu outsmarted him, right? He made a bad decision and then he got outsmarted by Kiritsugu. So Kiritsugu was the one who managed to see in the grail, but not him. I don't entirely remember the Fate Zero events, but I don't think it's entirely a lie. I think he definitely did make a mistake in the last war. So, that's how Kiritsugu had got to the point where like Saber was able to like use Excalibur on the Holy Grail. I have to go rewatch the Fate Zero series. It's still like I think peak Fate content.
思えば監督役の息子がマスターに選ばれるなどその時点であってはならぬことだったのだ。父はその折に亡くなった。以後私は監督役を引き継ぎこの教会で聖杯を守っている。
Think that the priest called Kolomi returns around. Before him stands a symbol of worship.
話はここまでだ。聖杯を手にする資格がある者はサーバントを従えたマスターのみ。君たち7人が最後の一人となった時聖杯はおのずと勝者のもとに現れよう。その戦い聖杯戦争に参加するかの意思をここで決めよう。
Please request my final decision. I'm at a loss for words. I had no reason to fight until just now. Now I have a reason to fight and a will to fight. But can I really accept that?
まだ迷っているのか。いいか。マスターというものはなろうとしてなれるものではない。そこにいるリンは長く魔術師として修練してきたが、だからといってマスターになるのが決定されていたわけではないのだ。決定されていたものがあるとすれば、それは心構えができていたかいないかだけだろう。マスターに選ばれるのは魔術師だけだ。魔術師ならばとうに覚悟などできていよう。それがないというのならば仕方があるまい。お前もお前を育てた師も出来損ないだ。そんな魔術師に戦われても迷惑だからな。今ここで霊樹を消してしまえ。
You and your teacher are failures. He's like, I hate you guys. He doesn't need to ask. Wait, what happens if you revoke the command spell? Wait, what? You can revoke the command spell? What? Does this mean that you just don't you just end the game and you just die or something? Like, huh? Dang. I didn't realize this was gonna be a path that you can choose. I'm guessing there are dead ends, right, to this visual novel. Like if you choose to revoke, you just end in one of the bad endings. Do it, Sarah? No, I'm gonna fight. I'm gonna fight, obviously. Do it, trust? I won't run away. Honestly, this holy girl monster doesn't seem real to me, but still, if there are only two choices, fighting or running away, I will never run away. It's more content. Sad. No, my first playthrough, I want to play as if I was playing it for the first time. I'm not gonna try different paths specifically because I know something's coming up. I want to do it as if I were being honest in my playthrough. This is what I would do. Please said it too. If I'm a magus, I should be ready. This is why I must decide. Even though I'm an amateur, Emir Shiro's and magus. If I decide to become a Seigi no Migata, the specific Emir creates who married all this time.
マスターとして戦う。
マスターとして戦う。
10年前の火事の原因が聖杯戦争だって言うんなら、俺はあんな出来事を2度も起こさせるわけにはいかない。
You're not gonna die then? That's a good thing. That's a good thing. As if he likes my answer, the priest smiles with satisfaction. All according to Keikaku. Take a deep breath and I've cut away all hesitation. The man I said I will fight. Now all I have to do is go forward and try so that I will not go against my word.
それでは君をセーバーのマスターと認めよう。この瞬間に今回の聖杯戦争は受理された。これよりマスターが残り一人になるまでこの町における魔術戦を許可する。おのおのが自身の誇りに従い存分に競い合え。
Priest's voice echoes heavily throughout the church. There's no meaning to that declaration. Only Tosaka and I heard the priest's words. This man merely rang the starting bell as a priest of the church.
決まりね。それじゃあ帰るけど、私も一つぐらい質問していい？キレ。
We're announcing that it's a wedding. Let's go. Kotomine Kirei the priest, and then me and Tosaka being married. That's pretty good.
構わんよ。これが最後かもしれんのだ。大抵の疑問には答えよ。
それじゃあ遠慮なく。キレ、あんた見届け役なんだから、他のマスターの情報ぐらいは知ってるんでしょ？こっちは教会のルールに従ってあげたんだから、それぐらい教えなさい。
By the way, Phase Zero Light Novel Volume 1 is like $53. Let's go.
それは困ったな。教えてやりたいのは山々だが、私も詳しくは知らんのだ。エミやシローも含め、今回は正規の魔術師が少ない。私が知り得るマスターは2人だけだ。エミやシローを加えれば3人か。
あ、そう。なら呼び出された順番ならわかるでしょ。仮にも監視役なんだから。
1番手はバーサーカー、2番手はキャスターだな。あとはそう大差はない。先日にアーチャー、そして数時間前にセイバーが呼び出された。
Asaka was first, okay. Kasta was second.
そう。それじゃあこれで。
正式に聖杯戦争が開始されたということだ。
But all the servants have finally been summoned.
リン、聖杯戦争が終わるまでこの教会に足を運ぶことは許されない。許されるとしたらそれは
自分のサーバントを失って保護を願う場合のみでしょ。それ以外にあんたを頼ったら減点ってことね。
そうだ。おそらく君が勝者になるだろうが、減点がついては教会が黙っていない。連中はつまらない論議の末、君から聖杯を奪い取るだろう。私としては最悪の展開だ。
Get points deducted? Wait, what? There's a point system now? Since when?
エセ神父、教会の人間が魔術協会の肩を持つのね。
私は神に仕える身だ。教会に仕えているわけではない。
Ooh. I mean, it's true. I'm serving God, not the church. Wow, that's a powerful statement. That is a powerful statement.
よく言うわ。だからエセなのよ、あんたは。
Wow. Tosaka turns her back to the priest. After that, she just makes her way to the exit without saying goodbye.
おい、そんなんでいいのか遠坂。あいつお前の兄弟子なんだろ。なら
Shouldn't there be a more proper farewell?
いいわよ、そんなの。むしろ縁が切れてせいせいするぐらいだもの。そんなことよりあなたも外に出なさい。もうこの教会に用はないから。
Wish I was half as cool as him. Kirei is pretty cool. Even when he was a bad guy in Fate Zero, he was also very cool. Osaka walks across the floor without stopping and really leaves. I sigh and follow her, and then feel a presence behind me and turn around. He's back. He's was behind me before I knew it. He's looking down on me.
なんだよ。まだなんかあるっていうのか。
I back off as I say so. Just as I thought, I don't like him. Maybe we're just incompatible or something, but I can't get myself to like him.
話がないなら帰るからな。
Maybe he'll not try to escape his stare as I go.
喜べ少年。君の願いはようやく叶う。
Priest says as if declaring an oracle. Those words are those words the true things I haven't yet realized.
何をいきなり。
He said the line, rejoice.
分かっていたはずだ。明確な悪がいなければ君の望みは叶わない。たとえそれが君にとって容認し得ぬものであろうと、正義の味方には倒すべき悪が必要だ。
Can't be good unless you defeat the great evil. Rejoice. Hallelujah. I feel like everything has turned black. Priest said it. The greatest wish and the ugliest wish I have are the same. It's the desire to protect something is at the same time none other than the wish for something to violate it.
お前。
Oh, why? But there's no way I wish for something like that. I don't remember a moment when I wished for that. Such an insecure wish just means the target ideals are inconsistent. But the priest says as if to pierce my heart, good thing you have an enemy now. Lol.
何？取り繕うことはない。君の葛藤は人間としてとても正しい。
でも正しい。Take out the priest's words and walk to the door.
さらばだ、エミヤシロ。
Sarabada. Sarabada. This is the same word in Japanese that Dainsleif used when he was like saying bye to the warrior. Sarabada. Ready to. No. Aura farming.
最後の忠告になるが、帰り道には気をつけたまえ。これより君の世界は一変する。君は殺し、殺される側の人間になった。その身はすでにマスターなのだからな。
What does it mean? It means farewell. Yeah, it just means farewell, but a very formal way of saying it, like Sarabada. Sarabada. And farewell is like a very formal way of saying goodbye, so that's why I think they translated it farewell. It's just a very aura farmy way to say goodbye. Because you're saying it very formally. As soon as I leave, the pressure on my shoulders lifts. Arabada. I guess you can also say like it's a kind of like a final way of saying goodbye. Like it's supposed to be like a very like it's so official that it's like there's a bit of a sense of finality and permanence to it. Even though that might not always be the case, but it just sounds cool. I thought the final one was sayonara. Sayonara, I guess yeah, you could say sayonara as well. Sayonara, I feel like it's a bit more like relationship context though, right? So it's a little different from Sarabada, which is like less from like a dating relationship context and more of just like you say it to your enemies or your allies, depending on like. Then you can say that getting away with the priest's help. But Tosaka standing out here in her uniform, and the blonde-haired girl in the raincoat setting her make her strangely well-matched sight that somehow takes the pressure off me. Deba is silent as always. She's looking at me, so it seems like she's interested in the decision I made.
行きましょう。町に戻るまでは一緒でしょ、私たち。
To be honest, how many moments in your life I said sayonara to you? Kappa 0. This is like total 0. What? I don't date I don't think I've dated Japanese people. So that would never have happened. Tosaka starts walking. Following after her, we leave the church as well. We're about to ascend the hill together. We didn't talk much on the way here, but there's even less to talk now. Even dull as I am, I know why. After what happened at the church, I truly became a master. And that'd be the only reason Tosaka is walking a little apart from us. I understand that, but I don't like thinking about Tosaka like that.
トサカ、お前のサーバント大丈夫なのか？
あーちゃんなら無事よ。まあセイバーにやられたダメージは簡単に消えそうにないからしばらく実体化はさせられないだろうけど。
じゃあそばにはいないのか？
ええ、私の家でかくまってる状態。今他のサーバントに襲われたら不利だから傷が治るまでは有利な場所で敵に備えさせてるの。
I see. Unlike my house, I bet Tosaka house is well prepared against attacks. House is like a fortress for mages. They will not lose as long as they stay there. Must mean enemies will not attack you as long as you stay on your own home ground. I see. Boundary field at my house is merely an alarm, but even having that makes a big difference.
そういえばトサカ、さっきやつ聖杯戦争の監督役って言ってたけどさ、あいつお前のサーバントを知ってるのか？
知らないはずよ。私教えてないもの。
そうなのか。お前とあいつ仲がいいからそうだと思ってたけど。
あのね、ミヤ君。忠告しておくけど、自分のサーバントの正体は誰にも教えちゃダメよ。たとえ信用できる相手でも黙っておきなさい。そうでないと早々に消えることになるから。
セイバーの正体って何さ？
セイバーの正体。
だからサーバントがどこの英雄かっていうことよ。いくら強いからって戦力を明かしてちゃいつか寝首をかかれるに決まってるでしょ。いいから後でセイバーから神名を教えてもらいなさい。そうすれば私の言ってることがわかる。けどちょっとタンマ、エミヤ君はあれだからいっそ教えてもらわない方がいいわね。
教えてもらえない。
なんでさ？
エミヤ君隠し事できないもの。なら知らない方が秘密にできるじゃない？
あのな、人を何だと思ってるんだ。それぐらいの駆け引きはできるぞ、俺。
そう？じゃあ私に隠していることとかある？
遠坂に隠してることってそれは。
I say it, my face fires up. I don't have a guilty conscience, but well, what kind of admiring her kind of something I hide from her, lol.
ほら見なさい。何を隠しているか知らないけど動揺が顔に出るようじゃ向いてないわ。あなたは他にいいところがあるんだから駆け引きなんて考えるのはやめなさい。
それじゃ遠坂はどうなんだよ。あの神父にも黙ってるってことはあいつも信用してないってことか？
綺麗？まさか。私あいつを信用するほどおめでたくないわ。あいつはね、教会から魔術協会にくら替えしたくせにまだ教会に在籍している食わせ者なのよ。人の情報を他のマスターに売るぐらいはやりかねないわ。
My only complaint is that like the text is blocking her face. Like it would be nice if the text was a bit lower. Osaka says with annoyance. It seems like she really doesn't trust that priest. I'm a bit relieved, but still her words to me still seem to hold a bit of affection. And we pass the bridge. There's no conversation between us now. Cold winter air and our cold breath, faint sound of flowing water, and the white street lamps that light up the bridge. The breeze is pretty chill, yeah it is. More things like that are engraved into my memory. Oddly, I didn't think about looking at Tosaka who was walking next to me. Right now, it seems as if walking a bridge and I together like this is more precious than seeing her face. Me, Tosaka, and the girl called Seiba I know nothing about. We three walk together without doing much. We reach the intersection that leads to our houses, the place where we must part with Tosaka.
ここでお別れね。義理は果たしたし、これ以上一緒にいると何かと面倒でしょ。きっぱり別れて、明日からは敵同士にならないと。
Must be to end the ambiguous position we are in right now. Tosaka starts talking and cuts off suddenly. From that I realize She did not explain the rules to me out of any sense of obligation. She just supported me understanding the situation and acted fairly. The things are back to normal once the explanations are over. I will just be your target as a master now. But if so, what she just said was strange. Tosaka must have meant that it would be difficult to fight if she feels empathy for me. For Tosaka, everything that happened tonight must have been unnecessary. It would be troublesome if we stayed together any longer. If she's going to say something like that, she should have left us alone from the beginning. Tosaka's smart, so she knows that all too well, but still she set aside all the thought of loss of gain and helped me out. So what happened tonight was solely out of good faith. The Tosaka around me is so different from how she is at school. Even when I put it nicely, she's sour, cranky, unapproachable, and she's so different that I want to scream her. And it feels almost like a fraud, yet still, Tosaka is just how everyone thought she was.
なんだ。遠坂っていいやつなんだな。
いいやつなんだな。
は？何よ突然。おだてだって手は抜かないわよ。
I know that she won't go easy on me, and that's why she said it'll be a bother if she feels empathy for me.
知ってる。けど、できれば敵同士にはなりたくない。俺、お前みたいなやつは好きだ。
お前みたいなやつは好きだ。He just confessed! Tosaka falls silent for some reason. I hear Tosaka's in the western south district in the opposite direction of my place. Since she's taking care of me and dinner, I would like to walk her home, but not stop walking people home, bro.
とにかくサーバントがやられたら迷わずさっきの教会に逃げ込みなさいよ。そうすれば命だけは助かるんだから。
それは気が引けるけど、一応聞いておく。けど、そんなことにはならないだろう。どう考えてもセイバーより俺の方が短命だ。
What? Bro, come on. I calmly analyze the situation. Tosaka reacts strangely once again. I thought she was running to the church is really funny. After laying out aside, she glances at Saber.
いいわ。これ以上の忠告は本当に感情移入になっちゃうから言わない。せいぜい気をつけなさい。いくらセイバーが優れているからってマスターであるあなたがやられちゃったらそれまでなんだから。
He turns her back and starts walking. But, as if she's seen the ghost, her feet stop dead in their tracks.
遠坂
Uh-oh. Inside, I called to her, my left hand throbbed in pain.
ねえ、お話は終わり？
Oh boy. I tell you, Ilias Veil's voice suddenly coming out like that. Bro, it's so scary. It's like the little kid voice. And like this cute innocent voice, but like she's totally gonna destroy your butt. Oh boy. Oh boy. A young voice echoes through the night. The voice like a song is unmistakably that of a young girl. My vision is drawn to the top of the hill. I don't know when the clouds parted, but a bright moon is now shining in the sky. Soko. I knew it! Berserker. Ilias will von Einsben. Ilias will von Einsben. A long shadow. There's a strange shape that should be here in this pale town of shadow pictures.
Berserker.
Berserker. Tosaka mumbles a word I'm not accustomed to hearing. I don't even need to ask. That thing is definitely a servant. At the same time, overwhelming sense of depth exceeding even one in the fire 10 years ago. Heroic Spirit Hercules.
こんばんは、お兄ちゃん。こうして会うのは2度目だね。
The girl smiles as she says so. The innocent sense is chilled down my spine. Mine too, bro. No spine is an understatement. Not just my body, my mind is frozen as well. That thing is a monster. I'm not staring at it, but just is present and be unable to move. I understand naturally that I will die in the instant I move even a muscle. Feels like a knife is pushed against my naked chest. And I think Berserker here was like the first. Not usually like in those movies, like the giant characters like move slower, like ooh. Not Berserker. Berserker moves like lightning. Holy cow. Like there's nothing like slow about his giant movements. They're just like he's a giant but he's just as fast. Still I feel nothing, probably because there's too little hope of me getting out of this alive. All fears and impatience are drowned by hopelessness, so I don't feel a thing. He's fast as frick. Yeah, exactly.
あいつ桁違いだ。
Yeah, because he's Berserker, he gets a level up from being a Berserker. Unlike me, he's paralyzed, Tosaka has composure to stand ready. But it'll come to nothing. Even though I can only see her back, I can sense the despair she's feeling.
あれなんだ、あなたのサーバントはお休みなんだ。つまんないな。2匹一緒に潰してあげようって思ったのに。
Oh boy. The girl says unhappily as she looks down upon us from the top of the hill. We're in an even worse situation now that girl knows Tosaka's servant is not here. And then the girl bows unsuitably for this situation.
はじめまして、リン。私はイリア。
Iria.
イリアスフィール・フォン・アインツベルンって言えばわかるでしょ。
Ilias viel von einzuben. What do you mean Berserkers get more levels? Berserker... I believe the Berserker class, like if you get summoned as a Berserker class, you don't just get your power as a heroic spirit, but you get it augmented with the Berserk passive, basically. Like you get an augmented version of like your abilities. I think like the trade-off is that you lose like your sense of reason in battle because of the Berserk passive. But you basically get like a level up on all of your abilities. Just by nature of being summoned as a Berserker class. So for example, if Saber was summoned as a Berserker class, you lose a bit of a sense, you should lose a sense of reason, but she would gain like a level up to like all of her abilities. So that's why the Berserker class, even though they're technically a lower rank class, and you can summon like lower rank servants as the Berserker class, they can go toe to toe with the higher classes like Saber and Lancer, and that's because of their power level increase. That's why they're super dangerous. Einzibeln. Osaka's body moves slightly as if it seems to recognize that name. Perhaps she liked Osaka's reaction as the girl smiles happily and...
じゃあ行くね。やっちゃえ、バーサーカー。
Oh no, Yachana Berserker. She orders a strange shape behind her as if she's singing. Oh my boy. Larger body flies through the air. Incog Berserker comes flying down the whole distance from the top of the hill.
シロ、下がって。
Sagate. Saber runs, the raincoat console, my vision's blocked for a second. We fight it now, boys! Saber runs to Berserker's landing point. Berserker lands with a huge start at exactly the same moment. The air trembles. Saber starts Berserker's great sword with an invisible sword. Saber makes a pained face there. Berserker's gigantic sword flashes like a whirlwind. Great thunderous roar, a crash of steel that almost tears the air results in defeat for Saber. A sliding sound, even though she blocked Berserker's giant sword, she's driven back along with the sword she used to block it. Saber's posture collapses, the lead colored servant chases after her. The great figure swings the giant sword as if it's the only thing it knows how to do. Saber doesn't have the time to dodge it and blocks it with her sword. It does not matter if Saber's sword is invisible or not, each of the Berserker's attacks is a fatal one that must be blocked with all her might. Therefore Saber has to stay on the defense. For her, the only chance of victory is to find a means of attack in between Berserker's attacks. But that's only if Berserker leaves an opening, and he's not going to leave an opening. He's just going to Berserk. The Black Rod sword is just like a storm, with such a large body and with such a large sword, and yet still Berserker moving faster than Saber. Exactly. Attacks he sends out are just smashing swings with no technique to them. But that's enough. If there's this overwhelming power and speed, there's no room for technique. Techniques are something humans is better to compensate for their weaknesses. Weaknesses are things that this giant doesn't have. No technique, just bash. Nigeru, I murmur with my frozen body. That thing cannot be defeated. Saber will be killed if we go on like this. So she should run away. It would be easy for her to get away if it were just her there, but she should know that already. Oh, that's bad. Must be my body's number. Maybe that's why my mom is calm. The storm of death that strikes without a pause, unable to take all attacks, Saber retreats, and this time, the final blow that cannot be blocked is swung. Saber's body rises. She manages to defend against Berserker's giant sword even in a bad posture. That's only to avoid a fatal wound. She couldn't brace herself to totally block the giant sword, and impact blows her away. She falls, her body drawing a big arc. Before she falls on her back, Saber turns mid-air and lands on her feet. The Saber damaged icon appears. She managed to recover, but red blood is running down her chest. That's how How stupid of me. I was forgetting something important. I don't know how much a servant can fight in one day, but this is already her third battle. That's true. Top of that, Saber has a wound in the chest inflicted by Lancer. Ugh. Saber moves as if to protect her chest. Berserker moves and slashes like a raging wind at the wounded Saber and receives many attacks on its back. Yes, dear Shisung, let's go in! I don't know what kind of magic it is, but Berserker's body explodes from Tosaka's spell. Judging from the magical energy given out, the magic directly hitting Berserker must be an impact close to that of a high caliber pistol. Even that is meaningless. It doesn't even scratch Berserker's body. He's not nullifying magic like Saber. He's just taking it like a man. Just that the magic's not doing any damage. Gah. But Tosaka does not stop casting. But Berserker ignores Tosaka's spell and charges at Saber. No. Saber raises her head in pain. She holds her sword up to still fight. That gets my body to move again. Nigero, Saber! I yell with all my might. Hearing that, she faces the enemy she cannot compare to. There's no end to Berserker's attacks. Saber's body sinks every time she blocks the bow and she slowly approaches the final moment. But still, where in that small frame she have all that power, Saber doesn't retreat. She blocks the surging waves of Giant Sword and tries to drive back Berserker with her willpower. There's no chance of victory. Shiny rocks, let's go. The way she's holding her ground looks bizarre, as she knows she will be defeated if she keeps fighting. Maybe it sends something in her posture. Big roar. The figure silent up to dog roars. Blow impossible to block. The blow that even swings through Saber blows her away. The sound of something falling in distance. Fresh blood spills out in that pool of blood with a body that should not be able to get back up. No, Saber. He stands up unconsciously. It's as if she's saying I would be killed if she didn't do so. Bro, where the damn police? What are they doing the drugs? Made me realize how foolish my choice was. Oh no, Saber died. Berserker stops after defeating Saber. Without paying attention to me or Tosaka, it waits for his master's order at the top of the hill.
勝てるわけないじゃない。私のバーサーカーはね、ギリシャ最大の英雄なんだから。
Oh.
ギリシャ最大の英雄ってまさか。
ヘルキュリス。
そうよ。そこにいるのはヘラクレスっていう魔物。
ヘラクレス。Okay. Heracles. Which is the proper word for it. Hercules is like the other Americanized version. Yep, you made the wrong choice. Go back to the church, bub.
あなたたち程度が刺激できる英雄とは格が違う。最強の怪物なんだから。
Heracles. The girl calls her Ilya narrows her eyes carefully. Those are the eyes of joy about to finish off her enemies. I don't even need to say who the ones getting killed are. Saber will be killed right there. Does Archer save them? Is that what happens? I don't remember. Then what am I going to do? Am I going to fight the monster in a place? I can't do that. Does approaching that thing without being revived would stop my heart. Hercules is the Roman form of it? Ah, okay. Heracles. Heracles is the Greek form of it? Okay, that makes sense. Run away with Tosaka, save Saber. Oh gosh, dang. Oh man, am I gonna lose Saber here? Oh man, no. What happens here? I didn't realize this was gonna be a choice. I thought like in the movie like there was only one option. Well, we're gonna go with Rin, okay? We're gonna go with Rin because I mean Saber looks dead already, so we're gonna save Rin, guys. Let's run away with Tosaka. Sorry, Saber. But since I'm Saber, like if I were to follow The option making so much more fun. Since I'm technically Saber, like I know that Saber would want us to run away. Like Saber would not want us to save her. Like she would like leave me behind. Like you guys run away, right? So I will respect Saber's choices and run away with Tosaka. I'll get away from this place. Saber can't beat that monster. She will certainly be killed if I let her continue fighting. If that's the case, Tosaka, こっちだ. You cheater? Wait, why am I cheating? I'm not cheating. I'm not cheating. I am Saber, so I obviously want Shiro and Tosaka to survive. If we are the girl's targets, she will definitely come after us. Then Saber will survive. See, Saber will survive, and we have a chance surviving too if you run away to a place with more people. You left your wife. Bro, what do you mean by I left my wife? My wife was rid. What are you talking about? Huh? The hand I grabbed is shaken off. And then a flash. Tosaka moves between me and the thing as if to protect my defenseless back. And did I just kill Tosaka? Oh no. Not like this. Not like this. Has a chest pierced through by the giant sword? Fake Saber main? Oh no. Did I lose? I can feel my face stiffening as I turn around. I hear a pained voice. Not like this. Tosaka calls for blood. Looks like my house is sword and chest, bro. I should pick the other choice.
何やってんだろう。
何やってんだろう。私 No. Does she mean you're trying to protect me or trying to attack Berserker? GG, did I lose? No! Tosaka tilted her head in wonder as if she knew it was useless from the start. And
教会。
Kyokai.
綺麗なところに。
Never mind, I overestimated you. Wait, what? Go to Kirei. Leaving those words, she's thrown to the ground. Oh no. Is it GG? Did Rin die? My body reacts before I can think. The black giant standing before me, using the opportunity he threw Tosaka away. What? Who's... I run just like an animal through the rings of fire.
あ、逃げた。かわいいね、お兄ちゃん。バーサーカーから逃げられると思えるなんて。
No. Oh no, I'm dead. Help. Oh, is this guy running to the church? Oh, that's funny, actually. Yeah, I thought you were gonna go deathless run. I haven't died yet. I can just, like, quit the game. The only thing in my head is Tosaka's words. The church. I have to get up this hill and go to the church. Go to the church and ask for help from Kotomine. I have to do it. Or Tosaka will die. Or Saber will die too. Or I won't be able to save them, and I too will. A blow in the back, not with the sword. The giant struck my back with its arm like a bush hammer. Oh, am I dead? Ah, wait. Do I die?
もう、この役立たず。簡単に殺すなって言ったのに、そんなこともできないの？力だけの出来損ない。今度私の言いつけを守れなかったら、最後の一回になるまで殺すからね。
Wait, is he scolding Masaka or killing me too easily? What?
生きてる。ここまで吹き飛ばされたのに、まだ生きてるの？
You're shown all the way over here? I can't breathe. My bad mode is matched. I can't breathe.
そう、生きてるんだ、お兄ちゃん。何の魔術も使えないようだけど、マスターに選ばれる理由はあったみたいね。
Chosen as a master?
いいわ。それぐらいじゃないと、私も日本に来た意味がないもの。
Oh, interesting. So she... I guess she's from Germany. That makes more sense. I can't move. You can't call me alive anymore. I am...
いいえ、簡単には死なせないわ。あなたにはもっと傷ついてもらって、今までの時間がどれだけ恵まれていたのか教えてあげるんだから。
Yeah, she's just staying at her retreat castle in Japan. Wait, I thought I was gonna die. Like, why am I not dead? Why is this so holding my head? How come I didn't freeze my skull? Just let me die. In that instant, when I am turned into something that is not me.
自分じゃ決して死ねない醜い人形にしてあげる。お兄ちゃんは今日から キリツグの代わりになるの。
Oh no, I become a doll. I wish in my last life Hotoka is able to be safe. Oh no, GG. Bad and Lord. Oh, that's really cool though. Oh, that's so cool. I didn't realize that she like turned people into dolls. Oh, that's cool. Tiger Jojo is strange in color. If you like to beat the game itself, if you like to keep the character images, please be warned. Oh, okay. Wait. What is this? You like to be cancel? Oh wait, do I have to start from? Do I have to start all over again, or like how does this work? Like, do I go back to that choice, or do I just have to start from like third day? You can do Tiger Dojo. I don't know what that is. I cancelled it. It said like I didn't. It said it's a hit or something. I didn't want to start. I didn't want to get hits. So I don't know what that is. Oh well, I guess I died. Alright, the end. We're at the end of our first playthrough, so GG guys. That was a really quick. I thought it was gonna be a really long series, but I guess we're ending it here. Thanks guys for hanging out. This will be the last stream of Fate Stay Night because we lost. Clearly that was my first playthrough. Okay, I didn't realize you could actually die in this visual novel. I thought you could. I thought like I thought there's like any choice you make like could get you to any path, but I guess not. So oh well. I guess you should have saved Saber there. But yeah. We are going. We'll take a quick break and then we'll switch over to Genshin in a sec. But yeah. It was a little section that's for breaking stuff. Oh, okay. Interesting. Yeah, I wasn't sure what it was gonna do. That makes fun of your choices and gives sense. Oh, okay. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, but I guess I have no choice but to like restart from the beginning. Like, is there like an option to start from like the choice you made, or is there like, or do you have to like start from like your last save? I guess maybe I should have saved. I'd fail again to go through it. Okay. Maybe I should save like right. Oh, there's a skip button. Okay. There's a skip button. Is there a skip button? Actually, yeah, let me take a quick break. I need to use the bathroom, so give me a second. Already. Okay, okay, let's see. Where are we at here? Doo, 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 doo. That was nice. I like that the game just ended there, but well, we actually were going for like a really long time. Like we were going for like what was it? It's been like 5 hours. Dang, that's long. That was a long third day, I would say. Crazy long third day. So let's reflect on our choices. We should have saved Saber there, I guess. But it was definitely a mistake there. I think in the original anime, I think Shiro does try to save Saber and then like gets like basically mortally wounded, right? But I think that buys enough time for like Archer to help or something. To save the scene or something. So that's probably like the right choice to make there. But I also think like I mean the original anime. I'm not sure if that was in the original or if that was in the in Unlimited Blade Works. But in any case, I think like what is supposed to happen there is Shiro tries to save Shiro tries to save Saber, right? And then basically gets mortally wounded by Berserker himself trying to save Saber. And then they somehow escape, and then I think Shiro like gets healed by like Saber later on or something. Like he gets a mortal wound, and then like Saber like heals him, and he gives his famous line like, "People who die are supposed to die" or something. I never watched the original, just the remake. Yeah, I'm not sure which one was the remake, which one was the original. From that perspective. I think like it might happen in multiple of those animes. I don't remember which one, but I'm pretty sure it happened in Unlimited Blade Works, and probably in Heaven's Feel as well. Like I mean, I think this happens in all 3 arcs, right? I don't think we split into the 3 different arcs yet. Yeah. But I definitely did not realize that the visual novel could like let you die and have like a bad ending. Did not realize this. I thought it was gonna be a nice anything you do is gonna work, it just gives you different paths, but I guess not. I mean, to be fair, right? The sensible thing would have been to, you know, try to run away at some point, but I guess Shiro's noob and not that good, so I guess going to save Saber makes more sense in that situation. I really wanted to build up my Rin points though. You can tell me trying to build up my Rin points there. Oh well. I don't skip what this, but that may be added after one full ending. I don't know. We'll see. We can like probably skip through. I'm pretty sure you can like skip through a bunch of cutscenes at some point. It would be nice to have a skip button to go back to that point. Oh. You can spam click anyways on like Genshin. Yeah, hopefully they have a skip button. I think they probably will have like a skip to like the next breaking point. Yeah, but this is also kind of like the first VN I've ever played, so definitely interesting to see the different paths. Like even the bad endings are worth watching. I think like the whole Ilias view becoming evil. That was actually pretty cool. You don't actually get to see that in any of the arcs, right? You don't get to see that in any of the animes. No, I know they have it for sure. Yeah, they probably have it. We'll pick up on that piece the next time we do another run. Oh. Because all the other previous choices, my first playthrough is always UVW, really. I don't know which choices are going to get me there, but I think so far I was like clicking all the ones that Like I was going with Sakura a couple of times, and then like this was the first time I had a choice between Saber and Rin, and I was like, let me try to get Rin points because I want to get the UVW arc. I guess that didn't work out though. Have to choose Saber first to survive. The second picture you make different choices and it goes to another ending. Yeah, I guess. Heaven's Fuel is last if I recall correctly. Oh, okay. Oh, are you saying that like you have to complete an ending first in order for like some of the options to show up? Is that what happens, Goshi? Like you can't immediately get Heaven's Field ending no matter what? Or UBW is always the first ending? Like there's no way to get any other ending until you finish your first playthrough? Is that what you mean? Or is there like a, or do you are you always able to access all three endings from the first playthrough? Yeah, you can't get Heaven's View first, always the UBW. Oh, okay. I feel like that's kind of disappointing, right? Like you're kind of like shoehorning people into one ending before you can explore the other endings. It would be nice if they're all accessible to you from the get-go. Like you get all the options and like it's truly like depending on what you pick, you get like you get the story, but there's tons of places where you can fail, so it makes up for it. Ah, okay. But it makes sense. So there's a lot of like places you can die. That makes sense. Okay, really quick, we gotta do Columbina Selenium Chronicle, so let's do that. Let's do our Columbina Selenium Chronicles, and then I will mute myself.
See.
今日は賑やかだな。月霊たちがコロンビーナの周りで踊ってるぞ。あれ、踊ってるわけじゃないのか？あいつらじゃれついてるみたいだ。コロンビーナが埋まっちゃうぞ。助け。ありがとう。一体どうしたんだ？こいつらいつもはここまで興奮しないよな。ちょっと一緒に遊んであげたらすごく喜んじゃって。遊び終わったらじゃれついてくるなんて犬みたいだな。ちょっと油断してたらこの子たちに埋もれちゃった。なんだかんだお前ってこいつらのことはベタベタに甘やかしてるよな。君も試してみる？正解しないとダメだけどね。お前たちを夢中にさせた遊びがどんなもんか確かめてやるぜ。ほら始めよう。 何の絵か当ててみて。ずいぶん抽象的だな。コロンビーナ、お前本当に分かったのか？間違える時の方が多いよ。おいらは降りるぞ。旅人任せた。それだと首がおかしすぎるだろう。知らない動物の名前だね。正解はツノシカだよ。みんな帰ってきて。満足したか？気に入られてるみたいだね。この子たち全然警戒せずに君に近づいてく。ツノシカが月光を浴びて成長するみたいに、月齢も君が振りまいてる何かが好きなのかも。何かってなんだ？優しさと綺麗な心かな。よかったらまた一緒にゲームをしてあげて。
Alrighty, we're back. We are back. Trying to pick like the wrong answer so I get more voice lines. But not much fun. Ah, saber jump scare. What is this? What is this? Alright, where are we at? Here we are.
雪の下に何かがいる。シー。驚かせないように。
You got a scary voice? Wait, what? Not as scary as Ilias Veil. I feel like Ilias Veil is gonna haunt my dreams now that I became a doll. Not like this. Dude, Ilias Veil is like the most scary scary voice ever during that run. Although, are all of the choices just 2 choices, Brushy? Are there always just only 2 choices to make? Was it not mentioned in the anime that she's really into dolls? I think maybe in Fate Zero there was a little bit of that, where like her mother, I forgot her mother's name, but it's another. It's not Ilias Vio. Iris Vio, right? Iris Vio von Einsbern. She's taking care of a very young Ilias Vio, and I do remember that she had a couple of like teddy bear dolls. But I didn't realize like they were like a magical artifact that you can like turn people into or something. That's kind of weird. I also thought Ilias Vale, like, I don't want to say that she was good, but like, didn't she have like a, didn't she ended up becoming like one of our friends or something? Like, we don't actually kill her, right? Like, at the end of the day, like she survives and ends up becoming part of Shiro's household at some point, like as like a little kid. So I definitely didn't expect her to suddenly like have this evil arc where she like just turns you into a doll. Oh gosh, not like this. But I do remember like her mother Irisville was a very close collaborator with Emiya Kyuritsugu. So there's actually like some like connection there. I think if Iliasville knew that, she probably would have like, done that to Shiro. Actually, apparently on the first day there was 3 choices. Oh really? There was a 3-choice page? Was there? I think the only choices I picked were like help Sakura or go to the thing, and then oh wait, there was 3 choices. You're right. I think there was one where it was like you either try to walk Sakura home, talk to Fujimura ne, or just take a rest. I think there were 3 choices like that. I'm actually curious like which of those choices would actually let you suddenly die or something, because I feel like those choices don't seem to have like wouldn't seem to have like a death consequence. Like, you know, if you decided to just rest or train instead of talking to Sakura, maybe it affects your other choices down the line, but like I don't see those choices like immediately ending your run or anything. Or maybe those choices only like matter if you're playing the Heaven's Feel route. So that could be it actually. Maybe those choices don't really matter until like you start trying to branch out to the other arcs. And some of those choices in second trait allow you to do other endings. Ah, I see. Okay. I can kind of see why visual novels are appealing though. Like the fact that like you can, like you're trying to like get other endings instead of like trying to figure out what the other endings are. I think that's kind of a bit of the fun of it, right? Like if you just read a guide and like know what to pick, I definitely feel like it takes away from that mystery a little bit. So I don't entirely mind getting a bad ending on my first playthrough. Whereas in first playthrough is not very consequential. Ah, okay. It would be nice if you could get all the endings on the first playthrough though. So I might to say that like on the second playthrough and onwards, like you get different choices, or is it more like the same choice you make will have like there will be a new pop-up with a new choice, and then you can go that route instead? Is that typically how it works? I definitely feel like I definitely like the UBW route, but I do remember the first anime was not the UBW route, strangely. So knowing that the UBW route is a default route in the visual novel makes it interesting. Makes me wonder why Type Moon decided to adapt the Saber route first instead. Actually, I don't think it's a big choice, but the 3 choices on first day get you to Heaven's Shield. But you need UBW cleared first. Ah, okay. So if you don't get UBW cleared first, what happens is no matter what choice you make, you just go down UBW route. Is that right? That's kind of lame. All this time I was like, I want to do my UBW route first. I tried to choose all my Rin choices. I mean, part of the reason why I chose Rin is because I wanted to go the UBW route. That's kind of the main reason why. But now knowing that I'm always gonna go down the UBW first playthrough, maybe I'll just be nice to everybody. I guess it doesn't matter then. That's kind of lame. I thought I was like, yeah, I was trying to get points in Rin so I can go to the UBW route, but no, I died. Instead, not like this. It was also the first choice that I could choose Rin with, I think, technically, even though it was a kind of a dumb battle choice. Maybe it's the battle choices I have to be a bit more careful. I need to follow like what the anime did so that I don't die. The anime will tell me the answer. I need to strictly follow the anime so I don't die. Am I right to say that there's only one right choice for every combat situation then? Especially if there's only like 2 choices. I guess we'll see in the future, but like, we'll just have to be careful. But I still think it would be really cool if we could like play through like Ilias Vio's perspective or something. That could be really nice. Or like just play through like the different characters. In the perspective of the different characters. But I can see why the visual novel seems pretty well received and well loved. Also, I do need to change my category here. Let me change that. I was definitely planning to do some local legend stuff, but I ended up playing 5 hours only to die. Oh my gosh. Ended up playing. This is long. Like I'm like in day 3, Brushy. Like what is going on? Like huh? This is like the first couple of scenes in the. Right? I'm not very far in, right, Brushy? Like I'm like basically at the beginning. And it's already been like. Wait, sorry, Saber, I got it wrong. Wait, what? Huh? I'm only at the beginning, right? Like I'm barely into the game. Fate route is the default route. Oh, okay, but can you access the other routes regardless of the routes? Or is it does it always still default me to the Fate route no matter what? Like it doesn't unlock until the others. So is it still like you have to finish the Fate route before you get the other routes? It's kind of sad. Fate still must first be completed. Okay. Once Fate is complete though, are you able to get either of the 2 routes, or do you have to do it in order? Like do you have to do Fate first, then UBW, and then Heaven's Field? Or can you go straight from like Fate to Heaven's Field you want it? Or you know, or does it actually have to be completed in order? Like Fate is the default route, UBW is the second route that you have to complete, and then Heaven's Field unlocks or something. Kind of feels. I know. I feel like in a way like because it was adapted in a visual novel style, it makes sense. But from an anime standpoint, like if Fate was just an anime. Instead of like started off as a visual novel, it might have been, you know, it might have been the case that like, they would have been able to merge elements from all 3 endings into a single like unified story. That would have been really cool actually. Like imagine like you could get everything that's nice about UBW, everything that's nice about the original Fate route, and everything that is in Heaven's Field, but sort of integrated into like one cohesive story. That could be really cool. UBW has 2 endings in itself, true and good. You need at least 1 UBW to have this just to. Oh, I didn't know there were 2 endings. What? Interesting. I guess we'll get there when we get there. But I'm still very early on, right? Brushy, like I'm very early on into like I'm not even near close to finishing like the first ending. If I recall, like the Berserker fight in the animes were like what, episode 2 or 3 or something. Most of the time. So if if I'm not mistaken, it was like episode 2 or 3 where you fight Berserker. Maybe episode 2, I think, actually. If I'm thinking about it right. I think I'm still like really early in, and that was like, and we spent like 5 hours today going through that. I did go through day 2, but day 3 was that very long day 3 that we had. I remember I did see this chart before that there were like the chart was like the different endings, but I didn't want to like look at it too closely because I didn't want to spoil myself. It's a very, very long game. I can't check my hours because I played the Goon version without knowing. Wait, what? Goon version? Is the Realtor Noah the non-Goon version? Is the one I'm playing the non-Goon version? I can't even tell if it is or it's not. I just had better translation. I was like, I'll play this, and also it's the original. Oh, okay, so the original is the Goon version, and then the Realtor Noah is the less Goon version. We also know what's the censored version which came out later. Okay, okay. So when you say censored, it means like the goon stuff still happens, but it's censored. Is that what I'm guessing? So it's streamable on Twitch, right? I'm not gonna run into any issues where like I finally get into a scene where it's like, whoops, guess I have to delete the pod or something. Move. Maybe it's still TOS because it still shows goon scenes even if it's censored. No, the scenes themselves change. Like mana transfer stuff is completely different. Oh, okay, that's nice. That's nice. Okay, so it's not even like a scene, but it's censored. It's just like straight up like different scenes. That's nice. And I also remember like there was an interview with the writer of Fate, and they were like would have much preferred it without the goon scenes, because this didn't need any gooning, right? Although it definitely feels like as I'm playing through the VN, there's a lot of comments of like Shiro's basically saying like, oh, Sakura is like super beautiful, and then like goes to Tosaka, oh, Tosaka's super beautiful, oh, Saber's super beautiful, and then just keeps talking about the white skin and the beautiful hair, and I'm like bro, you're just like in love with everyone, like what? Like, huh? Like if there's any goon, it's Shiro is the goon here, like, and all the comments he makes about walking girls home and like bro, can you like stop gooning? Like, yeah, all that leads into gooning later on. Like come on, man. Like, come on. Like, I know you're like a horny like, teenager, but stop it. And it's all like, oh, I need to protect all these girls, and I'm like, bruh, Saber can protect herself, and like, Rin can protect herself, you're just like getting in the way. Right? Okay, walking ain't that bad, but other comments, yes. Walking in, yeah, the walking part is not too bad. Like I think it's okay to feel nice like walking with a girl like out on the bridge, and like, well, I think that's fine. Like, and walking with anyone like, you know, is probably fine. That was not too bad. But like when he starts commenting about like, oh, I need to protect this girl, or like, no, I have to walk you home, and no, you can't do this because a girl shouldn't do this. I hate that so much. I don't like that at all. And maybe it's just like I'm too modern, and like this was made in 2004, but like I just think it's so backward, like saying that, oh, girls shouldn't be doing this stuff, or like you girls need someone to do this thing for them, and that's just so backward. And like, and also like the fact that he basically just like every scene is like his heart goes doki doki for like any basically the three main girls in the scene, like they're like talking to him about serious stuff and he's like, oh, she's so beautiful, and I'm like, what in the world? Like, bro, just get your head in the game, man. Like like you're like literally about to die, you know. So I don't know, but maybe he deserves to die there. Yeah, Shiro probably deserves to die that first playthrough. He's just making too many goon comments. But part of me really wants to play as Rin though. Like, man, can you imagine like if there was a VN version of this where you play throughout as Rin? That would be really cool actually. I feel like Rin is just a better character. Shiro is not a very well written character, I think. He's very one-dimensional. It's my only big criticism about the VN is that Shiro's like character is very one-dimensional and I think stays mostly one-dimensional throughout the entire VN. Sure, he learns new things about the Holy Grail War and like Seigi no Mikata, but like throughout the entire thing, he's just gonna pretty much be in the same mode of like, oh, I'm gonna be this selfless, caring. I need to protect all my harem girls throughout all of this, and like I'm gonna like sacrifice my life and do very reckless stuff to save people because Seiki no Mikata, you know. And I feel like he stays like that throughout most of the anime. The only real character development he comes out with is that he, you know, actually learns to use his abilities, and like in UBW probably he gets most of his character development there. You know, to like level up and like beat Gilgamesh at the end of the day. Oh yeah, and that's the other thing. I think we did see Gilgamesh pop up when we were playing as Rin in the prologue. So Gilgamesh is actually technically around in the route. I'm guessing he only appears if in the UBW route a bit more. But yeah, I'm a big fan of Rin, as you can tell. And I do sort of resonate a bit closer with Saber than I do with Shiro than anything else. I think Saber is great, but Shiro is not a very good. I guess he does redeem himself a little bit in UBW as Emiya. But I think at least in the original Fate route, like he's kind of boring and one-dimensional. Maybe in Heaven's Feel he gets a little bit better, but the focus there is mostly Sakura and not so much Shiro anyway. So I don't know. I guess it's just the traditional shonen trope, right? Like the traditional protagonist is gonna be this one-dimensional, selfless, caring character who's supposed to be like the ideal hero, and that's kind of what Shiro has to embody, even if it isn't like super realistic. Like he keeps talking about, oh, I have to save everyone, even if it sounds foolish. I have to save everyone. No, and I don't buy that, right? But that's also part of the reason why I like his father, or the father who adopted him. I like Kiritsugu a lot more because his view is a lot more nuanced. It's not like it's not, oh, I can save everyone, and he's not like purely good either. Like he has like very ruthless ways of like defeating his enemies. Sure, there might be like some sense of a greater good in there as well, but like there are things he does that are like pretty bad. Hey mage, hey Saber, how are you doing, mage? Welcome you coming in. How is Luna 2 treating you, and are you excited for Luna 3? Luna 3 is looking like it's gonna be a pretty big patch. It sounds like we're gonna get another 2 acts, which is very cool. I like the fact that we might be getting a whole lot of Archon Quest acts this version cycle. We've got acts 1, 2, 3, and 4. We're gonna get 5 and 6 next patch. Is it gonna go up to act 10 at this rate? I don't know, but likely, right? Because they've started to put all the character stories within the Archon quest and give us pre-modes for it, so I feel like we're gonna get up to Act 10 at least, and if not, like up to Act 16, technically. I don't know, Act 16 might be a bit ridiculous. My guess is that it goes up to Luna 5, and Luna 5 is the last one with 10 acts. But you know, it might go up to Act 16. How are you? Doing good, doing good. We had a good Thanksgiving, had a pretty good rest. And made a lot of good progress subbing the 2 version trailers. Haven't released them, but I did manage to sub them and make those videos. We spent 5 hours today going through our Fate Stay visual novel, which is really nice. I was able to clear some of floor 12 for the first time. Nice, let's go, mage. That's good. That's good. I was barely able to clear myself as well. I was able to clear it, but with no stars this cycle. I cleared it, but 0 stars. Cleared floor 12. I also didn't try much, to be honest. Maybe I could have gotten 1 star, but I didn't think I was gonna get 3 stars, so I just gave up on it. I was just like, oh, whatever. I'll just take the 0 star floor 12 clear and be done with it. Abyss is definitely gonna get harder and harder, so it's gonna be tempting me more and more to pull though. I got 5 stars or 4, can't remember. Nice, nice. That's pretty good. I heard Durin is gonna be a really strong character though. Feels good, yeah, feels good. As you're building your account, I think it, like the first time you get like 36 stars on that account always feels good. So once you keep building, you'll eventually get there. I never was able to do that on all account. Nice. So that's a big achievement. Saber is a Shiro main? I'm not a Shiro main. What? I don't like Shiro. What? I'm an Emiya main. I'm a big fan of Emiya. I did this all in only 5 months. Let's go. Actually 4, I don't know. Yeah. That's actually a pretty big achievement in 5 months. But I also think like the new characters coming out being like extra powerful in the Abyss definitely helps, right? So you've been wishing on the characters in the like the more recently released characters, it does give you quite a bit of a boost. And I think that's kind of Mihoyo's intention, right? Like they didn't really want like new players to feel like their account wasn't strong enough because they haven't like pulled any of these like historic characters, right? So they needed to make sure that the recent characters are like really tuned for like current content. So I can kind of get why they're making the new characters pretty strong. Never hard carrying, right? I know I cleared 412 partly. I don't know when I cleared 412 partly, but I know I full cleared after around 1 year. I think back then it was also different, right? Because back then the characters that were released around the time were not like super tuned towards the Abyss, and they were not like super powerful, right? So like there was definitely like a big difference between last time when we started out pulling characters versus now. Because last time, like if you pull all the recent characters, it didn't really mean that you had the best characters to deal with the Abyss. You kind of needed some like members of the old guard, you know, like Yelan. I mean, you had to like know like the historically good characters like Hu Tao and like pair them up properly. And there was like a lot of team building thing. But these days, like if you just pull for the recent characters and just put them on a team, it seems to work, right? It has sort of simplified the game a little bit from like a newcomer perspective. In the sense that as long as you pull the characters in the most recent patch, put them together on a team, seems to work, Rikuchi kind of thing. Whereas in the past, you had to do a bit more thinking, and it wasn't just the recent characters. Like there were quite a few like quote unquote traps, I would say, where like some of the recent characters weren't actually like that good. You had like the release of like people like Sino and Dea at some point, and you really had to be following these I think there was a lot of there was definitely a lot of like effort people spent on like, following the different leaks as well. And that's because like it mattered a lot more. Like knowing whether like a character was going to be powerful was super important back then. Because like if it weren't powerful, it would just be like a waste of your promos, right? Now I think there's less of that. Like you don't really have to worry if the characters coming out are good or not. Like they're gonna be good. I feel like, you know, like there's like a pretty good baseline. Sure, you can say like Flynn's doesn't feel that good, and maybe you could say like maybe ignore the 4 stars for now, right? Let's just focus on the 5 stars. You could say like maybe Flynn's wasn't that good, or maybe like and that's not even quite true. Like he just doesn't feel as good to play, but he's still like good. I'm pulling for Durin, so Yippee, let's go. Yeah, Durin is gonna be good too. Like Durin's gonna be amazing apparently. I heard from some of the I mean the live stream showed some of his stats, but also some of the theory craft. Not theory crafters, but like some of the early release some of the early release creator server content that was coming through. That people were putting out. Like I think people were saying Durin is just basically going to replace Xiangling in a lot of teams. So you know, it's all my Moladi and for future not cry characters. Yeah, exactly. It sounds like he's going to be good for like a lot of different teams. So like people are going to get a lot of good use out of him, which is really nice. Like people can stop using Xiangling on every team now. He applies a lot of like consistent pyro damage in either of his forms, I think. And a lot of good like resistance shred, but damage buff as well, so yeah, I don't know whether it's resistance shred or damage buff, but it's one of the two. But needless to say, he buffs like the elements pretty well. I think it's like Crystallize, Overload, Swirl, if I'm not mistaken. Not Melt and Vape, but Burning might be Burning. Burning might be buffed as well, if I'm not mistaken. But even if it's not like, if it doesn't buff Melt and Vapes, you can still do Melt and Vapes on it, I think. My friend's Clay is gonna surge next patch. Yeah, Clay is gonna be pretty strong as well, it seems like. Which is nice, it makes sense. Although, I'm thinking, I've heard that like Nicole's vision is also pyro, right? And so there's some sense of like the Hexerite character is gonna be like really strong with each other, right? Because of the new buffs. And we know that Alice is gonna be a Hexerite character because she's Hex and Circle. So I'm kind of considering like which is gonna be like the key support for Alice. And that's probably going to be Nicole. Bro, spoilers? What? No, it's already confirmed Nicole as a Pyro Vision, I think. In the latest trailer, it was released in the trailer. Ain't no way. At least I believe it was released. No, I'm just mess. But it's kind of weird, right? Like having a Pyro support for Alice who's also gonna be Pyro. So I don't know how they're gonna do with that. Like, is it gonna be like a mono Pyro Linny team? And I'm like, I don't know. If Alice, okay, hear me out. If Alice is gonna be like a one-trick pony, and when I say one-trick pony, I mean if you can only use Alice in one team, that might dissuade me from using Alice and making me pull Durin instead, because Durin is just better and use it every team. But I like characters that you can use in a lot of teams. I don't know if that will be the case, but I hope Alice is a bit more flexible enough. I think a lot of people were hoping that actually. A lot of people are hoping about that for Columbina as well. Like people want Columbina to be not just a not cry buffer, they want Columbina to be useful in a lot of different teams. Similar to how Durin is, where like sure he's good for Hexerite, but the Hexerite teams are honestly pretty flexible. And he can be used even outside of those teams, as long as you even if you just put one other Hexarai team member on there. Like, it's pretty flexible because a lot of people have those characters and they're gonna get a free one next patch. You can already immediately have 2 Hexarai characters on a team like that, so... Doing a stupid amount of teams is good and not even usable, yeah, exactly. Which is like really nice. Like, that's my ideal type of like character to pull for, to be honest. So Durin might actually get a seat there. Although my original pull plan was that I can only pull for 1 character of each element. I'm not sure how viable that is anymore if everyone's gonna be Pyro. Like all these good characters gonna be Pyro, like I can't limit myself to 1 Pyro character. So I don't know. Maybe I have to expand it to we have at least 2 characters per element. But then I sort of dilute my primos a little bit. I definitely want to feel like I have hit. Right now I have enough primos to guarantee 3 C6 characters, right? And that's guarantee, which is high likelihood that could be pushed a bit more. Maybe instead of 3 C6, it could go up to I want to say 3.5 or something, or maybe 4 if I'm lucky. But anyway, guaranteed 3 C6 characters for sure. But possibly 4 if I get lucky. So I just kind of want to make sure like I choose those C6s carefully, if I'm going to choose C6 at all, although I definitely feel like these days C6 is not the right way or the best way to spend your Primo Gems. It's gonna be C0 or low C1, maybe C0 R1. Nah bro, don't do it, get C2s. Yeah, the strategy these days is gonna be like get C0 R1 or C1 C2 depending on like the character. If you really wanna like maximize those Primo Gems. But I don't know, Brushy, like I saved all this time and it just kind of feels, doesn't it kind of feel like a waste if I don't have a C6 character I'm showing off in Imaginarium? I need at least 1, right, Brushy? And if I get at least 1, I can still be in a good position to C0 and R1, you know, a couple of them, because I'm not using a lot of my primos on the C6. I'm only using like a third of it. At the worst case, right? I'm only using a third of my primos to get that C6, and I can still have a bunch of other primos for C0 and R1 for other characters. Just 1, yeah. So I want to pick that 1 C6 character very carefully. Very carefully, because I only get 1, and I'm probably gonna limit myself to 1 at this rate. I'm not gonna get 3 C6s, I don't think. So I need to be very careful. If I'm gonna limit my C6 just to 1, is Alice the correct choice? And if not, then it's probably the Tsaritsa, right? Like if I have to limit it to 1 C6 character, who will it be? It has to be the strongest character in Genshin, right? Right? It has to be the strongest character in Genshin, otherwise the C6 is a waste. But I can only pick 1. Just 1. Get C2s now and 1 C6 later. That's not a bad idea. Like if you get like low constellations first and then later on, once you've confirmed that, you know, these are good characters to have and like you're using them a lot, then you transition to like actually getting them a higher con. That's also possible. Like giving them like a bit of a test run before I go all out. I think that kind of makes sense. Or wait even longer for C6 Tsaritsa, yeah. Although to be fair, Brushy, by the time Alice comes out, it's not much longer to Tsaritsa, I think, right? Because Alice is gonna come out probably very late Luna patch. And from there, it's only, what, 3-4 more patches until C6 Saritsa? Until Saritsa is released, right? I would say probably about 4 patches out. Let's say if Alice gets released about 5.7. Saritsa is only like 4 or 5 patches away from that. Like, which is not that far, to be honest. So like, if I'm honestly thinking about it, there's a good chance, like, I might get C0 Alice, right? But like, we might save that C6 for Tsaritsa instead, if we go that route. I also feel like at that point we'll have a bit more information on like not just how the power creep is going, but how the different characters are like shaping up. They might change things again. I don't know. But honestly, from the point of how many kids are growing around soon, like Luna 4, 5. Yeah, but that's why I think like the Alice release will be pretty late, right? That's why I think the Alice release will be pretty late. There's still Varka, there's still Nicole. So assume Saritsa is the same. I'm not sure though. Saritsa for Luna 4, like you think Saritsa is gonna be Snesnaya like 7.4 and 5? I think 7.4 probably. Like I don't see it going to 7.5. Not quite. Like I will have to say like it's probably special in terms of like the Archon quest like layout. My guess is that yeah, 7.4 minimum maybe. But I would say like if they were to go back to the original formula of like the Archon quest, which they might not, right? Like if they only have 5 Archon quests up until Act 5, that's gonna finish by 7.3. Or if they take a 1 cycle break like they did with Malvika, like one of the patches didn't have an Archon quest. They took a break until they dropped like Act 5, right? I think if they do that, then like it's still gonna be like scheduled to drop at 7.4 because like the only way I can see Saritsa not being released by 7.4 is that if they continue the Not Cry Archon quest style, which they might, which there's a good chance they will, because like you could argue that Not Cry is just an extension of Sesnaya, and going forward all of their Archon quests are going to be Act 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Then yeah, maybe it's like 7.5-ish to Saritsa. I don't know, at some point I will have to start wishing because like there's gonna be a point I just get sick of the run and like I'm just gonna quit if I don't wish anymore, you know what I mean? Like so I have to be mindful of how long I delay this. Essentially, there's gonna be a point where I'll be like, it makes more sense to pull than to keep waiting. I think the breaking point will probably be when I can't floor 12, where I can't even do floor 11, 3 anymore. Once I get like 27 stars in Abyss for like what 5 Abysses in a row, that's probably the point I'll be like, okay, I'm fed up with this. I've been saying that since Natland, true, but also we're gonna get Sutros, so I don't know. The other thing I really want them to do before I start wishing, and here's the thing that I've always wanted to do, right? Like I've wanted to, when I start wishing, I want to use the Acquaint Fates first. Because the Acquaint Fates don't, they're not like real Fates, right? Like they're like lousy Fates. And they don't touch my Primo count. So that's the important part. They don't touch my Primo count. And I'm able to spend the Acquaint Fates and still get like some pretty decent reward out of them. I'm really waiting for them to buff the standard banner, I think, before I do that. So this will be independent of when I'm using, you know, limited fates, but I want to use those Acquaint Fates on a better standard banner. I'm waiting for that to happen. I'm waiting for them to revamp the standard banner in some way that's meaningful, that meaningfully improves what you get in the standard banner, right? So some examples of what can happen: they add a whole bunch of new characters to standard banner is one. Number 2, they add a selector to the standard banner, so you can choose which standard banner you're targeting, and then maybe there's like a set, you can choose 5 or something, and like one is you're selected and you lose to the other 4, or you lose to 50-50, I don't know. Something like that. Because my feel is that the standard banner characters are not very impactful anyway. And there's a good chance MiHoYo uses the standard banner improvements as a hey, we're doing good by the community strat, right? Like they've been doing this, right? They've been like making these improvements that people that are effectively like nothings, right? Like giving out these standard constellations and trying to say that they listen to the community by giving free stuff, right? I think improvements to the standard banner are like a low-hanging fruit that they can potentially consider exploiting to quote unquote try to prove that they are listening to the community when they're just trying to give away like nothing burgers. So I think the standard banner improvement is in the cards because it's mostly not gonna impact most of the meta. And it's like a very low-hanging fruit that MiHoYo can improve without going against their goals of power creeping and making people feel left out. So I think there's a very good chance of that. So I'm kind of waiting for that before I spend my standard wishes. I think once that happens and I use the standard wishes, then we can like reconsider based on like the power level of the team after that. But so far that hasn't happened, so I've been starting to think about like, you know, actually just using my limited wishes. Crazy to have every old Honkai Impact 3 character because they have like 20 different ways to get them. It's only like the ones released 1.5 to 2 years ago that are in the shop with some other farmable method. Oh. Yeah, Genshin can become like that too, right? And they basically started buffing old characters too. So like we always thought like that was gonna be far away, but no, next patch, Venti's getting a buff, right? Klee's getting a buff. Basically all the Hexarite characters are getting a bit a buff. And they might start doing that for some of the older characters too, which I really like actually. And I think mostly it's because like it lets players like use units that like haven't used in a while. So I definitely like where they're going with that. Genshin needs to make standards farmable. We are getting there with free content, but it doesn't let you pick the C0. Yeah, exactly. We need to be able to pick the C0. Or at least have it guarantee in the standard wish, right? Like make the standard wish have a target to get the character you want. It probably doesn't matter to most people, right? Because most people don't even have standard wishes anymore. Everybody's just used up their standard wishes, not like me. Like for me, I've always held out because standard wish is just not worth it. Like it's not worth using it. It's so useless, but people think that like it's a mistake thinking that it will always be just as useless. And I think there's a good chance it becomes better. But yeah, they definitely need to make standard characters farmable for sure. It's like something they should do as table stakes. It's definitely in the cards here, I think. It's definitely fair game. Also, I need to purchase these cat's tail stuff. I've like maxed out. Alright. Time to watch me die to this boss again. Cause this boss always has like these weird ground fire thing, like this fire on the ground, or like abyss fire on the ground that just kills me. Oh, Sitlali's idol is so cute. Let's look at Sitlali's idol. I like how we're using the same cat. Look at this. Oh, wait, I need to get pink hair girls.
八重堂から出てる小説は一応全部読んでるの。別におかしくなんてないでしょ。
Look, it's Aino and her older sister. Drunk Sid Lali. What is she drinking actually? It's like she's drinking like a can of beer. Look at these pig-haired cuties.
脱紺の儀は一般人にとってちょっと危ないものなの。だからあんまり興味を持たないようにね。
I don't know, I never understood the don't pull weapon banner as a scam. Don't use that pulls no weapon. Like, you need 5 weapons, 7 weapons, you could help to get fish or banner. Oh no. Yeah, I mean, like, I could get fish or banner on standard, sure, but like, otherwise what, wait 7 or 8 months before they're in the limited banner? No. Like, I just think standard banner is a scam, and it's nicer to see it in my inventory than to use it. That's all. I think that's what it boils down to. I'd rather hold on to like what 300 wishes that look nice in my inventory than to use it. But like, I get your point about the Favonius weapons. I'm just not entirely sure about the chances of you getting those Favonius weapons on the banner, to be honest. And like, if the argument is about the Favonius weapons, then I'm gonna wait for a case where like we can target the Favonius weapons, right? Are they very common in the standard banner, or like, let's say I have 300 standard wishes, right? What's your like average estimate for like the number of Favonius weapons I can get, right? And by the way, there are like 5 Favonius weapons, right? So like, am I really gonna get at least one of each one? Or, well, they are rate up quite often. There's always the option. Like, do you have like a good estimate for like the number of like Favonius I can actually get out of it? Like, is this calculatable, or is it kind of just like a, oh, if I get lucky kind of thing? Because I don't want to go by a if I get lucky situation, right? I want to go by a like a, okay, this is a calculated, I'm gonna spend 300 wishes to get X amount of like is there like a nice average or some kind of guarantee? At the end of the day, I just want some kind of guarantee. I don't want to leave it up to fate or to chance, right? The whole point of like me being able to pull 66 characters is that I know that I have it guaranteed, right? So, oh, I guess like Jean's like thing doesn't quite work. I was hoping like this thing would actually work, but no, holding it doesn't work on this one. I'm saying fair from weapon banner when it's rate up. Oh, fair from weapon banner when it's rate up. Yeah, I haven't really stared at the weapon banner enough to be able to like. Okay, I know died, so I can heal her. That's good. It's alright. I can heal. I can heal. This is why we have only 2 players here, so we can heal. Fair from weapon banner. That's all I'm trying to get for setup, but 200 wishes you can add up 3 to 4. Yeah, that's not worth it. I don't think that's kind of not worth it at all. 3 to 4, like, and having no control over like which of the weapons you get basically means maybe R1 of each of the weapons, which is still something, right? Which is still good, I guess. But using 300 wishes to do it doesn't feel that good. Oh no, did Lucky die? Hope Lucky didn't die. Okay, let's heal, let's heal. I just healed, guys. Alright, we got it, we got it. Great carry, Lucky. I'll take the number of a massive grain of salt. Wait, why? Why massive grain of salt? Like, too high or too low? Could be 0, could be 15, it could be 0. Yeah, that's the one I want to avoid here. If it could be 0, I'll be like, yep. Yeah, but that's the thing. There's no guarantee on the standard banner, right? There just isn't a guarantee. Right? There's no guarantee of anything on the standard banner right now, which is something that I think could potentially change. Like, could very well change in terms of, like, you know, like giving us free characters. And I don't think it's very far away either. Like, I think in the next 1 or 2 years, they could be making some pretty big changes to the standard banner. So, I'm holding out hope for it. I think there's a good chance. I think there's a very good chance of it happening, so... Actually, I don't need Aino to be here. I can, like, actually buff. Come on, Lucky, pick your character. No, this works.
怖いかそれとも恐怖を抱く勇気すらないかこの燃え上がる炎なりし風の神
I nearly died
我
again.
が導きたまえいざ少しはまともになってきたお静かに暗闇の怖いですかちょっとどいてくれる闇来た破滅の時のカウントダウン天に近い煉獄の投影に過ぎない
Why is she always flying in the air?
目を閉じお静かに漠然と逃げ惑う囚われおののく獣の群れのようだ
Careful, Lucky.
いいだろう私に挑む資格を認めてやる夜です
Wait, 0 indeed.
全員を焼き尽くしたよ先手必勝見届けるといい
Oh no, Gene nearly died.
お静かに夜です 剣に近い
Very nice.
全ての始まりに過ぎない
Oh, Lunar Resin. Gotta use Transient. We did that too fast. I have to use my Transient. Haven't done co-op in months aside from that event. Have you been playing Millie Astra, Brushy? Because Millie Astra is also technically co-op, right? How much time do I need? I have 5 minutes and then 8 minutes. Oh, didn't touch it after day 2? Not like this. They actually sent like the Millie Astra survey the other day and I was like, hmm. I'm doing pretty well here. Oh. Ouch. Oh no, did Lumina die? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, by the way, who was the voice in Sumeru Our Conquest? It was a witch, right? Sumeru Our Conquest? Oh, you mean the one that the Hexen Circle witch who talked to us? That was Nicole. I think that's confirmed to be Nicole Rain at that point, at this point. Because she was introduced as the mute mage who like only speaks to people's minds in one of the I think it was one of the Imaginarium side stories actually. When you're talking with Wolfie, she mentions Madam the mage who's mute and speaks into your head. So yeah, it's confirmed to be her. Yo, what other version? Alright, we'll claim it. We'll claim it in a bit. We'll wait for 8 minutes and claim it. But in the meantime, we're gonna thank Lucky for hanging out. 984 seconds divided by 16 minutes. Okay, we got 16 minutes to wait, so we always wait here. But thank you guys for hanging out. We're gonna go ahead and raid Lucky. We'll be back again tomorrow. We might be streaming a short time tomorrow because I actually do have a flight on Monday that I have to catch early in the morning. So we might stream like earlier or like shorter tomorrow. But we did have a pretty long long stream today. But thank you guys, thanks buddy for hanging out. Hope you enjoyed the Fate Stay playthrough to the bad end. But we'll be back again next time. And I'll see you guys then. Finally, Fate. Yeah, it's been a while, but it was good. I actually really enjoyed it. So we'll have more of this the next time around. All right, take you guys. Have a good one, and take care. Let's go say hi to Lucky. I want to catch other stream because I sleep. No worries. All right, thank you, Plushie. Take care.